Paid for by Estella's Pharma.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com. Don't miss out on Black Friday sales live now through November 30th.
Salute to Service is the year-round effort by the NFL and its charitable partners to honor, empower, and connect with our nation's service members, veterans, and their families. At this time each year, the NFL reinforces our support and gratitude to those who have served and to those who continue to serve. Visit NFL.com/salute to learn about the NFL's impact with its Salute to Service partners.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, cultural enrichment, and all-inclusive fares. Discover more at Viking.com.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching
Does this have peanuts?
to waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply. Bye.
The best guests, the best opinions. This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Do you think that he was talking about using the military against you? And how concerned are you about retribution?
Clearly, that's what he was talking about. Would he go to that length with the military, essentially fulfill some kind of a unconstitutional order? I would hope the military would have more independence than that. Historically, the military has stood up to civilian authority where civilian authority has suggested, as in his first administration, unconstitutional acts. Look, I'm not going to be intimidated by anything he says, by anything he does. If I was, I wouldn't be on your show. I'm going to do my responsibility in the Senate.
That is Senator-elect Adam Schiff for Brains. Now, Adam Schiff for Brains was a congressman, and we didn't like him then. We like him less even now. And he's got a lot more power. He's got a bigger microphone, and he's going to be around for another 6 years. So thanks, California. But he's talking about the lawfare that he claims Trump is going to use against him, but it was, in fact, Adam Schiff that was involved in the lawfare against Trump. Now he got Jack Smith wrapping up his shop and then, tucking tail and running. I want to get into this with Paul Kamenar. He is NLPC counsel, lead counsel there, and he is our guest now. He's an appellate attorney, a constitutional law expert. Paul Kamenar, welcome, sir.
Thank you for having me. My pleasure.
You bet. So, in looking at what's going on here, I think the hypocrisy is very rich. But from the legal perspective, I guess we have under 2 minutes before we have to take our break. Okay. What are your thoughts on this alleged lawfare?
Well, I mean, obviously, it's been abused during the Biden administration, and now we're going to see it coming to an end, at least with respect to Jack Smith. He's packing his bags, and next Tuesday, I think, December 2nd, or 2 weeks from now, he's got to file something with the federal court giving his blueprint for wrapping it up, but that case is going away, and he sees the writing on the wall because obviously once Donald Trump is president, he could have him fired and orders Justice Department to drop both the D.C. case here and the Mar-a-Lago. So that's wrapping up, and then there's two other cases that are still hanging in there that are state cases We got the New York case with the biased Judge Merchan, and the Georgia case with Fannie Willis and her lover boy. That case has also been put on hold today. That was on appeal, whether she should be kicked off the case. So both those cases, I think, are going to be wrapping up. But we won't know more until tomorrow about the New York case, whether Judge Merchan is going to throw in the towel on that one because of the immunity implications of the Supreme Court. I think that might still linger on for a while, but the main case with Jack Smith and his cronies and prosecutors, they're wrapping up that one in the next few weeks.
Folks, we're on with Paul Kavanaugh. He is lead counsel at the National Legal and Policy Center, and he's got a very robust career that I'll share with you a little bit more when we come back. So don't go anywhere. Plus, I want to get his opinion on some of this crazy ballot counting that's going on in Pennsylvania. Many are saying it's unconstitutional, including the state Supreme Court. So keep it locked right here. We're coming right back with Paul Kavanaugh, lead counsel for the National Legal and Policy Center. Don't go anywhere. I'm Rich Valdez.
Years ago, you took her hand in yours in front of a lot of people. You made promises. When the minister asked, you said, I do. You slipped a ring onto her finger. In a few moments, you were husband and wife. Today, you still are. You're husband and wife. You love her and honor her. This anniversary, remind her those words you said all those years ago. You still say today. Remind her those words, I do, weren't just for then. They're for now and always. When you look in her eyes, you say, I still do and I always will. Make those words mean a little bit more with a diamond from Massey Jewelers. I'm Melita Massey from Massey Jewelers.
This is Gina Old with RE/MAX Pros. During this season of Thanksgiving, my wish for each of you is that you will stop to enjoy your many blessings and take time to give thanks for all that you have been given. I would like to thank each of you for your business and support. Happy Thanksgiving from Gina Old at RE/MAX Pros.
Look at this cable bill. What on earth can I do to get rid of some of these expenses?
Well, did you know that you can switch to the entirely free Cloud9 TV on your Roku streaming device for your local weather, high school sports, and radio, as well as partner that with Hulu, Prime Video, and save up to $150 a month?
Wow, how do you do that?
Well, you can go to cloud9fiber.com/TV for more information today.
I'm going to do that.
You should.
Hi, this is Jerry Atien with Coldwell Banker Southern Realty. As we gather for the Thanksgiving season, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for a successful 2024. Wishing you and your family a warm and happy Thanksgiving.
At Nature's Nuggets Natural Foods, we invite you to come by our store and look around. We offer a full line of natural vitamins, herbs, dried fruit, nuts, food staples, healthy snacks, and a lot more. At Nature's Nuggets, you'll receive friendly service by the owners and the lowest prices anywhere on all your natural product needs. For healthy eating, it's Nature's Nuggets. Nature's Nuggets Natural Foods, Highway 64 West, Lawrenceburg. Open daily 9 to 5:30. Get nature's best for less at Nature's Nuggets.
This is Bo Hunt from Mark Hunt Agency, wanting to wish you a happy Thanksgiving. This holiday season, make sure to hug a loved one, hoping this Thanksgiving is the best. I'm super thankful for Lawrence County and the love they have showed us. From me, Bo Hunt, at Mark Hunt Agency, happy Thanksgiving.
If you have a last will and testament, your estate must go through probate. If you don't have a last will and testament, your estate still must go through probate because the state of Tennessee writes one for you. It's called the Laws of Intestate Succession. Probate is a court process that is long, cumbersome, and can be very expensive. A trust plan is a 100% probate avoidance tool. Not only that, you can place terms and conditions on how and when people get their inheritance. Call Estate Plan Stan at 931-363-7222 to learn more.
Frisbee Apothecary wants to remind you that one of the joys of Thanksgiving is wishing people close to you a happy holiday season and a healthy life. From all of us, Steve Frisbee and the staff at Frisbee Apothecary.
I want to
listen to you, Rich, all the time.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, amigos, welcome back, familia. We continue our conversation on this abuse of the legal system in order to get your political will done. And we've seen it against Trump time and again. Adam Schiff was just saying that he's expecting Trump to use the Justice Department against him, which I found very rich and quite comical. But we're seeing it in Pennsylvania now, where elections officials are abusing their authority and disobeying the law and trying to use the law in their favor, right, or to bend the law in many ways to count votes that shouldn't even be counted, to try and eke out a victory for Senator Bob Casey in what's, I think, an election that's already been called, at least from my view it has. And the Bucks County Board chair, her name, Commissioner Diane Ellis Marseglia, she's apologizing for the upset and confusion that have been caused by her comments last week about her reasoning for wanting to count ballots that the court has already deemed deficient. But when you hear this clip of what she said, there's no way it couldn't cause a national backlash. Listen to this.
We reject all three categories of these ballots.
Your motion is to reject or dismiss the challenges in this category in front of you?
Correct, yep.
I'm not going to second that, mostly because I think we all know that precedent by a court doesn't matter anymore in this country, and people violate laws anytime they want. So for me, if I violate this law, it's because I want a court to pay attention to it.
Again, that is Commissioner Bucks County Board of Elections there saying, we're not listening to the court. Whatever the court said, forget about it. We're not doing it. I want to tap back into our expert here, constitutional law expert, who is with us for this evening, Paul Kamenar. He's the lead counsel at the National Legal and Policy Center. And Paul Kamenar has been in the game for a long time. You know, back when I was a year old, he represented Senator Barry Goldwater and other members of Congress in a Supreme Court case where they challenged President Carter. And I want to bring him back into the fold to really get a handle on his thoughts on what's going on in Pennsylvania. Welcome back, Paul.
Yeah, hey, hi, thanks. Yeah, no, what's going on in Pennsylvania? I mean, it's the same kind of shenanigans that was going on back in 2020 and in other states as well, where they were basically ignoring the election laws and making it up on the fly. Recall in 2020 they were counting ballots that came in after the deadline, and that was back when they were saying, well, we have the COVID going on, so we're going to allow these ballots to come in because they were late, but who cares? As long as they're for Joe Biden, we're going to count them. But yeah, and the violation there was under the Constitution, the state Constitution of Pennsylvania, all these laws have to be made by the legislature, the people who were elected by the representatives to make these regulations and procedures, not by some election official who on the fly changes the rules. And that's what's going on right now with this commissioner who said, I don't care what the law says. These ballots, I'm going to count them in if they were not dated or signed or whatever the rules require. And they're basically defying the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania and the court orders on this. So this is nothing new on their Democrats' part. So that's going to be always reversed. So that's why that election is going to probably result in a recount, because the vote was so close. It's within the 0.5% difference, as I understand it, which triggers the right to have a recount. So we'll see how that plays out, but it's got to be very careful that the votes are counted the right way. But, this may go on for weeks and weeks with future litigation.
Right. And, what's interesting is, again, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, which is a Democrat-leading court, I think they're 5-2 Democrat, they ruled today that they had to go for it, that they couldn't count these ballots. So I just find it so interesting that, they can't even agree amongst themselves, the Democrats.
Right, exactly. And as that commissioner, you had the recording where she's basically saying, I don't care what the courts say, I'm defying a valid court order. So that commissioner should be kicked off the panel just for dereliction of duty right then and there. But the larger lawfare that's been going on, as we talked in the first segment, dealt with the whole Jack Smith and special counsel and the Alvin Braggs of the world and the Fani Willis in Georgia going after Donald Trump and Jack Smith before the election said that if Trump wins, I'm going to continue to prosecute him until Inauguration Day. Because he realized that after the day of inauguration on January 20th, Trump could fire him and have all these cases dropped. So he finally wised up and saw the writing on the wall. So on December 2nd, he's going to have to file with the court here in D.C. what he plans to do with that case, as well as the case in Florida, although that case was dismissed by the judge there in Florida on the grounds that Jack Smith was unconstitutionally appointed. In fact, that's the very argument I made challenging Robert Mueller's appointment back in the Russia hoax case, and the D.C. Circuit here ruled against me. But when Trump got indicted in Florida, I sent all my legal briefs down to the attorneys there in Florida and said, hey, look, let's run this argument again because the Florida courts are not bound by the ruling in the D.C. Circuit, even though all the liberal pundits kept on saying, oh, Eileen Cannon is violating precedent. That's not precedent where one court in a different jurisdiction rules one way. Precedent is only really established by the Supreme Court. And it's my opinion that if these cases were still going on, let's assume Trump lost the election and Jack Smith kept on his jihad under the Kamala Harris regime, I'm convinced that those cases would be reversed by the Supreme Court in any event. So this is just basically, getting to the right result right away with now Trump being elected.
Yeah, and to that end, this malfeasance that we see coming from the Department of Justice, the current remedy seems to be President Trump nominating Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz to be Attorney General. And this, for many, was a shock. To others, was a surprise and something I think a lot of people didn't see coming. But he's definitely a loyalist and has done amazing work on the Judiciary Committee. But some are saying, he can't get past the confirmation hearing, or if he does get the confirmation, that they must release this ethics report. But the House rules say that they don't have to release ethics reports for anybody who's no longer in Congress, and he's already resigned his position. So your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I was surprised by Matt Gaetz's appointment. I thought there was going to be a different Matt appointed, Matt Whitaker, who you may recall was the acting Attorney General after Bob Barr resigned, and he's a very good Trump loyalist. I'm sorry, Bill Barr resigned. So Matt Whitaker did not get appointed. So it's Matt Gaetz, and everybody's saying, well, Matt Gaetz doesn't have any experience, et cetera. But as you pointed out, he was on the House Judiciary Committee. He was very, very strong on oversight against the Department of Justice. And they're saying, well, he doesn't have an experience in the Justice Department or prosecutor. And my response is, well, wait a minute. Remember President John F. Kennedy? Who did he appoint as his Attorney General? His brother Bobby. And Bobby didn't have any experience. And John F. Kennedy says, well, John F. Kennedy joked. He says, well, I'm going to put him in the Justice Department so he gets some experience. So when he gets out, he can get join a law firm. I mean, so when the Democrats do it, it's okay. But when Trump appoints a loyalist, then everybody is saying that's a bad choice, no experience, etc. But we'll see how this plays out. He can be appointed in a recess appointment. That in itself gets a little tricky on how that's going to be done in terms of not only Matt Gaetz, but maybe some of the other nominations for cabinet officials. But even if he is appointed through a recess appointment, that would only last for this one Congress. So he would then have to be renominated and go through confirmed by the Senate. So it's going to be tough one way or the other. But the main thing is the number 2 person that Trump appointed, I know personally, is Todd Blanche.
Blanche, his civil attorney.
Yeah, Todd Blanche was his lead attorney, criminal attorney in the New York hush money case. He also was the attorney here in the January 6th case here in D.C. He's got a terrific prosecutorial background and defense attorney background. So the Deputy Attorney General is the number 2 person at the Justice Department who basically does the day-to-day running of the shop and coordinates with all the 92 U.S. attorneys. So it's in good hands, whereas Matt Gaetz, as the Attorney General, is basically setting the overall policy, and his policy is basically to root out this lawfare that's going on, and a lot of the deep state attorneys there are now dusting off their resume and looking for other jobs because they know that the jig is up here in terms of their way they've been acting over the last 4 years.
Yeah, I saw some reports that some of them are retaining counsel because they think they might be in trouble.
Well, that's right. That's right. And some of them should. In fact, some were even prosecuted. There was the one FBI attorney who, as you recall, had these doctored these FISA warrants.
Oh, Kleinsmith. Yeah,
against Carter Page, and to go have them spied on, and that was found out that they altered a CIA document, and that guy was convicted. He pled guilty. Unfortunately, even though I filed a brief saying they ought to throw the guy in jail, the judge just slapped him on the wrist and gave him probation, and went after his bar license, and that was only suspended for a few months, and they let him back in. So that's how this kind of criminal activity by the Justice Department was treated. So hopefully with the new administration, they'll deal with this in a very strict manner.
Paul Kamenar, I want you to let everybody know how they can keep up to speed with the amazing work that you're doing with the NLPC.
Sure. Yeah. No, that's I'm the lead counsel, as you said, with the National Legal and Policy Center. We're a small ethics watchdog group here in D.C. area. And just go to our website, nlpc.org, O-R-G, nlpc.org, and you'll see all the stuff that we're doing. We file ethics complaints against the likes of AOC, Senator Schumer, Black Lives Matter, et cetera. Then we also take on the woke corporations for all their DEI activities and LGBTQ and all that kind of nonsense. So please go to our website, and we appreciate any support your listeners can give us.
Outstanding. Folks, check them out at nlpc.org. Paul Kamenar, I want to thank you for being with us. You're a gentleman, a scholar, and a patriot.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Godspeed to you. Folks, we're coming right back. Open phones across America. Plus, at the top of the next hour, we've got our interview with General Blaine Holt. Don't go anywhere.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pegol is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Estella's Pharma.
So this new dose is... nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
And Doug. Customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. After that, you can also save me, as I'm currently hanging from the edge of a cliff. To recap, number 1, customize and save. Number 2, time allowing, save me. Shoulders separating!
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When getting the job done right is job one, you need construction equipment that's built right. From compact track loaders to the world's #1 selling compact excavator, the Kubota construction lineup features durable Kubota engines, more comfort, and the versatility to do it all and do it right. Visit your local Kubota dealer today. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Stop by Brown Equipment located at 826 North Military Street in Loretta or visit brownequipmentcompany.com.
Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, located at 1025 Brewer Road in Etheridge and 134A South Old Military Road in St. Joseph, invites you to come and worship Sundays at 10 a.m. Since its inception in 2007, Thousand Hills Cowboy Church has been a place where ordinary people gather and show the extraordinary love in Jesus Christ. No need to dress up fancy, just wear what you got. Cowboys, cowgirls, farmers, ranchers, horse lovers, and anyone who loves the outdoor lifestyle can come and worship at both locations or can watch online. For more information, go to thousandhillscowboychurch.com.
Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
So Sunny Hostin was on The View today, and she wanted to defend Joe and Mika going to Mar-a-Lago. Listen to this.
And I don't think you need to sit down for 90 minutes at Mar-a-Lago and kiss his ring to be able to speak truth and to be able to cover a story. So maybe they're not journalists in the true sense. Maybe they're saying that they're opinion journalists. But we have to remember that Trump is the guy who ushered in the era of fake news.
Now, hang on a second. Trump ushered in the term fake news as he pointed to journalists like her, right? People that were on TV like her spreading their version of the truth. Go ahead.
Guy who ushered in alternative facts.
Nope, that's also a falsehood, right? It was Sean Spicer who said that the Democrats are using a alternate set of facts because they were. They were constantly trying to say that his crowd size wasn't what it was because they were looking at different things. If you look at the crowd size at a Trump rally, when the rally starts at 9 p.m. and you start taking pictures at 6:30 and there's nobody there yet, or there's, a handful of people there, and then saying, oh, look at the crowd size, well, then you're fake, phony, and fraud, right? So when they're talking about alternative facts, that's exactly what they're talking about. Go ahead.
guy who attacked 3 black female journalists.
Hold on a second.
He's the
did
guy
he
that
attack
revoked
3 black female journalists, or did he agree to show up at the National Association of Black Journalists, women journalists, excuse me, and agree to sit down with them, and it was actually them that attacked him, right, with their question? I remember the question. It was a very long, about a minute and a half long question. That was more like an attack than a question. Get your facts right, Sonny Hostin. Go ahead.
Jim Acosta's press credentials for asking him.
Hang on a second. Another lie. You see what I mean? This is why you got to check these people. Jim Acosta's press credentials were revoked. I remember exactly why that happened. It wasn't because he asked a question. It was because he accosted the young lady holding the microphone when it wasn't his turn, grabbing the microphone. And that was why they did it. And they said, look, if you don't know how to behave, he said, get him out, right? Remember that? I remember that. That's why it happened. It wasn't because he didn't like the questions, because guess what? He didn't like anybody's questions, but he showed up every day for the press conference, didn't he? Go ahead.
Question. And so I think that this president-elect, I hate to say it, would like nothing more than to have only Fox News cover him, would like nothing more than a state-sponsored media. And I don't think he can be trusted in the way that other presidents can be trusted. This is an aberration.
You know, Sonny Hostin, I don't know. I watch Newsmax, I watch Fox, OAN, CNN, MSNBC. I watch them all. And I can tell you this. I've heard Trump, right? It's one of their commercials, one of their promos on Newsmax is Trump saying, and there's a network that a lot of people are very upset with, Fox. Yep, Fox. They're not what they used to be, right? So to say that he would want Fox to be the only network covering him, I would have to say that's not even true. Did he show up to the Fox News debate? Did that happen? No, right? It didn't happen. So with all due respect, Sonny Hostin, I think that you are wrong, and you really need to get it right. I think if you want to choose one of these networks, it'd probably be Newsmax, to be honest with you. But all in all, I have to say, you are not a journalist, Sonny Hostin, nor are you really good at this thing that you do here where you lie about the other side. What you are, because I know you're part Puerto Rican, like me, is a pendeja. All right, I'll be right back.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, cultural enrichment, and all-inclusive fares. Discover more at Viking.com.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pegol is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Estella's Pharma.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, cultural enrichment, and all-inclusive fares. Discover more at Viking.com.
All right, amigos, I want to invite you, first-time callers, if you've never called Talk Radio and you'd like to share a thought with us tonight, I'd love to hear from you. The phone number is 833-4825-337-8334, Valdez. We already have calls on the line from Georgia, Missouri, Maryland, Albany, New York, and more coming in. The lines are flashing. I'm looking forward to speaking with you on Open Phones Across America. That's coming up now in just a few minutes. Plus, our interview with General Blaine Holt. Don't go anywhere. I'm Rich Valdez.
Hey everybody, this is Sheriff Myers. I'd like to invite y'all to tune in to the new Local Law Enforcement Hour on 105.3. Starting this month from 5 to 6 p.m. every Thursday night, I'll be hosting a talk radio show discussing everything from crime trends, sheriff's office stats, and a whole lot more. You can also watch the show live on YouTube or the WDXE Facebook page. If you're tired of the same old on the evening news like I am, then sit down, kick back, and turn your radio on and listen to the hottest talk radio show in town.
Volco is thrilled to introduce Mike Luna as their newest member of their team. With his impressive 42 years of experience at Napa Auto Parts, Mike brings invaluable expertise to their business. They are excited to announce that they offer parts and manufacture in-house Gates hydraulic hoses. Volco's inventory includes a wide range of fittings from 1/4 inch to 1 1/4 inch, as well as brass, airline, and hydraulic adapter fittings. Visit Volco Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. at 416 Buffalo Road, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
Are you in need of reliable fencing solutions? Look no further than Sands Fence Company. Serving Giles and beyond, they specialize in protecting what matters most, your livestock and your family. From commercial security to residential privacy, they've got you covered with fences tailored to your needs. But that's not all. Sands Fence Company goes beyond fences, crafting custom shops, barns, and more to enhance your property. At Sands Fence Company, customer satisfaction isn't just a goal, it's their promise. Call them today for quality craftsmanship and peace of mind. Sands Fence Company, building fences, building trust.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
Trump picks a former reality TV star for his cabinet. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. President-elect Trump names former congressman, former star of The Real World, and current Fox Business host Sean Duffy to be his transportation secretary.
Duffy, a host of a show on Fox Business. He is also a former congressman and district attorney in Wisconsin. Part of the Trump statement on this, he says he will prioritize excellence, competence, competitiveness, and beauty when rebuilding America's highways, tunnels, bridges, and airports.
Fox's Peter Ducey. The president-elect confirming his plans to declare a national emergency when he takes office and use the military to carry out his mass deportation plan. He responded true on Truth Social to a post about his plan. Democrats vow to block it. The Kremlin warns Washington's decision to let Ukraine strike targets inside Russia with U.S.-supplied longer-range missiles would stoke the war and escalate international tensions.
President Biden's decision, I'm told by a senior U.S. official, was spurred by the Russian decision to invite 10,000 North Korean soldiers into the fight against Ukraine in Kursk, in western Russia along the Ukraine border. President Zelensky applauded the long-awaited decision in his nightly address. Ukraine's leaders have been pushing for this permission for over a year.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon. President Biden's requesting nearly $100 billion in emergency disaster aid after Hurricanes Helene and Milton and other natural disasters, telling lawmakers the money is urgently needed. The largest share would go to FEMA. New York City police arrest a man they say fatally stabbed 3 people in random attacks across Manhattan. Mayor Eric Adams wants to know how the 51-year-old career criminal with a history of mental illness could walk free from jail despite his recent convictions. America's listening to Fox News.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, more time online, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. But LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our US-based restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Spirit Airlines files for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, but tells customers they can continue flying during its reorganization.
Spirit says guests can continue to book and fly without interruption and use all tickets, credits, and loyalty points as normal. Spirit's been dealing with competition from major carriers and a glut of flights on its leisure routes. It's also dealing with high labor costs, an engine problem, and debt. Spirit furloughed some pilots this year and sold aircraft. It had plans to merge with Frontier Airlines in 2022. JetBlue topped that offer, but that merger was blocked by federal regulators. Ginny Coselda, Fox News.
A New York judge delays the fraud trial for Trump ally Steve Bannon until February.
Bannon is charged with conspiracy and money laundering as prosecutors say he used some of the cash collected in a charity effort to build a border wall to pay off debt accumulated by a separate not-for-profit organization under Bannon.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Bannon, a one-time White House advisor to then-President Trump, recently completed a 4-month federal stint in prison for contempt of Congress. Hurricane victims in Asheville, North Carolina are cheering the restoration of a service.
Water systems are back online for over 100,000 people in parts of western North Carolina hit hard by Hurricane Helene. Asheville restoring running water for most users last month, but had to issue a boil water advisory while it worked to restore systems. Now the Asheville Water Resources Department is lifting the advisory after more than 1,000 tests and samples found the water is safe to drink and bathe in. Hurricane Helene killed at least 200 people across multiple states when it made landfall back in September. John Saucier, Fox News.
And the man who showed generations how to tour Europe on $5 a day dies. Arthur Frommer was 95. I'm Carmen Roberts. This is Fox News.
Hey, I'm here to tell you all boats are not made the same, and Mercury Motors especially aren't. Call or come by Jayco's Marine in Lawrenceburg and let the friendly crew tell you all about the new 75 to 300 horsepower Mercury Motors for your boat. Is a tri-tune more your style? Well, check out the inventory and see why people keep coming back to Jayco's Marine. You can trust their years of knowledge in the business, and at Jayco's, their prices are often lower than the national average.
Mount Pleasant Power System wishes you a bright and blessed Thanksgiving. May your holiday be filled with warmth, joy, and the comfort of loved ones. They want to say thank you for letting them light up your homes and lives. Happy Thanksgiving from Mount Pleasant Power System.
Did you know that Bank of Frank Ewing has been providing continuous service for more than 100 years? And as a community bank, all our decisions are still made locally. This is Donna Rawson with the Lawrenceburg office. As your friend in banking, we want to partner with you in your financial endeavors. Whether it's growing your business, building or buying a home, or making sure your deposit accounts, CDs, and IRAs are working for you, we are here to serve. Give us a call at 762-6800 or stop in and see us at 1200 North Locust Avenue. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Wilson Oil wishes you and your family a bountiful harvest of love, joy, and peace. As you gather around the table, may your hearts be filled with gratitude and may the season's blessings surround you. Happy Thanksgiving from Wilson Oil.
From the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media. Welcome to the third hour of the show. But for many, it's going to be the first hour of the show, depending on what market you're in. And earlier, I had an opportunity to speak with General Blaine Holt. We're going to replay that interview for you momentarily. But quick, the phone number. Open phones across America. 833-482-5337, 833-4-Valdez. And busy day in America today. You've got President Trump prepared to declare a national emergency in order to initiate mass deportations, indicating that he's open to using the military for support in this mission. You've got former Congressman Sean Duffy, you know him from MTV's The Real World back in the days. He's nominated for Secretary of Transportation by President Trump earlier today. And we also have the Pennsylvania Supreme Court ordering counties to not count any undated ballots. Of course, this is in response to this crazy clip of audio that you heard last week with the woman who is the chairman or chairwoman of the Board of Commissioners, Diane Ellis Marseglia, saying that she absolutely will not obey the court. Listen to this from the chairwoman. Well, while we get that queued up for you, she basically says that she apologized for any confusion that her comments may have caused. And ultimately, this is, likely going to trigger a recount in Pennsylvania. So that's what's going on the election front there. Then you've got, let me see, what else do we have here? There's a lot of news today. But again, I think the big news, President Biden. President Biden saying that he will authorize these long-range missiles to be used. And with respect to the long-range missiles being used, you've got Russia responding, and we've got a report from RT followed by a clip from Vladimir Putin. Listen to this.
It is important to note at this point that these are, at this time, proposals to amend Russia's nuclear weapons use doctrine. We heard from Vladimir Putin multiple scenarios in which the rules and regulations governing how Russia can use its nuclear weapons will change. The first scenario is if a non-nuclear power attacks Russia with conventional arms but poses a grave or critical threat to Russia's sovereignty, the Russian leadership will be able to use nuclear weapons to neutralize that threat.
They want to neutralize the threat, is what he's saying. And, of course, he says it in that very wonderful, British accent. It's almost like a weighted, as if he's got a burlap sack on his back, and he must make a funny face as he's talking. I don't know. Now I'm stuck in this voice. I'm going to use this until we hit the break. And up next, we've got Vladimir Putin weighing in. Listen to this.
In the updated version of the document, aggression against Russia by any non-nuclear state, but with the support of a nuclear state, is proposed to be considered as their joint attack on Russia. Russia will also consider the possibility of using nuclear weapons when receiving reliable information about a massive launch of means of aerospace attack and their crossing of our state border. This includes strategic and tactical aircraft, as well as cruise missiles and drones, hypersonic and other delivery vehicles. Russia reserves the right to use nuclear weapons in case of aggression, including if the enemy using conventional weapons poses a critical threat.
So Biden says, yeah, look, I got hairy legs. If you need them, we got you. We got you, Zelensky. You can use these long-range whatevers, right, these missiles they have. And then, of course, Vladimir Putin turns around and says, we will use nuclear weapons to defend Mother Russia. What's going on? I want to get to the bottom of it with Brigadier General Blaine Holt, retired from the United States Air Force, former deputy NATO representative. General, what's going on here?
Oh, my gosh, it's good to be with you tonight. But,
are
we in a new place? Are we in a new place? You can't even make this stuff up. So I thought that President Biden had told President Trump, I'm going to make this a peaceful, good, smooth transition for you. And now he's on the eve of handing him World War III. This is the problem, is there's only one variable that has changed in the formula since the Biden administration said, no, we're not going to let you shoot missiles deep into Russia, and that is the election of President Trump. So if you want to buy the retail version that, we think there's North Korea troops someplace, yeah, go ahead and show me a North Korean troop that weighs more than 115 pounds with his rifle. It's just this is a farce on the West side. But here's where it gets really dangerous. The Kremlin is now changing its nuclear doctrine. It's essentially cocking the weapon. And then today we found out that undersea cables have been cut, data cables between Finland and Germany and Sweden and Lithuania. And then you had the cyber hit on British Airways, which finished off their schedule for the day. So Russia's letting us know it can hit NATO in a variety of fifth-generation warfare ways. And here's the thing. Even if Putin doesn't want a war with NATO and the West, Rich, what happens if a missile goes flying through their defenses and slams into the Kremlin, or worse, into some errantly by accident into some kid's school or something like that? Well, Russia's hands are tied at that point, and then we can see Washington, D.C. at risk. This is reckless and irresponsible.
Do you think that there's a chance that this is just rhetoric? This is just trying to serve up a leg up, if you will, for Zelensky to try and shore up whatever he can as he heads into the negotiation phase of this? Because I feel like they've both signaled, hey, look, we're looking to wind this thing down. But, or is this like, the bell rings and they're, it's the 10-second clapper, the fight's almost over, and they're like, you know what, this thing's about to end, let me just go for it.
Yeah, or are we looking at Zelensky, who's backed into a corner, has horribly mismanaged this war, has not shored up their defenses as the Russian army comes streaking across the battle lines now. And they had this incursion into Russia where they could have applied those resources to shoring up the contact line and then gotten themselves to a negotiating table. So where are the Ukrainian people going to be on that? And does a desperate Zelensky say, I've got to have the ability to hit Engels Air Base just south of Moscow? And then where does that put us, the United States, when Putin says, well, I know that you have to have U.S. assets and personnel to operate those types of weapons and target them. And whether that's true or not doesn't matter. That's what Putin's saying, because we're putting him in position to say that. So the gamesmanship and the brinksmanship, you could be well right. Maybe this is just a bunch of posturing, and maybe we're all going to be just fine, and maybe there's deals cut behind the scenes that we can't see. But I'll tell you what it looks like from outside that is something that's very dangerous, playing with fire, and could get out of control very quickly on a miscalculation.
General Holt, no doubt in my mind that is potentially the case, right? Clearly, the worst case scenario here is exactly what you just said. Somebody makes a wrong move, they go beyond talking smack, they actually fire this thing. Putin says, hey, I just finished telling you, you do what you do, and I'm going to do my thing with nuclear weapons, and now we've got an issue. And this includes, their good friends, the North Koreans. So if we go that way and we war game this, what does that look like?
Yeah, so if that's what happens, then I think you have to hold the Eastern Seaboard, at risk, because that's where you're going to find all your Russian subs. That's, they're well represented in Cuba, Venezuela. The Chinese are in Bahamas. Don't think that China stays out of that. And I have never seen a wargaming model where even a tactical nuke that gets lit off doesn't eventually escalate itself all the way up into thermonuclear global warfare. So again, an ATACMS missile hits something near and dear to Russia. Russia has to make a response. Do they do something in kind? Well, do you really want to put yourself where you're at the Russian mercy of what will they do to us next? Because that's kind of where we see the Ayatollah sitting right now on the edge of his seat with Israel. Again, this is horribly mismanaged, and we don't need to have a militarized foreign policy. And if anything, this underscores why that is so. They have thrown money and weapons at this, and no diplomacy and no strategy, and now we are where we are.
General Blaine Holt, what's your, your best prognosis for how this can end up? What's the best way to get out of this? If you had to advise Biden, who created this mess, what's his next step?
So if I was advising Biden right now, I would say, hey, look, you need to turn off all support to those missiles. You can make these big statements, but you need to control where these missiles go, and you need to make darn sure that you're not on a path to dramatic escalation in the war. That is bar none. That has to be done. The second thing that has to happen is you've got to freeze what you've done and your team has done. We're going through a power transition in the United States. You need to consult with every single thing that your administration has done and why with President Trump, not because you need to come clean with President Trump, but for the good of our nation and global security, not just national security. We've got to start cooling off Europe. We've got to start cooling off the Middle East and Asia, and this has gone too far.
General Blaine Holt, outstanding analysis as always. Your new column, by the way, on the January 6th prisoners and your demand for them to be released is an excellent piece. Folks, make sure you check it out, The Irascible Disruptor. That's at Newsmax.com. It's authored by General Blaine Holt. General, tell everybody where they can find you.
You can always find me there at Newsmax on Insiders, or you can find me at restore-liberty.org. I'm also on Twitter at The Irascible, _Irascible. And again, I'm grateful for the time with you and discussing these extremely important issues to our nation.
Well, likewise, I appreciate you making yourself available on short notice as this stuff is breaking in real time, especially with the underground issues and all of that. Thank you, General.
Thank you.
And that, of course, our talk with General Blaine Holt from earlier this evening. And, folks, your thoughts, opinions on everything else we've discussed tonight, from the lawfare on Trump to the selection of Tulsi Gabbard and Matt Gaetz, the potential conflict they may face in the confirmation process, and the fake news media and everything else that we've talked about. We've got a full call board with calls from Montana, Ohio, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, New York, Maryland, Missouri, Georgia, and more. 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. Don't go anywhere.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, cultural enrichment, and all-inclusive fares. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey guys, not sure you heard the big news. Newsmax just filed to go public. Newsmax is big, and they give you the real news. Even Reuters Institute says Newsmax is now one of the top U.S. brands, and President Trump says Newsmax is terrific. So get more info on Newsmax's planned IPO. You may even be eligible to buy preferred shares in Newsmax now before any IPO. Find out more. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. Forbes says Newsmax is a news powerhouse. You can become a co-owner today. Go to newsmaxinvest.com and make sure you consult with your attorney or financial advisor. Investors are responsible for conducting their own due diligence for any investment and for tax and other risks and obligations. Check out newsmaxinvest.com now.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 12/28, in-store only.
Head over to NFLshop.com today for the largest collection of officially licensed gear from all your favorite brands. NFL Shop is your ultimate destination for the official NFL sideline collection, worn by players and coaches on game day. Explore the same sideline and on-field gear worn by your favorite players and coaches at NFL Shop. To shop now, go to NFLshop.com.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, cultural enrichment, and all-inclusive fares. Discover more at Viking.com.
Well, you, of course, have a track record now. People have heard you, and they know that, in fact, you've got the goods. You have the talent, and you have the ability to do a superb job.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, amigos, welcome back. It's Open Phones across America here on America at Night. Rich Valdez with you for another hour. No, not even half hour. Oh, my goodness, it's almost over. Anyway, we have plenty to come. I want to continue our discussion. Let me see. Where do I go? Let's refresh some of these calls, lines 1 through 5. Make sure they're ready to go. Should have done that during the break. Let's go to Sandra, Dothan, Alabama, WBCF. Go for it.
Yeah. What I wanted to talk a little bit was about Matt Gaetz. I did a little bit of research in it, and he did become a lawyer, but very little experience. He's never prosecuted a case. So my question to you is, do you think he would make a good attorney general, regardless of his private life?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. What I've learned is, in both observing politics and reading the Constitution, the president gets to pick his people, and mainly based on loyalty, right? That's really what he needs. This is why Trump just won that big case. But it wasn't for Trump necessarily. He brought the case to defend himself. But the win is really for the people and for the presidency. The presidency has this presidential immunity, right? And and this is what Steve Bannon went to jail for. This is what Peter Navarro went to jail for. And they said, look, the ability to waive privilege, it rests with the president, not with me. So I can't just waive the privilege that we have. Now, this is very important. The president has to have people that are loyal to him, that he can bounce ideas off of, that are effective and working with him. Because ultimately, remember, the president's job is to be the chief executive of every single department, right? And then he hires these cabinet people, secretaries and whatnot, to serve at his pleasure, to run these particular agencies. And you pick people based on different things. I think the particular need at this moment in time is someone that is able to clean house, right? So if they were to say, hey, can you find me somebody who's good at dismantling companies or downsizing a very large company and keeping a shell of that company around, I'd say that guy would also be good for the Department of Justice, because that's in effect what they need to do. And they don't not only need to do it at the DOJ. I think the same thing needs to happen at the United States Department of Education. It's my hope, my sincere hope, and honestly my prayer, that when President Trump comes in, he leaves a shadow of what this government was before behind him. I hope that it's just a fragment of what we once were. I hope that we no longer have a United States, a federal Department of Education. It serves no purpose but to be a bank. That bank can be moved to the Treasury because that's what they do. They lend money. They manage student loans that Obama brought back in. And the federal Department of Education is all, in my opinion, 100% bloat. Think of the last time anybody in your family, you, your children, your neighbor's children, anybody, had an issue and they said, let me call the Secretary of the United States Department of Education. They never did it. It's never going to happen because all of your education decisions happen at the local level. So I think Matt Gaetz going to the Department of Justice is the same thing. You've got somebody who has taken them apart in the Judiciary Committee, somebody who's taken them apart in the Oversight Committee, someone who understands this firsthand because they came after him in many ways with federal allegations against him and then with ethics complaints and this and that and the third. And we saw what they did, this same MO to President Trump, same MO to Rudy Giuliani. Right? They took his law license away. Why? Because he's a bad lawyer? No. He was a great lawyer when he served Reagan. He was a great lawyer when he was campaigning for Bush. He was a great lawyer when he represented Trump. He's always been a great lawyer. The reason they did that is to render him ineffective. The reason they're smearing Matt Gaetz is to render him ineffective. The reason they smear Donald Trump to render him ineffective. But the reality is Matt Gaetz is an incredibly smart guy. An incredibly smart guy with a passion for doing what's right, and I think he's the type of firebrand that we need in the Department of Justice. Now, it might be a small term thing, and it might be like, hey, the first year we're gonna wreak havoc in here and shut this thing down, get rid of a lot of dead weight, and bring in necessary reforms. And then the next set of reforms might be a different person. Trump had three, maybe four AGs in his last term. I don't think that this is going to be any different in this term, but those are my initial thoughts. Thank you for your call. I appreciate it. Shout out to you guys. And folks, I'm coming right back. Your calls and more. Don't go anywhere. I'm Rich Valdez.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
I want you to imagine for a moment you're in a hospital. You are the patient connected to an IV bag. There's a constant parade of serious doctors, countless tests, endless pokes, and a serious diagnosis. Scary surgeries are followed by painful recoveries. You're in the hospital for days, weeks, months. Now imagine experiencing all of these things and you're only a child. This is why Starlight exists. To bring happiness to hospitalized children through programs that help kids cope, build resilience, bolster confidence, and change their outlook. Programs like gaming, Virtual reality headsets, toy deliveries, radio flyer wagons, and cozy hospital gowns are just a few of the ways Starlight eases a child's hospital stay. Because happiness matters. Visit starlight.org to learn more.
Furnished by Starlight Children's Foundation.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
We're in the news business, which means that we talk to people. That's how part of how we do our jobs. We're also in the truth business, which means we have to hold people accountable. When we see things that we think are wrong or going to hurt the country, we have to be very forthright in saying that. Last week, when President-elect Trump named his nominees for key positions, I wrote a column saying that some of them seemed qualified and reasonable choices. Others seemed to be coming at their jobs with a wrecking ball. They were going after the military and intelligence agencies, it seemed from their past statements, in a way that would only harm those institutions.
That's David Ignatius from the Washington Post. He was on the Morning Joke today. That's Joe and Mika's show on MSNBC. And they're referring to, of course, Joe and Mika going to Mar-a-Lago to sit down with Donaldus Magnus El Trompito, the 45th president of these United States, making reference to the fact that, yes, they are in the news and truth business, and we've got to do what we've got to do, yada, yada, yada. Of course, you heard Sonny Hostin earlier saying, no, we're not. We don't have to talk to Trump. He's the bad guy who did this. He's the bad guy who did that, blah, 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 blah. And if you missed my commentary on that, make sure you check it out. We also had a very good conversation with Jordan Sekulow, who weighed in on Tulsi Gabbard. So if you missed that, in some places, maybe you can hear it right after this hour. But I want to get your thoughts on the media. Let us hit the phones. Let's go to the caller I identified during the break. I don't know what number. There we go. Mel, Albany, New York, WGDJ. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Rich. Thank you for taking my call.
Yes,
I had the unpleasant opportunity last evening to watch the beginning of 60 Minutes and Scott Pelley. This goes along with keeping truth and honesty with the media. Scott Pelley went through the picks, some of the picks that Donald Trump has picked for his cabinet, and criticized them all on not being qualified. Now, I'm a truck driver, so I have a special passion with the Department of Transportation. And Pete Buttigieg, his only qualifications, he said this, and I've got it on record, that his only qualifications is that he likes trains and that he rode one once. And he has taken this department and has made it absolutely shambles and dangerous, where he is not letting his people police the trucking industry and the FMCSA rule book, and letting drivers come into this country, get their license on underground schools. They can't speak English. They can't write English. Thus, they're causing a lot of accidents and putting the general motoring public in severe danger.
Yeah. You know, Mel, this whole thing is out of control. And yeah, A, the immigration problem is a problem. B, the media is a problem. And again, we can't just say, hey, the media is a problem, so we're coming after you. The government can never come after the media. That's what makes the media so amazing, right? The minute they can go after the left wing, they can come after the right wing and everybody in the middle, which means they'll eventually come after me. So this is why we have to all, stand up for the First Amendment and freedom of speech. But I will say it's that same thing that allows us to do it, right? The fact that you can talk your trash lets me talk mine. And I think that's the most important part of it, is that we have to be able to do what we do. But for that, being able to call what you just did, right? You just gave a whole bunch of Americans the scoop on Scott Pelley and yesterday's 60 Minutes. And you made an excellent point. Mel, your point about the qualifications of not only Secretary Buttigieg, but so many of the Democrat secretaries, it's the old saying, right? People who live in glass houses should not throw stones. Well, guess what? That's all the Democrats do, right? In my opinion, they sit there and they will complain about this one's not qualified for that, but yet they have a bunch of people that aren't qualified. They just put up an incredibly unqualified candidate. Now, yeah, on paper, she was great. She was great. She was former vice president. She was a prosecutor. She was this, that, and the third. But we saw exactly what she brought to the table, and Americans rejected her and her lack of experience big time. Or as Trump would say, bigly, they rejected her bigly. So, Mel, you're 100% right. Thanks for the call, brother. Shout out to WGDJ. That's Paul Vandenberg country. And in New York, let's continue. I want to go to Tony. Tony's calling us from Montreal, Canada, streaming the show at richvaldez.com. Tony, go ahead.
How you doing, Rich?
Great, thank you.
I love the show. And I just wanted to mention two things. Really quickly, Trump has, posted somewhere, I guess, on Truth, that he is going to go after universities and institutions that are promoting the DEI, BLMism, the white supremacy issue, where they're going to be discriminating on the basis of those criterion. He's basically said he's going to file civil rights actions against these universities, and if they're found guilty, he's going to fine them, reduce federal funding, and he's going to fine them up to the value. He said he would implement, I don't know,
for their endowment.
Implement the rule to take their endowments, okay?
Yeah.
And another thing I just want to mention, I love how you end your show with the expression alla prossimo, because in Italian it's alla prossimo too. And in French and Canada we say ora tu. So it's all kind of cool that you do that in Spanish. I love that. I just want to finish with this one point, okay? That lady that called you, I don't know if she was a guest or she was a call-in, but that is what Trump is talking about, that proselytization and propaganda where that person has been brainwashed. Look, I went to a liberal arts Ivy League school, and I was taught one thing in the 70s and the 80s. Think for yourself, not getting propagandized. I had conservative economics people that believed in Arthur Laffer, Milton Friedman, and I had very, very liberal teachers, but they were not way out in the crazy lands. They were in the center, man. We're Rich. We're out of control, eh? And we were at the
I know,
abyss.
brother.
And that legacy media that you're talking about, that will not accept the defeat, that's trouble for us and the Republicans. And what you were talking about, the Constitution protects the president. That's why it was called all the president's men when Nixon was around. He needed that reinforcement. And in Roman times, they had the centurions around the Caesars. Well, guess what? We need the centurions around him because, Rick, these guys are out there. These psychos are out there. And I want him to make the inauguration, and I want him to do 4 years because he is a revolutionary president, much more than anybody has seen since John F. Kennedy. And I'm a Canadian guy, so you can go and tell all your, the anti-Trumpers, I got no money in this game. I'm just an outsider watching this, and I'm cheering for Trump because he's going to do good for the world.
Oh, Tony, thank you for that. I appreciate it, and I think it's really well put. And I'm glad you had a good education. I think a lot of people did in the 80s, in the 90s, even into around the 2000s, like early 2000s. And it kind of started to dissipate around that time. where it became, like controlled by communist sympathizers in higher education, within academia, and they took over. And now we're working against the damage that's been done, producing graduates that believe things like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, all out crazy, my least favorite congresswoman from the Bronx and Queens. She has this thought process that it's not that I just disagree with it. It's that it's wrong, right? And it's not only wrong, she agrees with Marx. Now, you could say, well, Rich, she disagrees with you because you're an adherent of the teachings of Christ. That's fine. My worldview might be based on a biblical worldview, but at the end of the day, you mentioned something. You said you had reasonable people that taught you economics, like that understood Laffer and Milton Friedman and Thomas Sowell. Right? These people make sense. It is a science, and you can't really argue a good economy versus a bad one. Some people still do. Some people will say that, the Reagan economy was horrible, that the first Trump economy was horrible. I think it was Madison that said, never engage in a battle of wits with an unarmed man, or it was Franklin. But either way, I agree with that statement. Sometimes it's just not worth it. You can't feed the trolls or they'll come back. Tony in Montreal, Canada, thank you for your kind words and for your thoughtful comment. I appreciate it. Shout out to you. And folks, we're coming right back. Don't go anywhere.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays, and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 12/28, in-store only.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com. Don't miss out on Black Friday sales, live now through November 30th.
Rita, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
Voted best head of hair in live late night radio 6 years in a row. It's Rich Valdez.
All right, to the middle of America we go, to Downers Grove, Illinois. Let's check in with Mark. Go right ahead. WLS. All right, Mark's not available. Let's go to Mike. Hello. Valdosta, Georgia. Mike is listening online. Mike, go right ahead.
Hello. Congratulations on what you're doing so well. Keep it up. Don't be distracted left or right. Thank you very much tonight for Paul Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
And also Colonel Holton, because those two people, if they didn't hear it, they need to get back and hear them quickly, because they got the minds in the right places. I want to emphasize and focus on the District of Columbia, and I'm calling it the D.C. zone, because right this moment it is the dumpster crash zone. Every one of these lawyers who are excellent and evil are running out and having to clear their files, and that's that part of the night. You do a great job. I want people to know that. I also want to make this statement. Beware immoral equivalence. That can happen, and we can get off down trails that lose focus. That's the thing that's great about the focus, is because the number two person that the president-elect has chosen at the Attorney General's office, that number two person, I think, is Johnson, and he and all cabinet offices, the number two is the one that does the management and does the deeds. And
right.
of course,
And you know, Mike, the number two person that he picked was his criminal lawyer, Todd Blanche, at least in the Department of Justice, to be the deputy AG. And he's a heck of a lawyer. And of course, there's also another huge, very consequential role at the Department of Justice, which is the chief of staff to the Department of Justice, right? Chief of staff to the Attorney General. And this is also a very, very both managerial and hands-on, research-oriented kind of role. Famous ones I can think of are the great one, Mark Levin was chief of staff to the Department of Justice in the Reagan years under Attorney General Edwin Meese, as well as the chief of staff to the Department of Justice during the Bush years, a guy named Matthew Whitaker, who went on to become Attorney General himself. So both excellent lawyers and former Attorney General in his own right. So, yeah, definitely an important role, and I'm looking forward to seeing who they pick for that as well, because that's going to help them with their day-to-day and, the functionality, I should say, and operations of the DOJ. So thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. Shout out to everybody in Valdosta, Georgia. And let us continue. I want to go with Brian, Brunswick, Maine, WLOB. Go for it.
Hey, Rich. Been listening to you ever since you took the helm.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate
that. The only thing I really wanted to say is, it's kind of off the rails that what Biden is doing right now. Is there any way that we, the people, can just get these people to frick out?
Well, I have to say this. Look, I think, yes, I mean, the constitutional remedy for that is an impeachment, right? An impeachment and a removal, but extremely unlikely unless your name is Trump. And even then they couldn't remove him, right? If you'll recall, they impeached Trump at the end of his term. In fact, he wasn't even president anymore when the whole thing went through. That's how ridiculous they were. But yeah, I mean, with a lame duck president, Biden's on his way out. It would be silly to impeach him at this point. They could, use a public spectacle and say, hey, look, Mr. President, we don't want you to do this and that and whatever, out of respect for the incoming administration. But at the same time, reverse the roles. Imagine it's Trump. Trump's not running again. It's the end of his term. He's got 62 days left in office. And an incoming Democrat says, hey, you're not allowed to be commander-in-chief because I'm here now and I won. I haven't even been sworn in yet. and I'm planning on doing X, Y, and Z, I could see Trump telling him, oh, you know what you do? You can go pound salt, right? And I would probably support him in saying that. So as we reverse those roles, I would say Biden, he's entitled to do what he's got to do. And I hope that he doesn't do stupid things. I wish that he would slow down these things. I wish that, we did have a little bit of leverage to maybe say, hey, look, if you keep up, what you're doing, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. And I don't know what types of tricks Trump has up his sleeve, what type of leverage he may or may not have. But I think it's a good idea. Now, if Trump knows something that we don't like, this is only posturing. This is just getting Zelensky happy, saying, yeah, we're going to send you these missiles, but maybe he never gets them. Or Biden saying, hey, look, we're going to send you these missiles. However, I'm allowing it, but it probably won't go through until Trump is here, so he's going to have to finally approve it. Yeah, some sort of fine print like that, and it very, very well be that way. That could also be the thing. I don't know, and as it unfolds, we'll find out more. I can't imagine that that Biden wants to set off the potentiality to have a third world war right before he leaves office. While some are saying this is his legacy, I would say, yes, it's his legacy, and this isn't the one that he wants. That's my thoughts. Brian in Brunswick, Maine, thank you, brother. Shout out to everybody listening on WLOB. Great station. Folks, I'll do one more, and then we'll come back. Let's go to Jeffrey, Logan, Utah, KZNU. Go right ahead.
Yes, sir. Staying with the same train of thought, I think it would be insane of the U.S. government to not take Biden out of the saddle when we know that he is demented and senile, to give him the authority to pass those rockets on that could cause World War III.
Yeah, listen, I'm with you. I think the argument that I'm going to hear from the other side is when Trump was in office, he sent missiles to Ukraine, right? He sent them, if it was Patriots or whatever it was, he sent them. No, not Patriots, but anyway, the point was he sent them some, I think, anti-tank type of stuff, and they were like, wow, that's great. Thank you for, giving them lethal aid, because Ukraine hasn't been armed with lethal aid in forever. Obama was very weak on the aid that he gave to Ukraine. Okay, super. So Trump was lauded for sending lethal aid. Now, here comes Biden, who since the very beginning, these people have been saying, we need air support, we need this, we need that. And we said we were giving them F-15s, and that took a million different years till we promised to send them. And I don't even know if they've even gotten them yet. But I do know that now they're saying, oh, we're going to send you these long-range missiles that could hit the Kremlin. This could very easily be, part of Trump's negotiation, right? He said, hey, listen, Joe, I need you, before you leave office, I need you to say, hey, I'm going to send you these things because we want to keep Vlad in check. And we want to see what Vlad says. But rather than me say it, I'm going to have you say it. And Joe, sure thing, Trumpy. Who knows? I don't know what's going on behind the scenes here, but we'll continue to war game it. Jeffrey in Logan, Utah, KZNU. Thank you for the call. Folks, coming right back. Don't go anywhere.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, cultural enrichment, and all-inclusive fares. Discover more at Viking.com.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Estella's Pharma.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com. Don't miss out on Black Friday sales live now through November 30th.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 12/28, in-store only.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, cultural enrichment, and all-inclusive fares. Discover more at Viking.com.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching
Does this have peanuts?
to waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply. Bye.
Let's go to Geiger in Akron, Ohio on WNIR. Geiger, quickly.
You coming up? Hey, how are you?
Wonderful, quickly.
Right on. Hey, so, I was telling you guys that the Republicans have spent the last 60 years calling the Democrats socialists, and now they're all hysterical because the Democrats are calling them fascists, and they both need to knock it off. It doesn't do our country any good to be insulting each other.
Let them both keep going and let the people decide. It worked out really well this last election, so keep it up. It's working out just fine. Larry in Joplin, Missouri, KZRG. No, you don't get to extend the presidency for wartime. Phil in Pittsburgh, we'll hear about the homelessness tomorrow if possible. Frank in Evergreen, hasta la próxima. Take care, good night, and God bless. I'm Rich Valdez.
Mom, you know how I've always wanted a dog? It would mean the world to me this Christmas.
Sweetie, a dog is a big responsibility. Are you sure you're ready for that?
Yes, Mom. Let me show you how responsible I've become.
Well, I've heard about this program that the Doggy House is doing. Home for the holidays? They're asking people to foster shelter dogs from November 15th through January 15th. These dogs don't have anyone to come home to for the holidays.
Oh, please, Mom. I want to show you I'm ready. And we could be the family a shelter dog needs this Christmas.
All right. I think we can do that. I'll call the Doggy House, 931-244-0265. Let's give a dog in need a warm, loving home for the holidays.
For more information on fostering a dog this holiday season, contact the Doggy House at 931-244-0265 or visit 815 Gaither Avenue in Lawrenceburg to learn more. Mom, we can name him Jingles or Frosty or Holly. I know, Rudolph.
I think you're getting a little ahead of yourself.
A Moment in Real Estate with my dad, Jeff Hood.
I get asked a lot about what the market's going to do. How's the real estate market? I've been selling real estate for a long time. And nobody has a crystal ball. And you know what? When it's your time to buy or your time to sell, it really doesn't matter what the market's doing. It's your time, and you have to do something maybe. What makes a difference is the agents and the experience that go to work for you. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, located here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. We can help.
Hood Company, powered by Keller Williams, the #1 name in real estate.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Stryker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Stryker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Stryker Steakhouse on Facebook or eatatstrykers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
Missiles to attack inside Russia. Republican Senator Josh Hawley blaming the
Biden administration and tells Fox News.
Looks like a green light for escalation on the part of Ukraine and then Russia, as you pointed out. What would happen if Russia would launch and retaliate missiles into the territory of a NATO member? Then our treaty obligations would be triggered. Then we're talking about a full-scale war. I can't imagine that President Trump wants that. He's been totally against it.
Moscow warns that giving Ukraine that permission will add fuel to the fire. President-elect Trump nominates Fox Business host and former congressman from Wisconsin, Sean Duffy, to be transportation secretary.
The president-elect saying in a statement Sean will use his experience and the relationships he has built over many years in Congress to maintain and rebuild our nation's infrastructure. Duffy leaving Congress in 2019 after serving 9 years representing Wisconsin's 7th and largest district. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Republicans in the Senate plan to start work on confirming the president-elect's nominees as soon as he's sworn in.
The Senate confirmed 2 of Mr. Trump's nominees on Inauguration Day 2017. President Biden scored 1 confirmation on opening day 4 years ago. But Democrats caution against moving too quickly or even bypassing the standard confirmation process, installing nominees when Congress is out of session.
Fox's Chad Program. And the Library of Congress notifies lawmakers of a cyber attack on its IT system. The library says hackers were able to breach emails between some congressional offices and library staff between January and September. America's listening to Fox News.
The world of business moves fast. Stay on top of it with the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday. Fox Business reporters, anchors, and hosts will bring you beneath the stock market speculation and boardroom drama to tell you about the biggest business stories of today. Whether you're on Main Street or Wall Street, Fox Business is invested in you.
Listen to the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday at foxbusinesspodcasts.com or wherever you download your favorite podcasts.
It is time to take the quiz.
5 days a week, it's 5 questions in less than 5 minutes. We ask people on the streets of New York City to play along. Let's see how you do.
Including the pre-Super Bowl era, what NFL franchise has won the most NFL championships?
I'm going to say the Cowboys.
I guess I would say the Packers.
How'd you do? Exactly. These get tougher, so hang on.
Make sure you take the quiz every weekday at thequiz.fox. Thank you for taking the quiz.
Trial begins in Minnesota in a human smuggling case after the freezing deaths of an Indian family at the U.S.-Canada border.
Federal prosecutors accuse an Indian national and a Florida man of being a part of a criminal network that made money smuggling families into the U.S., including a couple and 2 children who died crossing the Canada-U.S. border 2 years ago. In gusting snow and sub-zero temperatures, they froze to death. The U.S. Border Patrol arrested more than 14,000 Indians on the Canadian border in 2022, when the Pew Research Center estimates there were more than 725,000 Indians living illegally in the U.S., behind only Mexicans and El Salvadorans. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
A judge strikes down Wyoming's overall ban on abortion and its first in the nation prohibition of medications to end pregnancy. The judge ruling the abortion ban violates women's rights under the state constitution. New York City's plan to use congestion pricing in Manhattan to raise funds for mass transportation is moving forward.
Much of the public supported it.
Our transit infrastructure is at a breaking point. Congestion pricing is how we fix it.
But there were still skeptics
who worry that the funds will just go into a black box.
But New York's Metropolitan Transportation Authority approved a $9 charge for cars to get into parts of Manhattan. Governor Kathy Hochul lifted a pause and lowered the price from $15 last week. MTA CEO Jano Lieber says buses and subways will benefit.
The transit system is the lifeblood of New York, but I also think it's the pride of New York. Even when it's imperfect.
Funds raised will go to fix those imperfections and be a model that other U.S. cities may consider exploring. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
And the Houston Texans never trailed while handing the Dallas Cowboys their 5th straight loss, 34-10, Monday night. I'm Carmen Roberts, and this is Fox News.
Get ready for another incredible WLX Country Cafe with Dave Wilbur, straight from the Music Row charts. Dave's new single, Christian County Homecoming Queen, is out now and climbing the charts.
Christian County Homecoming Queen.
Enjoy lunch and fantastic music, all while supporting a worthy cause. A portion of the proceeds will benefit X-Care's disaster relief. Don't miss Dave Willard at WLX Cafe on November 21st, promptly at 12 noon after the local news. The WLX Cafe is located in the back of the radio station on North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Tickets are $5 each for general admission, or you can reserve a table for 6 with prime seating for $50. To purchase tickets, stop by WLX or call 931-762-6200. Brought to you by Bud Light and Vulco Automotive.
Now, it's Red Eye Radio. Gary McNamara and Eric Harley talk about everything from politics to social issues and news of the day. Whether you're up late or you're just starting your day, welcome to the show. From the Uniden America Studios, this is Red Eye Radio.
Go ahead.
No, you do it.
You started first. I'm not going to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry. Welcome. Good morning.
Whatever.
My voice isn't as powerful as when you lead off on this segment
about
here.
that. Let's not get into that.
We are Red Eye Radio.
Yeah. I like what one of our producers, Ron, said during the break. Listen, go back to sleep. There's nothing going on here.
Well,
to our audience, don't make this about you.
Well, I was just so excited, though, because I cannot believe if you would have told me, 4 years ago or 8 years ago that Trump would unite the nation the way that he is doing it, I'm telling you, I would not have believed it.
Well, I mean, it's confirmation he is the great uniter.
Yes.
This was the last front to convert the anchor of MSNBC, the anchor program for MSNBC, is Joe and Mika.
Right, to sit down and have a civil discussion with Trump. Now, interestingly enough, it seems like the left is upset about that, and we don't know why, because when you look at it, let's just break it down for a second here. Yeah. Because, hold it, let me just take a sip of coffee. Okay. I need to enjoy this. So if just when you're drinking coffee, you enjoy it more.
Right.
For example, just this weekend where you see it, and we had talked about it when we came in yesterday, because it really now is all over sports, the Trump dance. And now it's like, wow, Trump is now part of a positive part of American culture in sports.
Well,
they're all doing the Trump dance. Everyone's doing it.
They're doing it in soccer. It's become global. It's international.
It's in soccer. And that's why last year Megan Rapinoe had to retire, because she knew this was coming.
Yeah.
All right, I made that up. But I mean, when you and we had said this way back, when the Harris campaign said, "Oh, okay, we're going to build a wall, and we're really going to build a wall," and Trump couldn't get his wall done. I get the wall done. It'll be bigger and better. We'll have solar panels on it. We'll have windmills on it. We'll have, And at that point, we said, "Okay, well, what's going on?" And if you see, for example, in a lot of cities out there, if you see what's going on in the election, a lot of these proposals that different states had, where they're moving in the direction of Trump. When you have the city of Dallas, a Democrat city in the last election, vote for, have a referendum to put more police on the street.
Right.
If there's not enough police on the street. I mean, these things are
the
just...
city whose mayor converted to the Republican Party.
Exactly. And on all these major issues now, Democrats are agreeing with Republicans. What was the Rasmussen poll I want to look at from yesterday? Here we go. Should federal election laws require that all votes be counted and the final results be reported within 12 hours of polls closing on Election Day? All voters, 63%. Democrats, 56% yes. Independents, 58% yes. GOP, 76% yes. The majority of Democrats want the elections done within 12 hours.
Right.
I mean, all this uniting, and this is Trump bringing everybody together on the issues and in the, because it's not just on the issues now it's on the culture. Trump, I thought I'd never say this. Are you ready? Mm-hmm. Trump is cool.
Well, he's probably, look, he's already had a sit down. No, they went to him for a sit down, Joe and Mika. And by all accounts, it was a very nice conversation. No, we told him we disagree with things. And this isn't, we're not trying to normalize them. We're not trying to normalize them. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. You're trying to normalize them. You're trying to normalize
You want to go to one of the Hitler parties. Hitler throws really good parties. That's
right.
What it is. Yeah.
You want to dance at Mar-a-Lago, don't you?
Exactly.
Mika, I want to dance in Mar-a-Lago with the rest of them.
Right.
Yeah.
He wants to dance with Mika when Trump DJs. You heard about that? Trump DJs down there.
I love the Keith Olbermann response. I don't think we can say it verbatim. I just love it. By the way, might be one of the only times I've ever agreed with Keith Olbermann.
Well, he said, I'll read they can never be trusted again. Mm-hmm. Not that those words should have ever been trusted. Mm-hmm. He goes, breaking news, I told you so. Mm-hmm. They are Trump collaborators. Mm-hmm. Not that those words ever should have been trusted. They are confidence tricksters and grifters. Mm-hmm. Said Katie Fang from MSNBC, normalizing Trump is a bad idea, period. And then
he went on went straight after Scarborough.
And then they had the, what else? I don't have the full quote. You got the full quote?
Basically, I can't say the full quote. I don't have it in front of me, but Joe Scarborough has always been a political prostitute. Prostitute was not the word he used. Yeah.
Here it is, progressive podcast host Dean Obadala. Given Morning Joe and Mika are now sucking up to Trump, I want to reshare my clip from MSNBC on Friday when I made it clear we will never surrender to Trump. We will take the fight to him. We will not meet him halfway on his fascism. We know who he is, and more importantly, we know who we are.
Yeah.
And then you go on Blue Sky where the liberals are going. But did you see the problems Blue Sky is having? I wonder if one of the reasons was because of what happened with Morning Joe. Because there were calls for censoring, there's child pornography. They had to basically say, okay, wait a minute, we've got to start vetting our people better that we let on there, right?
Yeah.
That's what happened yesterday.
Right.
A Media News editor-in-chief, Morning Joe jumped the shark. Disgusting, said MSNBC analyst Jennifer Rubin. Washington Post columnist, disgusting.
Yeah.
He sold out for access. We will not forget. And if we survive the next 4 years, we will not forgive.
Wow.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, that made my day yesterday. Yeah. We'll have the audio coming up here in a little bit, but that absolutely made my day. Really did.
Yeah.
Like, wow. That was
it was beautiful. The great uniter, as we've been saying. Look, don't ask us. Look at the election results. It has liberals fuming. How dare you? How dare you? You look at all the demographics and the breakdown there and going after them. And by the way, they knew this was going to happen. Remember Obama going after black men and how they vote.
Oh, yeah.
This is something they knew was going to happen. They saw it. Their internals showed them the ugly truth for them. I think it's kind of beautiful.
Then the staffers, MSNBC staffers, are lashing out at Morning Show co-hosts.
Yeah. All right.
After they shocked their liberal viewers by revealing their recent Mar-a-Lago meeting with President-elect Donald Trump. Cowardice.
Yeah.
One MSNBC employee reacted to Fox News Digital, doing exactly what Tim Snyder warns on our air not to do. Obey in advance. It's disgusting, but frankly unsurprising. The sources said MSNBC rank and file are now largely disdainful of the network's morning stars, saying it feels like they are just opportunistic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, wow. And just going through all these. Katie Fang is right. It's normalization, and it's access BS. The MSNBC employee told Fox News Digital journalists don't need access to their subjects to hold them an account. None of it is believable. The obvious answer is believable. They are opportunists. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
The insider expressed concerns that MSNBC will face significant blowback as a result. Well, their ratings right now aren't that good to begin with.
Yeah.
Meeting with left-wing viewers already lashing out, some already calling for a boycott of the network. This feels serious, they said. I can't imagine Comcast minds this development, but the MSNBC people do.
Mm-hmm. How many people are going to quit? Hostile work environment. It's a hostile work environment. We can't work there anymore.
That was almost as good as, we'll get to this story later on about remember when the DNC, how proud they were? We're going to have a union. Remember that?
Yeah.
Well, now the union's furious.
Yeah.
The union is furious, absolutely furious about the whole thing.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, it's it's over and over again. Look, it's if you think about it, it's what the liberals have been preaching about forever. We need both sides. It's usually right after they lose. We need both sides to work together. We need both sides to work together. Schumer was saying it recently. Come on, we need both sides to come together. We expect the incoming administration and the GOP to work with Democrats and blah, 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 just like we did. Oh, you mean with that one person? That one person whose father is Satan? You worked with Liz Cheney and, I'll give you two. We have to go back a ways. And John McCain. But they've been preaching both sides should work together. They need to come together. They need to come together. Well, Mika and Joe have seen the light. I think Joe's going to be wearing a MAGA hat for the rest of the week. I'm not sure. That could be something I'm making up right now. Could be. Olbermann's reaction was the perfect icing on that cake.
I tend to think it's two things. Number one, they're feeling it from management.
Mm-hmm.
The direction where MSNBC is going, even Comcast is looking to go, this is just, you cannot continue with the insanity on there, because it's insanity.
Yeah.
You're defending insane positions, everything else.
Right.
I think the pressure from management is there, and also I think that they're looking to get access.
Yeah.
I do agree with that one MSNBC insider that said access. You and I have lived in that world before, where, you're in this business and all you do is you want to get whatever guests you can get. It doesn't matter. You won't argue with those guests. You won't do anything. Now, I think they would probably argue with Trump. I don't believe they're going to get Trump on the air as president. That's probably what their goal is.
Yeah.
let's get Trump on and then, probably try to, just sabotage him when he comes on. I wouldn't put that by them. But the fact is they were so friendly beforehand, as you know. But he knows their positions already.
Yeah, of course.
Like Trump doesn't know what their positions are. If you want to come talk, fine, come talk. But
right,
sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, I don't know what Trump said to them, because if they come, I go, what are you talking about? Me? You're the one that lied to the American public that said this is the best version of Joe Biden. You lie every single day. Don't talk to me about any lies. Don't accuse me of lies when you were gaslighting on that one, Joe. Right?
Right. Well, that's the whole thing, and it is over and over again. He's done this, gaslighting and virtue signaling thing, and anything else his wife tells him to do. And it's been this show for the longest time, and I don't mean show as in TV program. I mean a show. It was a show when he was serving in office. He's not a conservative, never has been. Period. I don't care what he says.
Yeah.
You run in that district as a Republican and you get your name out there, there's a decent chance you're going to win.
He did say that a couple of months ago, didn't he? That he actually said, being a conservative.
Yeah.
It's like, shut up.
Yeah. God. Right. Yeah. Sorry. No, you're not. And you never have been.
866-98-RED-EYE.
This report is brought to you by Shell Rotella. With advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running with more mileage and less maintenance. Cold temperatures and water can lead to only one outcome, and ice has no place in the truck's air system. That's why it's crucial to keep your air system moisture-free as the temperatures begin to drop. Make sure your air system is in top condition before plunging temperatures put it to the test. In addition to changing your air dryer desiccant cartridge and draining your air tanks, make sure that no alterations have been made to the air compressor discharge line. This can dramatically increase the amount of moisture in the air system. Lastly, have a professional technician check the condition of your air dryer heater, purge valve, and check valve.
Get in touch with Red Eye Radio, toll free at 866-90-RED-EYE.
Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense 7-in-1 diesel and anti-gel and fuel booster. Available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, and HotShotSecret.com.
These days, it might seem hard to find a job with a future where people are valued and appreciated. But at Chick-fil-A Supply, we don't just offer jobs. We offer purpose-driven careers. As part of Chick-fil-A's distribution network, we ensure the ingredients that make the foods customers love are reliably delivered to Chick-fil-A restaurants. If you're interested in a role in transportation, warehouse, or front office, we're interested in you. To learn more, visit cfa-supply.com.
So much information, so little time, and so many sources that may not have your best interest in mind. For over 100 years, Fleet Owner has been your #1 source of reliable industry news. Whether you need the most up-to-date news from our daily Newsline newsletter, the latest on EVs and the changing alternative fuel landscape from our emissions and efficiency newsletter, or you are looking for Class 1 through 6 info from our HD Pickup and Van newsletter, you've come to the right place. Fleet Owners newsletters are crafted by industry experts and award-winning editors with you in mind. We are dedicated to bringing you the right news and information at the right time. Combine those newsletters with our print publication, and you have a combination that cannot be beat. Sign up today for the newsletter or newsletters that fit your needs at fleetowner.com. For industry news and trends, that is fleetowner.com. That's fleetowner.com.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund is excited to offer a 12-week comprehensive health and wellness program for all Class A over-the-road truck drivers. Health Habits for the Long Haul is a free interactive program focusing on nutrition, hydration, movement, stress, and more. Drivers have free access to a health coach to develop healthy habits. Visit truckersfund.org under the Health and Wellness tab to register today. truckersfund.org.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Carly, and I'm Gary McNamara. Did you see? We had played yesterday William Shatner on with Bill Maher. Oh, and it went viral. And William Shatner, he was like, and he wasn't being mean or anything. He was just genuine, saying, "How could she possibly lose? How could Harris lose?" And, you know, and Bill Maher was trying to be very, very nice. Well, he goes, well, I mean, but she was black and she was a woman. He goes, well, those aren't positions. So that's identity politics.
Right.
And so William Shatner writes, now let's talk for a moment about the stupidity. I mentioned casually, without any passion or actual allegiance, how I didn't understand how Harris could lose to someone that I feel is an expert in distilling facts without a bias. It was all in no, he didn't. It was all in a 3-minute conversation in a 2-hour podcast, that's all. The awful people who get off by writing terrible things about an innocent expression of curiosity so they can get views are out of my control. This is a reason that 2 million and one why podcasts are bad. Long form can easily be taken out of context. It wasn't taken out of context.
Anything can be taken out of context.
Yeah, but that wasn't.
Right.
It wasn't. And
by the way, it was part of that was the topic of that entire, that segment. Right. That doesn't, there is nothing, if you add to that, there is nothing, no one's claiming, that he was angry or claiming anything. He was just bewildered, and he just admitted that again. Yeah. His own response reiterated the fact that he seems confused.
Right. It's like, how can you be confused?
It's very clear. Well, I mean, again, unless you're living in that bubble and you're just not paying attention.
Yeah.
If you're just, if you just glance over at your phone or something and see a headline that says she's leading in all the key states or whatever, according to the polls, then yeah, you can be willfully ignorant.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
My name is John David Carpton.
Dr. Kimberly Stegmeyer.
Dr. Edith Perez.
I'm a medical oncologist.
And I focus on cancer prevention. People are always asking me, why?
Why do I do this work?
2 words come to mind for me. One is responsibility. The other is purpose.
There was a child that, I took care of and adored, and she said to me, Dr. Kim, will you remember me forever? Sorry. It's been a hard year.
Every day I think of the faces of patients when I see their smiles, when I tell them that new treatments are helping their lives. It's just so inspiring to do research that impacts human lives.
Stand Up to Cancer has been a critical partner in advancing research for cancer.
Cancer research saves lives.
So please help us fight in this battle against cancer.
Be a part of the team that ends cancer at standuptocancer.org.
Furnished by Stand Up to Cancer.
Visit Truckers Paradise at truckersparadise.com. That's truckersparadise.com. And stay up to date with them on Facebook, a real truckers destination.
If you drive a big rig, you know that more time on the road means more money in your pocket. Shell Rotella, with advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running and save you money in the long run. Trade up to Shell Rotella, and you'll get superior protection against engine wear. That means less time in the shop and more time on the road. It also means you'll get more chances to see North America's finest roadside attraction, cows, cornfields, cows in cornfields. It's lovely this time of year. Shell Rotella's advanced synthetic technology also offers extended drain intervals, helping your rig go farther between oil changes. So you'll make less pit stops. Well, unless you need to restock on snacks, we really can't help you with that. But if you're looking to help your big rig engine live longer, look no further. Superior protection, less maintenance. That's what you can expect from the #1 heavy-duty engine oil in North America. Shell Rotella, for the long haul. Explore the full lineup of Shell Rotella products at rotella.com/longhaul. The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings, which includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road truck drivers. For more information or to sign up for a program, go to the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund website at truckersfund.org. These programs are made possible by Southern Recipe, call on Doc. Road Pro family of brands, OOIDA, and Grinds. Again, you can go to truckersfund.org for more.
You're a threat to democracy if you don't download our app, Red Eye Radio.
And he's Eric Carly, and I'm Gary McNamara. I didn't know that there was a fake Truth Social post that Newsweek posted that claimed it was from Trump concerning Mika and Joe. And
well, Newsweek embedded the fake post into their article about what's, this whole thing with Mika and Joe. And the way they write it is a post on social media platform X claimed that Trump described Brzezinski and as charming in a Truth Social post following. I'm sorry. Is that the first clue where it's fake?
Always looking for those clues. How can this be fake?
Yeah, following a supposed meeting with her and Joe Scarborough at Mar-a-Lago. And the account that posted it, they embedded it from the X account that posted it, and it was by all accounts fake. All the response to it is he never posted that on
community
Truth Social.
notes.
And here's the fake post this morning. Morning Joe and Mika, who owe their careers to me. This is supposed to be Trump on Truth Social. Who owe their careers to me. By the way, it sounds fairly genuine so far. Went on their show and claimed to have met with me. They made it sound like we had a summit. The truth is, Joe begged to meet with me after our big win. Both big and win have capital letters on the B and the W. And when I finally agreed, he approached me like a scolding dog. I'm not so sure this is fake. I'm not so sure I want it to be fake. He should consider himself lucky that I didn't have him thrown out a beautiful Mar-a-Lago. Mika was charming as usual. But all the response to it, and the open sourcing and readers adding context on X, tore it apart and said this is not true. And then the responses also to that post, the replies to that post in that thread, or the majority of them were saying this is fake. It was never posted on Truth Social. But well, we can always hope.
Well, look, this is part of the circular firing squad that that is going on right now in in the left, in the Democratic Party. Let's play part of what they had to say yesterday when they announced it. This is Morning Joe and Mika.
Okay. Over the past week, Joe and I have heard from so many people, from political leaders to regular citizens, deeply dismayed by several of President-elect Trump's cabinet selections, and they are scared. Last Thursday, we expressed our own concerns on this broadcast and even said we would appreciate the opportunity to speak with the president-elect himself. On Friday, we were given the opportunity to do just that. Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago to meet personally with President-elect Trump. It was the first time we have seen him in 7 years.
Now, we talked about a lot of issues, including abortion, mass deportation, threats of political retribution against political opponents, and media outlets. We talked about that a good bit. And it's going to come as no surprise to anybody who watches this show, has watched it over the past year or over the past decade, that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of issues, and we told him so.
What we did agree on was to restart communications. My father often spoke with world leaders with whom he and the United States profoundly disagreed. That's a task shared by reporters and commentators alike. We had not spoken to President Trump since March of 2020, other than a personal call Joe made to Trump on the morning after the attempt on his life in Butler, Pennsylvania. In this meeting, President Trump was cheerful, he was upbeat, he seemed interested in finding common ground with Democrats on some of the most divisive issues. And for those asking why we would go speak to the president-elect during such fraught times, especially between us, I guess I would ask back, why wouldn't we? 5 years of political warfare has deeply divided Washington and the country. We have been as clear as we know how in expressing our deep concerns about President Trump's actions and words in the coarsening of public debate. But for nearly 80 million Americans, election denialism, public trials, and January 6th were not as important as the issues that moved them to send Donald Trump back to the White House with their vote. Joe and I realize it's time to do something different, and that starts with not only talking about Donald Trump, but also talking with him.
Well, you just normalized him. You can't do that.
We're not going to normalize him. We're not going to. But you just did.
You just did. I mean, that's. Now, when I saw that, I went, this is going to be interesting. And then I didn't see the response first. I saw, the clip first. And when I got to the end of it, I just went, oh, my God, they just normalized him. The left is going to freak out with this. I'm reading at the post that Scott Jennings put out on it. He wrote, Hitler getting a lot more meeting requests than I would have thought.
Yeah, exactly.
Because remember, that's the whole thing with Trump. You don't talk to him, you don't do anything because he's Hitler and he's a fascist.
Yep.
And so,
they were full on board. I mean, they compared him to fascist leaders, including Hitler, over and over and over again. If you truly believe that, you're going to go kiss the ring. Those are the words being used in the coverage of it. I love it. Go kiss the ring right after your side loses.
I wasn't thinking of a ring, but it's
well. It depends on where he wears the ring, I guess. It's none of my business. That's your body, your choice. But it's the whole thing is it is over and over again the left demonstrating that, of course, they were lying about the Hitler thing. They don't actually believe that, or they truly love Hitler. I don't know. It's one of the two. You'd have to ask them. Over and over again. And we knew that. Everybody knows that. It's because they turn into children. The whole thing at Madison Square Garden. They just turned into children over that. Aha! Hitler! Because Hitler was here, well, not actually here, not in this building, but another building that had the same name a long time ago. Never mind all the Democrats who have spoken also at this building. That's not the conversation. Don't change the topic. It is over and over again them demonstrating how childish they are. And also, you have to look at this and wonder what's happening on the inside at MSNBC. Look, your own audience is done with you. Now, Morning Joe's audience, any liberals left watching that, they're gone. And the thing is that you have to truly define who you are. Well, MSNBC has defined who they were for a long, long time. Joe and Mika included. They can say, Joe can try and claim he's a conservative, but everybody knows he's not. That's laughable. But they change with the wind here.
Later on, he spoke again and said that they're not trying to normalize Trump.
Yeah. That's what I was saying earlier. Yeah,
I mean,
you are. You just did.
Yeah, he said it, though.
Right.
He actually said it, though.
That's
the point. Yeah.
That's what I was saying earlier. They actually said they're trying, we're not trying to normalize them. We're not. You did. You just did.
You just did. Because you don't go to meet with Hitler.
Right. Unreal.
So I'm going through the comments. Brian Stelter from CNN, put that out. One of the first responses, Keith Olbermann.
Oh yeah, I love that.
God.
Yeah,
I'm enjoying Keith Olbermann trolling the left.
Oh, my gosh. It's great. The implosion continues, and they wonder why they can't win.
I love the
elections.
shock. Why is anybody surprised? Since 1998, I've said Scarborough was the worst person I've ever encountered in this business.
The worst? Really?
I don't know how to take that from
worst?
Olbermann. I mean, does that mean he's the best if Olbermann's saying he's the worst?
Yeah, I don't know.
He proves me right year after year. Now the interesting thing is to go and look at the responses to Keith Olbermann.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
On it, which I'm assuming if you're following Keith Olbermann, you're in agreement, more in agreement with him. I just lost where I was looking. Where was
I was waiting for him to go, Mom, would you reboot the computer? Yeah. Yeah, it's sad and funny at the same time. I love it.
Okay, the first one to Olbermann. Just stop it. Please, go take your meds. Actually, the worst person in the business or any media is Olbermann. Literally an insane lunatic.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that's why he's not in the media anymore.
By the way, Keith, Table 5 needs more water. I figured there'd be more people agreeing with Olbermann on that, but no.
Yeah.
Well, I can imagine, though, the people that follow Olbermann have to be from the right just to blast him when he comes out with insanity.
I think so.
That's the
just
thing.
just for the entertainment value alone.
Because nobody takes him seriously.
No, and hasn't. But for me, I haven't. I've never taken him seriously. Yeah, I just. It was the icing on the cake, though. I saw it and I was like, perfect, so perfect.
All right, so here's the thing. So do you send J.D. Vance to go on the show? Not Trump, J.D. Vance.
Maybe, yeah. J.D. will go anywhere. Yeah. But what does MSNBC do, right? What does management do? Because you're struggling to hold on to viewers. And if you anger your base even further by putting on J.D. Vance and then having conversations.
Yeah, right. Because if you're having normal conversations about the issues which they want to discuss, because if you're going to sit there and say, we want to talk January 6th, 6 months from now, nobody's coming on from
the
administration.
Right. It's look, they can't get a win here because you're trying to kumbaya this moment. We're willing to have we want to do something different. Right.
Are there contracts coming up?
I don't know. They might be doing something different altogether. But the response to this is further proof, again, that the left doesn't want to hear anything about having conversations. You know, you hear people, we need someone who can unite the country. They have zero interest in it. I, all along, have said, I'm not interested in uniting the country. I'm not looking for somebody to bring people together. I'm looking for somebody to do the right thing. And if they're doing the right thing, more people will see it. It will naturally bring people together. And that's what we saw November 5th. So that's how it goes down.
Reading from more liberals, why are they normalizing him? There's nothing about him that's normal. I'm so disappointed.
Yeah.
I had to stop watching. It's like, so that's Brian Stelter's response.
Yeah, right.
Olbermann, mostly it's people that look like they're Trump supporters. These idiots had to take the walk of shame because they are about to be axed.
Yeah, all right, whatever.
I would rather see them fired.
Mm-hmm. All right. Whatever.
Oh, my gosh. Just that made my day yesterday.
That was beautiful. It was beautiful.
866-98 Red Eye.
We'll be right back with more Red Eye Radio with Eric Harley and Gary McNamara.
Shell Rotella with advanced synthetic technology. is designed to help keep your rig running with more mileage and less maintenance.
Eric and Gary for the all-new third-generation Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. It's finally here. After 3 years of development, the Eden Pure Thunderstorm works by using O3 molecules and plasma to kill bacteria and viruses while getting rid of any odor.
And Eric, laboratory testing confirms the Thunderstorm eliminates 99.9% of illness-causing germs. Any smell vanishes just in seconds. Odors from pets, gym bags, and more. Odors are no match for the Thunderstorm.
You'll love yours. I love mine. And right now, you can save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, anywhere you need clean, fresh air. Go to EdenPureDeals.com. Use the discount code REDEYE3. Save $200 on 3 Thunderstorms. EdenPureDeals.com. Discount code REDEYE3.
Progressive Commercial presents Heroes That Keep Truckers Going. Today's hero, the vending machine restocker who gave you a free energy drink. Was it out of the kindness of her heart, or was it just one less can she had to stock? Either way, thanks, hero. What else can keep truckers going? Progressive Truck Insurance with primary liability limits up to $2 million. Get a quote in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Covered subject to terms and limits.
So much information, so little time, and so many sources that may not have your best interest in mind. For over 100 years, Fleet Owner has been your #1 source of reliable industry news. Whether you need the most up-to-date news from our daily Newsline newsletter, the latest on EVs and the changing alternative fuel landscape from our emissions and efficiency newsletter, or you are looking for Class 1 through 6 info from our HD Pickup and Van newsletter, you've come to the right place. Fleet Owners newsletters are crafted by industry experts and award-winning editors with you in mind. We are dedicated to bringing you the right news and information at the right time. Combine those newsletters with our print publication, and you have a combination that cannot be beat. Sign up today for the newsletter or newsletters that fit your needs at fleetowner.com. For industry news and trends, that is fleetowner.com. That's fleetowner.com.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund offers free flu, pneumonia, and shingles vaccine vouchers for all uninsured over-the-road truck drivers with a current Class A CDL. Vaccine vouchers can be used at any Walgreens or Kroger store. A copy of your Class A CDL is required with your voucher to receive your vaccine. Go to truckersfund.org under the Health and Wellness tab to get your voucher today. Again, that's truckersfund.org.
Hey everybody, this is Sheriff Myers. I'd like to invite y'all to tune in to the new Local Law Enforcement Hour on 105.3. Starting this month from 5 to 6 p.m. every Thursday night, I'll be hosting a talk radio show discussing everything from crime trends, sheriff's office stats, and a whole lot more. You can also watch the show live on YouTube or the WDXE Facebook page. If you're tired of the same old on the evening news like I am, then sit down, kick back, and turn your radio on and listen to the hottest talk radio show in town.
This Thanksgiving at Canine Solutions, we're positively grateful for all the pets who brighten our days and the wonderful pet parents who trust us to care for them. Whether your dog is staying with us for a cozy retreat or enjoying the holiday at home, we're thankful for the opportunity to be part of their world. From our pack to yours, we wish you a happy Thanksgiving from Canine Solutions.
For the look you want and look you deserve, contact Phil Hooper at HD Ink Screen Printing and Embroidery in Leoma. HD Ink specializes in designing and creating custom apparel and merchandise and have many options to make your custom decorated apparel look its greatest. And they pride themselves with top-notch customer service. HD Ink is located at 26 Ingram Road in Leoma. Just look for the blue roof. Call 931-201-2961 or check out their website, hdinksp.com.
Volco is thrilled to introduce Mike Luna as their newest member of their team. With his impressive 42 years of experience at Napa Auto Parts, Mike brings invaluable expertise to their business. They are excited to announce that they offer parts and manufacture in-house Gates hydraulic hoses. Volco's inventory includes a wide range of fittings from 1/4 inch to 1 1/4 inch, as well as brass, airline, and hydraulic adapter fittings. Visit Volco Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. at 416 Buffalo Road, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
Frisbee Apothecary wants to remind you that one of the joys of Thanksgiving is wishing people close to you a happy holiday season and a healthy life. From all of us, Steve Frisbee and the staff at Frisbee Apothecary.
Yo.
It's Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Carly, and I'm Gary McNamara. Welcome and good morning. Thanks so much for being here this morning. More of Trump's picks coming up here in just a little bit. One of my favorite stories: the Democrat Union of the DNC is upset at all the Kamala Harris spending. The DNC, remember when they were so proud? We're going to have a union. We're going to have a union at the DNC. It's like, well, that's really ridiculous because...
Yeah. How's that going to work? How's that going for you? Yeah.
Democratic Party Union outraged over DNC staffing cuts after historic fundraising.
They raised a bunch of money and didn't give it to us. Well, they laid us off.
Oh, they paid a ton of subcontractors to help with the campaign, didn't they?
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Top of the Hour News is brought to you by House Products. Visit houseproducts.com.
This is Red Eye Radio on Westwood One.
Shell Rotella with advanced synthetic technology is designed to help keep your rig running with more mileage and less maintenance.
Eric Harley here, excited about the opening of the nation's biggest travel center, Truckers Paradise. Over 200,000 square feet of amenities like clean showers and restrooms and no-wait fueling. Kick back at the beach, beer garden, or sports yard while the Tiki Girls bring you delicious meals and drinks. And Truckers Paradise is washing your truck. Many amenities available November 8th at 4321 North I-35, Gainesville, Texas. Go to truckersparadise.com and follow on Facebook.
Hi, Tom Bodette here. If you've logged as many highway miles as me, you've seen billboards claiming the world's best something or other, like the world's best peach pie, chicken gravy pancakes, or the world's best or least worst truck stop bathroom. Well, believe me when I say the world's best night stay is at a Motel 6. Many even have truck parking for all you world's best drivers out there. I'm Tom Bodette, and we'll leave the light on for you.
Attention, are you or a loved one suffering complications after taking Ozempic or Wegovy? These medications may be linked to serious gastrointestinal illnesses. If you've been hospitalized and diagnosed with gastroparesis, chronic vomiting, deep vein thrombosis, or experienced intestinal blockage requiring surgery, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call 888-900-LAW-1 today for a free consultation. That's 888-900-LAW1. Paid for by Tort Defenders. Tort Defenders is not a law firm and does not provide legal services.
There are few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that tangibly make a difference in the lives of professional drivers. Since 2008, nearly 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund when a medical issue took them off the road. St. Christopher steps in by paying necessity household expenses such as mortgage or rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. Drivers want to get back on the road as quickly as possible, and your support helps make that happen. You can learn more about the SEF or make a donation at truckersfund.org. Support our highway heroes by donating today, or consider including the SCF in your estate planning. Again, you can learn more at truckersfund.org. That's truckersfund.org. Truckersfund.org.
As an owner-operator, you have unique needs to ensure you can run a profitable business, deliver on time, and still have time at home with the family. The experts at Fleet Owner bring their expertise to you each week with the For the Driver newsletter. arriving in your inbox every Wednesday morning. This free newsletter will help you stay on point with all of your goals, understand upcoming regulations, and be on the forefront of breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg, broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
The president says it's urgently needed. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. President Biden's asking Congress to approve nearly $100 billion in emergency disaster aid for areas still recovering from Hurricanes Helene and Milton.
Writing the request, the House Speaker Mike Johnson.
We're going to make sure we deliver for the hurricane victims and the people that have suffered from that.
Johnson says lawmakers will evaluate the near $100 billion request. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says
homes need to be rebuilt. Schools need to be reopened. Farmers need to help recover for their losses from ruined crops.
Congress is working out details on a year-end spending bill needed to avoid a government shutdown on December 20th. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
President-elect Trump nominates Sean Duffy to be Transportation Secretary. The former congressman is a host for Fox Business. Democratic Senator Bob Casey, who lost the U.S. Senate race in Pennsylvania to Republican Dave McCormick, is pushing ahead with a recount even after the state Supreme Court ruled against him.
Casey lost narrowly on November 5th, but rather than concede the race, instead, he hired Democratic elections lawyer Mark Elias, despite the fact that McCormick currently leads by around 17,000 votes. So again, the High Court ordered local election board members to comply by discounting mail-in and absentee ballots without dates on them.
Fox's Kevin Cork. President Biden gives Ukraine permission to use missiles supplied by the U.S. to strike targets inside Russia after Moscow deployed thousands of North Korean troops in the war. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller.
We will continue to do what is appropriate to hold Russia accountable for its actions, including its escalatory actions, and to hold North Korea accountable for its escalatory actions.
America's listening to Fox News.
The world of business moves fast. Stay on top of it with the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday. Fox Business reporters, anchors, and hosts will bring you beneath the stock market speculation and boardroom drama to tell you about the biggest business stories of today. Whether you're on Main Street or Wall Street, Fox Business is invested in you.
Listen to the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday at foxbusinesspodcasts.com or wherever you download your favorite podcasts.
It is time to take the quiz.
5 days a week, it's 5 questions in less than 5 minutes. We ask people on the streets of New York City to play along. Let's see how you do.
Including the pre-Super Bowl era, what NFL franchise has won the most NFL championships?
I'm going to say the Cowboys.
Good guess. I would say the Packers.
How'd you do? Exactly. These get tougher, so hang on.
Make sure you take the quiz every weekday at thequiz.fox. Thank you for taking the quiz.
Chicago residents are fired up about a proposed tax hike they blame on the city's support for illegal immigrants.
At a recent city council meeting, Trump supporters ripped Mayor Johnson for proposing a $300 million property tax hike while still funding illegal migrants. Last week, Chicago's 50 city council members unanimously voted down the mayor's initial $300 million tax hike he said was necessary to avoid laying off city workers, including police officers. Mayor Johnson hasn't responded to Fox's request for comment, but the Chicago Sun-Times reports his office has since found a way to cut the proposed tax increase in half, in part by increasing taxes on cloud computing and streaming services.
Fox's Matt Finn. The city council needs to approve the budget by December 31st. Lebanon's state-run news agency says an Israeli airstrike struck a residential area in Beirut close to the UN headquarters, parliament, and several embassies, killing 5 people and injuring 18. The strike follows reports that the U.S. envoy delayed his visit to the area for ceasefire talks. Last Friday's bout between Mike Tyson and Jake Paul was a smash in the betting world.
The match may not have been competitive, but bettors did not seem to mind. BetMGM officials say the bout was the most bet bet boxing or mixed martial arts fight in its history. The sports book took in 3 times the number of bets and 4 times the money of any combat sport in BetMGM's existence. Paul won the bout in a decision against the 58-year-old Tyson. 2/3 of the tickets and 53% of the money at BetMGM was wagered on Tyson. Paul took in 16% of the tickets and 41% of the money. Bob Mortale, Fox News.
And stocks ended mixed yesterday. The Dow lost 55 points. The Nasdaq gained 112. I'm Carmen Roberts, and this is Fox News.
Get ready for another incredible WLX Country Cafe with Dave Wilbur, straight from the Music Row charts. Dave's new single, Christian County Homecoming Queen, is out now and climbing the charts.
Christian County Homecoming Queen.
Enjoy lunch and fantastic music, all while supporting a worthy cause. A portion of the proceeds will benefit X-Care's disaster relief. Don't miss Dave Wilbert at WLX Cafe on November 21st, promptly at 12 noon after the local news. The WLX Cafe is located in the back of the radio station on North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Tickets are $5 each for general admission, or you can reserve a table for 6 with prime seating for $50. To purchase tickets, stop by WLX or call 931-762-6200. Brought to you by Bud Light and Vulco Automotive.
Now, it's Red Eye Radio. Gary McNamara and Eric Harley talk about everything from politics to social issues and news of the day. Whether you're up late or you're just starting your day, welcome to the show. From the Uniden America Studios, this is Red Eye Radio.
All across America and around the planet, we are Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Welcome and good morning. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right, let's do a little bit of house cleaning here.
Okay.
On yesterday's show, you and I, we were talking about the allegations against Pete Hegseth, excuse me, and also Matt Gaetz.
Mm-hmm.
And when we were talking about Hegseth, we went through, if you're listening to the show, we went through what the allegations were, and specifically, we spent an enormous amount of time on what his lawyer said.
Right.
Mr. Hegseth's lawyer has said has happened. You know, you and I have talked about the fact that it's really interesting because the vast majority of complaints that we get and criticism we get are things that we have never said or done.
Yeah.
And it's really amazing when you see it.
Mm-hmm.
And I had somebody on Twitter just blast us saying, I turned it off after 2 minutes because you were just taking the side of the allegations. And then went through, you should have checked this, and everything that she wrote down we did, and more. Right. In fact, we spent an enormous amount of time talking about what the lawyer for Hegseth said, and in fact looked at that and said, what the lawyer is saying is not good.
Right.
But we were telling you precisely what the lawyer said in his own words. I don't have a dog in this fight. The only thing I want to do is move forward, and you said it yesterday, the Trump agenda. And we're telling you from what we have seen, what history has shown, what gets you not nominated.
Yep.
And it's very rare that it happens, but when you, and we mentioned, and we went back and looked at John Tower for Department of Defense back in the Herbert Walker Bush administration. He didn't get in because of more generalized alcohol use and womanizing.
Mm-hmm.
And so we looked at this and said, okay, this isn't going to end here. And that was our point. We don't know what the truth is. If you've listened to the show, you know that whenever there's a legal topic that comes in, I never guess, and you never guess. We don't sit there and go, well, he must be guilty because they said that.
Mm-hmm.
We will look and say, okay, what the lawyer said, his own lawyer said, is problematic.
Yeah.
Because it will make it continue. It doesn't end because of what his lawyer said. The investigation's not going to end because of that.
Right.
And that's the problem that you have in these situations. And as we said with both Gates and Hegseth, they could be completely innocent. It doesn't matter. This is not the nomination process. If you care about moving the Trump agenda forward, can't be about whether the sexual allegations are true or not.
The fight to clear their names is on them.
Yep.
This is about the administration. This is about Trump. After everything that's been thrown at him, these items should not be on the table associated with nominees.
And so it's just really interesting. And I said, stop it. You just admitted that you only listened for a couple of minutes.
Mm-hmm.
We covered all those.
Mm-hmm.
Stop speaking from ignorance. And then she came back and blasted us again. And I said, fine, you're a troll. Gone. And I don't normally do it, but we don't deal with trolls. We don't deal with people that lie about what we have said, on the air. And especially people that speak from ignorance and then are insistent, I'm going to continue to speak with ignorance and lie about what you've said. You're gone at that point. So,
And again, this isn't the fight that should be going on. If Hegseth wants to clear his name, if Matt Gaetz wants to clear his name, that's on each of them, not on Donald Trump.
Yeah, we wish to move the Trump agenda forward, irrespective of who it is.
Right.
The people he is appointing, you may like them. If they hurt the Trump agenda, they're not good. And the story that came out yesterday, I'm reading here from Breitbart, and we said this probably would be what would happen. The House Ethics Committee Chairman Michael Guest has signaled his committee is likely to ignore Speaker Johnson's recommendation to withhold releasing its investigation of Matt Gaetz. The story that came out yesterday, which is really problematic for Gaetz, is the lawyer of two women, because we said, there were other things that, the department, and we had brought up with Gaetz that, the article from the Federalist.com that said in the Department of Justice, they found a woman and her testimony they did not find believable. And we brought that to you. We don't know. We're just simply telling you what the situation is in Congress right now. But the story that came out yesterday from CBS, that two women interviewed by the House Ethics Committee about former GOP Representative Matt Gaetz in Florida, testified to the House Ethics Committee that Gaetz paid them directly and repeatedly. We knew about the Venmo transactions. We knew there were women at the party, but we didn't know specifically, what the so-called allegations were. But the transactions that testified that Gaetz paid them directly and repeatedly in Venmo transactions for sex, and that those transactions were obtained by the committee. An attorney for the woman told CBS News. The attorney, Joe Leopard, also said the women testified that Gaetz inquired in text messages about party favors and vitamins at upcoming parties, which was understood to be a code for drugs. Leopard, who was based in Orlando, said his clients testified that they attended parties from 2017 to 2019 where Gaetz was present and sex and drug use took place. In an interview on Monday with CBS News chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett, Leopard said one of his clients testified before the House Ethics Committee that she witnessed Gaetz having sex with a 17-year-old girl against a game table at a July 2017 party. Gaetz was sworn into Congress in January of 2017, so all the events took place while he was a member of the House. Gaetz has denied all wrongdoing, including having sex with a minor, after CBS News published its initial story and aired on CBS News. Trump transition spokesperson Alex Pfeiffer said in a statement, Matt Gaetz will be the next attorney general. He is the right man for the job and will end the weaponization of our justice system. These are baseless allegations intended to derail the second Trump administration. The Biden Justice Department investigated Gaetz for years. This is the story we brought up the other day, and cleared him of wrongdoing. The only people who went to prison over these allegations were those lying about Matt Gaetz. Now, is he talking about these specific allegations from these two women? Are these two women? Is one of them the same that the DOJ found not credible? But the fact is, it's not going away, and all the questions we're asking are the questions that are going to be asked, and this is why you're going to have the Republican-led Ethics Committee, in all likelihood, release what's in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and look, these aren't things that I have no dog in this race in clearing the name of Hegseth or Matt Gaetz. That's on them. They have to do that. Their attorneys have to do that. And if they're innocent, then they should fight to clear their name. But the nomination process shouldn't be a part of that, period. You know, their positions on this and that are going to be, and, you know, Hegseth being at Fox News and all that's part of it. But when you talk about things that are very serious allegations, you're basically holding a trial, which has already started on both fronts. And you had a historic win. This is the political comeback of all time for Donald Trump.
And the fact that they claim, the claim is here from the attorney, that the Venmo transactions to the women exist.
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now, if all of this is out there, then these will be the only questions.
And the story gets into a lot more specific detail. When the details like that come out, that's the thing. It's not just general. It's not, for example, Trump is Hitler without any evidence.
Right.
You're saying, Trump is Hitler without any allegations of the specifics of what make him Hitler.
Right.
These are specific things that happen in a specific time. And there's at least, let me see here, the lawyer claims 4 different women. He's representing 2 of them. That's why I don't know if the woman that was in the Federalist.com is one of the women included here that the Department of Justice found not believable. And that story should be out there. And so all we're doing is providing you all the information on it and going from both sides, because we don't know what the truth is. And anybody who knows, on Russia collusion, we did that from the very beginning. We've always stated, what is the allegation? What is it? And whenever, I'm trying to think of some of the high-profile crimes that have happened that caused, national outrage, and we're not afraid to say, well, I don't know what happened. And in these cases, I don't know what happened.
Right.
I'm simply reporting and telling you we're simply reporting and telling you what's going to be a problem in getting these nominations through.
I want the Trump administration to hit the ground running on January 20th. I want there to be there has to be a consensus, there has to be a momentum that's carried over from this election. And these 2 items here, these are major items during the confirmation process where, again, this shouldn't be on Donald Trump. This shouldn't be on the transition team. This shouldn't be on the Trump administration.
Leopard said one of his clients provided more than 100 texts involving Gaetz to the committee. Frequently, Leopard said the texts his client provided show Gaetz would have to be reminded to pay. There was a lot of text requesting payment like, hey, when are you going to pay me, Leopard said, or I don't want to be that girl, but could you please go ahead and pay me what we agreed upon? Now, the text the House was more interested in was the ones where Representative Gaetz was seemingly requesting that drugs be present. That was from the lawyer.
Right.
So in my line of work as a criminal defense attorney, no one ever requests, can you give me some drugs, please? They usually use code words. And so Representative Gaetz would use terms like, can you make sure that there are party favors present, or who's in charge of party favors? And like I said, we said this is going to be the problem with the House when it started leaking what was in the House Ethics Committee.
Right.
And so there's where you are.
Yeah,
and it's not going to go away, and that's the thing. Now for the next month and a half, that's all you're going to hear.
Yeah.
And if details keep leaking like this every day on Gates, I don't see how he survives.
Internally, they're already doing a head count. And they're spending real time on it. They're spending real time and effort on this head count and having conversations with all of the no's. Because you want to find out if they're convertible, if it's conditional, if there's any asterisk in their no. If there is, then you work on them and you're trying to convert them to yes. But you've got to get, reports are 12, anywhere between 12 and 30 no's so far.
According to the Wall Street Journal.
If that's accurate, let's just say let's say it's 10.
By the way, it wasn't a head count. It was depending who asked. Now, I know at least 12 that won't. I know 30 that won't. And those would be Republicans that wouldn't vote for Gates.
Right.
That was
that's the think about that. That's the Senate or the GOP internal. That's kind of it isn't informal, but still this is what they're working on. And I guarantee you the transition team right now internally is working on that head count.
The problem that you have here is the specifics of the allegations as to the months of the party, exactly what happened, what location, what was, and it's more than one.
Right.
Well, that's what the problem is here. Why? Because any investigator is going to say, okay, where does this lead?
Right.
It's that simple.
Right. Yep.
And that's a problem for Gates. Didn't hear anything new on Hegseth yesterday.
No.
And so, who knows where that is going to go or how many, what the vote count is if anybody's taken a vote count. But I guarantee that the Trump transition organization wants to know what the head count is now.
That's what I'm saying. They're internally, they're getting it down now. There's 3 that they're concerned about, maybe 4. Tulsi Gabbard, maybe, but no greater concern right now than Matt Gaetz and Hegseth. Those are the 2 biggest concerns. From there, RFK Jr., less of a concern, but those 2 are their top concerns. They're working on that head count internally in the Trump transition team. There's no doubt in my mind.
866-90 Red Eye.
Brought to you by FPPF, Fuel Power Max.
Just because idling is common doesn't make it smart. Idling a diesel uses about a gallon of fuel per hour, which can cost you about $180 per week at $4.50 per gallon if your truck idles 8 hours a day. Idling easily can cost you a few thousand more in fuel alone per year, not including the added engine maintenance expense that results from excessive idling. Harder on your truck's engine than highway driving. In addition to operating costs, many governments impose no idling laws and regulations with fines as high as $25,000. Instead, there are many alternatives. An extra blanket for cold temperatures, window screens for when the weather is warm, bunk heaters, and various auxiliary power unit options abound in this day and age too, many powered just by batteries. Otherwise, diesel and gas gensets burn far less fuel than your truck's engine. Research options to find your fit. Owner-Operator Business 101 is provided by Overdrive's Partners in Business program. Go to overdriveonline.com to the Partners in Business section of the website for more details on this and many other topics.
Brought to you by Shell Rotella. With advanced synthetic technology is designed to help keep your rig running with more mileage and less maintenance.
Coming up, more with Gary McNamara and Eric Harley. It's Red Eye Radio.
Progressive Commercial Insurance protects truck owners with specialized coverages for heavy trucks. Get a quote in as little as 5 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
When you drive a truck, pride makes its way into everything you do, including how you take care of your engine. If you want to treat your truck right, Shell Rotella is the only heavy-duty engine oil for the job. You'll get unrivaled protection and performance, plus up to $80 in digital gift cards when you buy today. There's never been a better time to experience the Shell Rotella difference. Ends November 30th, 2024. Terms apply. See rotella.com/rewards for details.
So much information, so little time, and so many sources that may not have your best interest in mind. For over 100 years, Fleet Owner has been your #1 source of reliable industry news. Whether you need the most up-to-date news from our daily Newsline newsletter, the latest on EVs and the changing alternative fuel landscape from our emissions and efficiency newsletter, or you are looking for Class 1 through 6 info from our HD Pickup and Van newsletter, you've come to the right place. Fleet Owners newsletters are crafted by industry experts and award-winning editors with you in mind. We are dedicated to bringing you the right news and information at the right time. Combine those newsletters with our print publication, and you have a combination that cannot be beat. Sign up today for the newsletter or newsletters that fit your needs at fleetowner.com. For industry news and trends, that is fleetowner.com. That's fleetowner.com.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund offers free at-home screening kits to Class A over-the-road truck drivers. Getting to a doctor for testing can be difficult. The St. Christopher Fund wants to make it easier for you. Prostate and colorectal cancer screenings are now available. To get your free kits, just go to truckersfund.org. That's truckersfund.org and click on the Health and Wellness tab. That's truckersfund.org.
Hey folks, this is Jason Duke from Swap and Shop Center in Lawrenceburg. Since 1950, my family has served you with the finest furniture, electronics, appliances, and outdoor equipment from quality name brands like Husqvarna, Ashley, Samsung, Jameson, Speed Queen, and many more. The one thing that hasn't changed in 70 years is that we still do business the same way my grandfather did, with a smile, handshake, and a promise to always give you the best. So come and let the Duke family take care of your family at Swap and Shop Center, North Military in Lawrenceburg.
At Boston Holt Durham, we're thankful for contracts that are easy to read, clients who don't require non-competes for family dinners, and relatives who pass the gravy without a dispute. Thank you for your trust and partnership. We look forward to more years of successful collaborations. Happy Thanksgiving from Boston Holt Durham.
Hey, I'm here to tell you all boats are not made the same, and Mercury Motors especially aren't. Call or come by Jayco's Marine in Lawrenceburg and let the friendly crew tell you all about the new 75 to 300 horsepower Mercury Motors for your boat. Is a tri-tune more your style? Well, check out the inventory and see why people keep coming back to Jayco's Marine. You can trust their years of knowledge in the business, and at Jayco's, their prices are often lower than the national average.
Did we just get hit?
I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
Oh, sorry. I just depend on this car and have too much going on to have it wrecked.
Relax. We both seem to be okay. Just call Car Country in Leoma, Tennessee.
Seriously? You think it'll be that easy? Haven't you heard those commercials?
Last month I hit a deer and Car Country fixed it right in no time. When I got it back, it was like the deer never happened. They even helped me with a rental car. Mom and Dad have used them since their bad wreck in the 90s.
Did Car Country fix the dents from that shopping cart at the mall?
And the scratches from the dog.
You mean garage door?
Yeah. Just call Car Country in Leoma.
Happy Thanksgiving from everyone at Floyd & Sons Livestock. Wishing you and your loved ones a season filled with gratitude, joy, and all the blessings of the harvest. Have a safe and wonderful Thanksgiving from Floyd & Sons Livestock.
It's Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Carly, and I'm Gary McNamara. Welcome and good morning. Thanks so much for being here, as always. Coming up here, leftist ex-refugees flood blue sky with complaints, censorship requests, and child pornography.
Oh, wow.
This is the whole thing that they want to leave X because of Elon Musk, and so all heading over to that new social media upstart, Blue Sky.
Yeah.
Like, come on over. And we're like, well, if it's only just liberals over there, then again, there may be arguing left and right because nobody's agreeing with anybody. There's a circular firing squad going on right now. And is that what's going on? You know, is that because it's like all of a sudden, boom, it was like, uh-oh. All right, maybe we need to slow things down here. We need to vet people better. Hilarious.
Sounds like a toxic environment on social media. Because it likely is the liberal circular firing squad. You know that it is. Someone says, I think what Joe and Mika did was nice, was good. It's a good thing. Boom, 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 boom. We need protection over here from this person They've created a toxic environment. Oh, my gosh. I wish I were interested enough to get an account over there, Blue Sky. But we'll hear about it. I mean, we're hearing about it already, the implosion that's happening on the left. It's no surprise. The child pornography thing is very disturbing. Very disturbing.
Having a family doctor is important, so Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Medical Group makes it easier to find one. Most of our physician offices offer online scheduling. When it comes to your family's health, you can count on Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Lawrenceburg. We're focused on keeping you at your best with annual screenings and preventative care. To find your new primary care physician or schedule an appointment, visit southerntnlawrenceburg.com or call 1-800-424-DOCS, 1-800-424-3627.
At Employee Resources Credit Union, we are very thankful for our customers, staff, friends, and family. May you all share in a bountiful and blessed Thanksgiving. May your joys of the holiday be tomorrow's cheerful memories. Happy Thanksgiving from the ERCU family.
When there's work to do, ground to break, and a reputation to uphold, you need the powerful, durable Kubota RTVX, North America's #1 selling diesel utility vehicle. Right now, bring home select Kubota equipment for 0 down, 0% APR for up to 36 months, or save up to $1,000. Now through December 31st. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Stop by Brown Equipment located at 826 North Military Street in Loretta or visit brownequipmentcompany.com.
Are you in need of reliable fencing solutions? Look no further than Sands Fence Company. Serving Giles and beyond, they specialize in protecting what matters most, your livestock and your family. From commercial security to residential privacy, they've got you covered with fences tailored to your needs. But that's not all. Sands Fence Company goes beyond fences, crafting custom shops, barns, and more to enhance your property. At Sands Fence Company, customer satisfaction isn't just a goal, it's their promise. Call them today for quality craftsmanship and peace of mind. Sands Fence Company, building fences, building trust.
From the Story and Lee Furniture family, we wish you a happy and plentiful Thanksgiving this season. We want you to know how grateful we are for your business this past year. We hope that your table is full with lots of great food and many loved ones this season. Happy Thanksgiving from Story and Lee.
Hi, I'm Brandon Taylor. I'm the chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party. I'm a Christian, conservative, Republican voter.
And I'm Chris Jackson, chairman of the Lawrence County Democratic Party, former elected official, and also a Christian.
We want you to join us on Mondays at 5 p.m. here on WDXE for our show On the Contrary,
where we will debate current issues, national, state, and local.
We'll be on air, we'll be on Facebook and on YouTube. We hope you join us. We'd love to see your comments. We'll see you here at 5 p.m. every Monday.
Her eyes will blur, her breathing will stop, her pulse will quicken. Those things will happen when you surprise her this anniversary with that diamond ring you promised to her all those years ago. I'm Melita Massey at Massey Jewelers. You and her, you've shared more laughter, heartache, joy, tears, more love, and you've always wanted her to have that bigger diamond. Come see us at Massey Jewelers for the diamond that tells her she's the one. Then, now, and for always, celebrate you and her at Massey Jewelers, Springer Road behind Walmart.
Bumpers, fenders, toolboxes, lights, interior, and more. Iowa80.com, your trucking accessories superstore.
Cold weather's coming. Will your diesel engine be ready? Protect it with Howe's Diesel Treat, the nation's top anti-gel solution. Say goodbye to gelled fuel, water buildup, and harmful deposits while enjoying smooth lubrication. And if the temps drop way below freezing, don't panic. Howe's Diesel Lifeline can rescue gelled fuel with no fuel mixing or filter replacement needed. Both products are guaranteed and warranty safe. Don't let winter bring your engine to a halt. Trust Howe's to keep you moving through the coldest weather.
Red Eye Radio and our sponsors are devoted to trucking safety. That's why we are proud to bring you the Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club. We've been saluting drivers who have surpassed the million-mile mark with preventable, accident-free driving. By reaching this milestone, you can be a part of an elite club of drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills. If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1 million miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at redeyeradioshow.com. That's RedEyeRadioshow.com. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from Petro Stopping Centers, Howe's Lubricator, Motel 6, the St. Christopher Fund, and Cat Scale. We applaud the individual truckers and fleets who drive with care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at RedEyeRadioshow.com.
As an owner-operator, you have unique needs to ensure you can run a profitable business, deliver on time, and still have time at home with the family. The experts at Fleet Owner bring their expertise to you each week with the For the Driver newsletter, arriving in your inbox every Wednesday morning. This free newsletter will help you stay on point with all of your goals, understand upcoming regulations, and be on the forefront of breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
Listening to Red Eye Radio from the Uniden America Studios.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's our Carly, and I'm Gary McNamara. Hey, did you hear that Canada's cutting back on immigration?
No more. The bear out front should have told me.
Justin Trudeau says Canada could have acted quicker on reining in immigration, so they're cutting back. Justin Trudeau is a xenophobe.
And a racist.
He said the federal government in Canada could have acted quicker to rein in the massive influx of migrants entering the country following the coronavirus pandemic. His remarks came during a nearly 7-minute video he posted online over the weekend, during which the Prime Minister laid out the reasons why Canada was putting limits on its temporary foreign worker program and also reducing the number of permanent residents allowed entry into Canada by as much as 27% by 2027. Trudeau largely blamed bad actors such as corporations and universities for enticing immigrants to come to Canada, where there was a massive labor shortage following the pandemic. He pointed out that many of these predatory entities, lured hordes, make sure I said that right, of immigrant workers with false promises or college degrees, permanent residency, jobs, and more. And that's what you're doing. However, Trudeau suggested that the federal government was at least partly to blame for not turning off the taps faster. All right, so as we get closer to a Trump administration, on the topic of immigration.
Yeah.
Scott Jennings yesterday on CNN.
All right.
And all the questions. Now the criticism of Trump is it's too hard to do it. If you're going to use the military to do it, but this is too hard. You can't do it.
Right.
And this is the back and forth and how it goes here. Paul Rieckhoff is the guy who's arguing with him. Here we go.
United States is like nothing we've ever seen.
Actually,
I mean, hold on. Maybe the only precedent we have is internment camps during World War II against Japanese Americans. But there's not a military precedent for sorting through who on the Upper East Side is an illegal and who's not. And you're asking a 19-year-old, right, holding a weapon, who signed up to serve his or her country, to thrust themselves into maybe the most fraught political topic that we've got in this country. People want a solution, but they don't necessarily want that one.
You've twice now insinuated that Trump's going to send the military to round up American citizens, which is totally false. There are 1.3 to 1.6 million illegal immigrants in this country today who have already received deportation orders from a court. You can start there. There's another population, as Mark said, that have either committed violent crimes in the United States or committed violent crimes where they came from. You can also do that. That has nothing to do with the people in your neighborhood, has nothing to do with the person in your office, and has nothing to do with whatever the hell you're talking about. It has to do with getting people out of the country who do not belong.
How are you going to deploy the military? Give me how exactly you would deploy an active duty military unit to respond to this crisis.
I would use the military in conjunction with local officials,
what does that look
local
like?
law enforcement, county sheriffs, people who know their communities, because I assume a lot of the local sheriffs and jailers are going to be the people who end up housing some of these folks before they are deported. But there has
what's
to be
the task
some
and purpose? What's the mission for that young private? What is he actually going to be tasked to do? Guard a gate, or is he going to be investigating?
I don't know. I wasn't elected.
But you're sitting here on CNN saying we should do it. I think you should think out a little bit more about what they actually should be required to do.
Do not belong.
It sounds real good.
One at a time. Scott, quickly.
There are millions of people who came into the country illegally, who have already received deportation orders, or who have committed some other crime while they've been here. The fact that you want to leave them in place is mind-boggling.
That is not what I said. That is not what I said.
Well, I don't know what he's saying. He's basically saying it's hard to do it. And what specifically are they going to? Well, who knows what will it be the National Guard, or will the National Guard, what will they be doing, on it? Will they be guarding places where illegal immigrants are before they're deported? That's not an internment camp.
No.
To make the comparison to an internment camp, the Japanese internment camp, because that's what he's saying. He's saying because that was American citizens.
Right.
So he's trying to make the case, whoever that guy is. I don't even know who he is. I've seen him a few times on there. He's got a very, snarky. But he's the one that made the incorrect analysis by saying an internment camp. An internment camp is what you talk about with, the Japanese citizens. They were American citizens. That was absolutely unconstitutional. It's a completely different ballgame when you look at the insanity that was caused by the Biden administration and these people looking to put cogs, however they can, to keep the system going and to keep people illegally in this country.
Yeah. Yep. And look, I don't think anybody claimed it was going to be easy. In fact, you look at the very nature of it, and it is a massive task that the incoming administration has on them. But just because it's massive doesn't mean there can't be the effort. Whatever that effort looks like, along the way, they'll know what's working, what isn't working. But as Jennings said, you have to take the lead from the locals who know what's going on in those counties, those communities, those cities, those states. And then you assist them at whatever level you need to. Period. And it has to be, and by the way, it also has to be consistent because, quite frankly, I don't care what the panelists at CNN, Scott Jennings notwithstanding, think about what Trump is doing or going to do. The message and tone that will be sent to everybody who came here illegally during the Biden years, the message they get from the actions of the incoming administration is exactly what I want. I want the message to say, look, you can come here legally. You can't cross the border and just claim asylum and think you're going to get away with it. You're not. The Biden years are over.
Well, they haven't got specific, when you heard, I can't think of it, when Tom Holman said, well, if you're going to be a sanctuary city, we're just going to send, instead of sending 100 agents, we'll send 500.
Right.
Now, he said agents. He didn't say military. Now, when you talk about the National Guard, I'm talking about the fact that you probably would have red states and maybe some purple states where the governor would say, yep, okay, the National Guard is there to help, to help in this particular case. And so the National Guard, again, is not viewed when the state governor calls them because it's an emergency, is not viewed as the same as active military.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So what are they precisely talking about? I don't know. I don't know what the plan is because they just got in. And that's what it is. I mean, that's what you're seeing. What's the plan? What are the specifics right now? And Scott Jennings, if you don't know it, then we can't do it.
Right.
Well, that's, of course, ridiculous.
Yeah, you should. Scott Jennings should know all the specifics. Right. By the way, the plans are bound to change. Even as they implement a plan, whatever's not working has to be adjusted. That's just the way it goes. But the left is losing their mind over this because they want the sanctuary city policy to remain. But it's people like that, if you live in a blue city, that turned every city into a border town.
Mm-hmm.
It's that kind of mindset, that tone right there, led by the current president, Joe Biden, that turned your city into a border town.
And, when he started out by talking about internment camps, then at that point, okay, well, that's wrong because internment camps were about putting American citizens.
Right.
Because that's what he's referring to, the Japanese internment camps in World War II,
right,
that were absolutely unconstitutional.
Right.
Absolutely. But we're not talking American citizens. We're talking about people. Number one, you start with the people that already have deportation orders against them. That means it's gone through the entire system, and you go after the criminals and everything first.
Yep.
There you're talking about probably, I don't know, 3-4 million people. Who knows how it will continue? And that's where you start at that particular at that particular point. The other thing is if you have raids, or you have a system which is set up where you know whether you're a citizen, whether you work or not, and then you don't need the military to remove anybody. They just won't have a job.
Yeah. Right.
And then you focus in on, states should focus in, and there are some states that will not, benefits. If the benefits are there for everybody, then more are going to stay. And what you probably wish to do, if you're Trump, is to say, all right, we're going to get help from red states, but we're not going to get help with blue. Fine. Let them pick up the entire cost of it.
Right.
Yep. And so, but it's important to recognize that the first thing out of that guy's, whatever his name is, they say Iraq War vet. I've seen him before on CNN. I really don't know who he is, but he's the one that started on the wrong premise. And as you told me a long, long time ago, when you start on the wrong premise, everything might seem right.
Everything that follows seems logical, but
right.
it all began on that wrong premise.
The wrong premise. And the premise is internment camps. And that's why Scott Jennings was saying, you're making the case that he's going to go and round up American citizens. No, I'm not. He doesn't even realize that when he said internment camps, or maybe he does, and he knew he got caught, that you're talking about the jailing of American citizens.
Right.
Or the internment of American citizens.
Right.
So, but that's what you're going to hear. That's what you're going to hear, and you just,
Yeah. Well, they just have to keep up the fight to, keep the sanctuary city policy alive over and over. That's what they're going to do.
Well, I saw the Boston mayor said the same thing. And that's where you're looking and say, okay, fine, then you pick up the entire cost. There will be no federal funds.
Right.
If states wish to do that, then states can be responsible to their citizens of their states for spending that money.
If this is going to be your policy to house and welcome people from other countries, then you should pay for that. If you're going to have a policy, that is on you to pay it.
Now, it doesn't stop the federal government from coming in themselves and deporting people from that state.
Right.
States can't keep the federal government out.
Right.
And Homeland's already said, fine, if you're not going to help, you're going to be a sanctuary city. Instead of sending 100, we'll send 500 agents. And at that point, are you going to hide? Are you going to break federal law? And are government officials going to be involved in hiding people with deportation orders or criminals?
Yeah.
At that point, you're breaking federal law.
Right.
Are you going to are these governors going to activate the National Guard to stand guard on illegal immigrants against ICE? I mean, what are their plans?
Yeah, how far are they willing to go with this whole thing? All good questions.
Yeah.
Because right now they seem hell-bent to go the full measure. I guess we'll see.
866-90-RED-EYE.
Lines open for your calls. 866-90-RED-EYE on Red Eye Radio.
Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense 7-in-1 diesel and anti-gel and fuel booster. Available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, and HotShotSecret.com.
Progressive Commercial knows truckers can expect the unexpected when driving, but a little heads up like this would still be nice.
Hey there, big rig. I'm driving the hatchback ahead of you. Heads up, at the next light, I'm going to stop right in the middle of both lanes, and you won't know if I'm taking a right or going straight. You know what? Me neither. Over.
Be ready for the unexpected and save on the protection you need with personalized discounts. Get a quote in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Covered subject to terms and limits. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
Hi, Tom Bodette here, taking a break. You know, just because they're called rest stops doesn't mean they're restful. There's always that groaning refrigerator truck, streetlights in your face, and some kid rattling your fillings loose with his new car speakers. Instead of a no-rest rest stop, pull into a Motel 6. They have clean rooms, comfy beds, and 15% off for truckers with code CP Red Eye. I'm Tom Bodette from Motel 6, and we'll leave the light on for you.
So much information, so little time, and so many sources that may not have your best interest in mind. For over 100 years, Fleet Owner has been your #1 source of reliable industry news. Whether you need the most up-to-date news from our daily Newsline newsletter, the latest on EVs and the changing alternative fuel landscape from our emissions and efficiency newsletter, or you are looking for Class 1 through 6 info from our HD Pickup and Van newsletter, you've come to the right place. Fleet Owners newsletters are crafted by industry experts and award-winning editors with you in mind. We are dedicated to bringing you the right news and information at the right time. Combine those newsletters with our print publication, and you have a combination that cannot be beat. Sign up today for the newsletter or newsletters that fit your needs at fleetowner.com. For industry news and trends, that is fleetowner.com. That's fleetowner.com.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund is excited to offer a free diabetes prevention program to all Class A over-the-road truck drivers. This 12-week virtual program focuses on nutrition, exercise, stress management, and more. This program focuses on ways drivers can prevent diabetes and its devastating effects. Go to truckersfund.org and take the risk assessment located under the Health and Wellness tab. Again, the website is truckersfund.org.
Did you know that Bank of Frank Ewing has been providing continuous service for more than 100 years? And as a community bank, all our decisions are still made locally. This is Donna Rawson with the Lawrenceburg office. As your friend in banking, we want to partner with you in your financial endeavors. Whether it's growing your business, building or buying a home, or making sure your deposit accounts, CDs, and IRAs are working for you, we are here to serve. Give us a call at 762-6800 or stop in and see us at 1200 North Locust Avenue. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Mom, you know how I've always wanted a dog? It would mean the world to me this Christmas.
Sweetie, a dog is a big responsibility. Are you sure you're ready for that?
Yes, Mom. Let me show you how responsible I've become.
Well, you know, I've heard about this program that the Doggy House is doing. Home for the Holidays. They're asking people to foster shelter dogs from November 15th through January 15th. These dogs don't have anyone to come home to for the holidays.
Oh, please, Mom. I want to show you I'm ready. And we could be the family a shelter dog needs this Christmas.
All right. I think we can do that. I'll call the Doggy House, 931-244-0265. Let's give a dog in need a warm, loving home for the holidays.
For more information on fostering a dog this holiday season, contact the Doggy House at 931-244-0265 or visit 815 Gaither Avenue in Lawrenceburg to learn more. Mom, we can name him Jingles or Frosty or Holly. I know. Rudolph.
I think you're getting a little ahead of yourself.
Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, located at 1025 Brewer Road in Etheridge and 134A South Old Military Road in St. Joseph, invites you to come and worship Sundays at 10 a.m. Since its inception in 2007, Thousand Hills Cowboy Church has been a place where ordinary people gather and show the extraordinary love in Jesus Christ. No need to dress up fancy, just wear what you got. Cowboys, cowgirls, farmers, ranchers, horse lovers, and anyone who loves the outdoor lifestyle can come and worship at both locations or can watch online. For more information, go to thousandhillscowboychurch.com.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Striker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Striker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Striker Steakhouse on Facebook or eatatstrikers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
So it's amazing that literal Hitler is getting all these meeting requests, and what it tells me, Professor, is that all the rhetoric that came from the left, from the Democrats, from the White House, from Kamala Harris, and everyone else before the election, all of the rhetoric, the fascism, the Hitler, the Nazi rally, it was all a bunch of BS. They didn't mean any of it. And if I were in the Democrat sort of rabble's shoes, I would be looking at all my leaders and going, did you just BS me for an entire 6 weeks before the election?
Yeah. 6 weeks?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? You said 6 weeks. 6 weeks. 6 months?
Yeah.
6 years?
6 decades?
Let me see. Well, I'm trying to figure out when did they start calling Bush Hitler. I mean, it's 6 weeks. 6 decades. I like
It's you have to go back to the early 70s. But the entire approach has always been this way. And then what do we hear inevitably? They did this after the election in 2016. Not as widely spread or maybe widely known or talked about. But remember when the liberal media, right after the 2016 election, maybe we need to venture into the heartland and talk to real people.
Yeah.
About an hour later, we're like, nope, that ain't going to happen. They're not going to change their tactics. They're just confounded as to why they can't win with them, why people abandon them. And I think there are many people that are just, they're going to blame it on Biden for not getting out. We've already seen this. They're blaming it on Biden for not getting out early enough.
Oh.
They're blaming it on her for being a poor candidate.
Pelosi now.
Yeah.
They're going after Pelosi. That started over the last couple of days.
Right, exactly. Or, how many... Look, I think everybody knows Joe wasn't doing well. And anybody who's going to... I think you'd have to be named Biden to say he could have won. Only those named Biden will tell you he could have won.
That's it.
So that argument really isn't out there. It's more so he should have gotten out earlier. They wanted a real primary. They're really not saying she needed more time. They're saying they needed more time to find a better candidate.
This is Red Eye Radio on Westwood One.
Check out all the latest in news, events, trucking information, and podcasts at Red Eye Radio's website at redeyeradioshow.com. That's redeyeradioshow.com.
If you drive a big rig, you know that more time on the road means more money in your pocket. Shell Rotella, with advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running and save you money in the long run. Trade up to Shell Rotella, and you'll get superior protection against engine wear. That means less time in the shop and more time on the road. It also means you'll get more chances to see North America's finest roadside attraction, cows, cornfields, cows in cornfields. It's lovely this time of year. Shell Rotella's advanced synthetic technology also offers extended drain intervals, helping your rig go farther between oil changes. So you'll make less pit stops. Well, unless you need to restock on snacks, we really can't help you with that. But if you're looking to help your big rig engine live longer, look no further. Superior protection, less maintenance. That's what you can expect from the #1 heavy-duty engine oil in North America. Shell Rotella, for the long haul. Explore the full lineup of Shell Rotella products at rotella.com/longhaul. Eric Harley for a brand new trucker destination, Truckers Paradise. It's the nation's biggest travel center in Gainesville, Texas. Over 200,000 square feet of amenities like clean showers and restrooms, no-wait fueling, a full-service steakhouse, healthcare, pet grooming, and more. Truckers Paradise has everything you need to recharge. Many amenities available November 8th at 4321 North I-35, Gainesville, Texas. Go to truckersparadise.com and follow on Facebook. The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings, which includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road truck drivers. For more information or to sign up for a program, go to the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund website at truckersfund.org. These programs are made possible by Southern Recipe, Call on Doc, Road Pro Family of Brands, OOIDA, and Grinds. Again, you can go to truckersfund.org for more.
As an owner-operator, you have unique needs to ensure you can run a profitable business, deliver on time, and still have time at home with the family. The experts at Fleet Owner bring their expertise to you each week with the For the Driver newsletter, arriving in your inbox every Wednesday morning. This free newsletter will help you stay on point with all of your goals, understand upcoming regulations, and be on the forefront of breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg, broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
A stark warning from Russia. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. Moscow says the U.S. NATO decision to allow Ukraine to use Western-supplied missiles to strike inside Russia will result in a tangible response.
President Biden's decision, I'm told by a senior U.S. official, was spurred by the Russian decision to invite 10,000 North Korean soldiers into the fight against Ukraine in Kursk. President Zelensky applauded the long-awaited decision in his nightly address. Ukraine's leaders have been pushing for this permission for over a year.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin. Republican Senator Josh Hawley tells Fox News President Biden's decision is reckless.
Let's not forget, this is a guy who the Democrats decided couldn't be trusted, didn't have the capability to run a presidential campaign. And now here he is, potentially leading us down the path to World War III.
President-elect Trump confirms he plans to declare a national emergency and use the military to carry out his mass deportation plan.
On Truth Social, Trump posted he supports using the military to aid in deportations. He's also likely to issue a series of executive orders right away, which could end parole for some migrants coming from places like Cuba, Venezuela. Democrats on the federal, state, and local level say they will push back on President-elect Trump's plans, but as to how they're going to do that remains a bit in flux.
Fox's Mark Meredith. President-elect Trump names former Congressman Sean Duffy to be Transportation Secretary. Duffy is a Fox Business host and a former star of the Real World reality show. New York City police arrest a man they say fatally stabbed 3 people in random attacks across Manhattan Monday. Mayor Eric Adams.
We have 3 innocent New Yorkers who's going about their lives with a victim of a terrible, terrible assault.
The suspect is Ramon Rivera. America's listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcast Network.
I'm Emily Campagno, and this is the Fox True Crime Podcast.
And I had nothing to do with her disappearance, but people still accuse me of it.
I sit down with the people who lived the nightmares.
I was in shock. I was just devastated.
The investigators who tirelessly worked on the case.
I feel for their families, and I really hope that they can catch this guy.
Bringing you closer to the story than you ever thought possible.
Listen and follow now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network. Listen to the all-new Brett Baier podcast featuring Common Ground, talking to lawmakers weekly from opposite sides of the political spectrum about the issues of the day and how Americans can find common ground in a politicized world.
That's just not happening on Capitol Hill. It takes leadership, right?
Yeah, it absolutely does.
Along with all your Brett Baier favorites like the campaign, the candidates, the all-star panel, and much more. Available now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Trial continues in Georgia for the illegal immigrant accused of the murder of Laken Riley.
Prosecution witness University of Georgia officer Wesley Durkett testifying in court in Athens that he analyzed data from Laken Riley's Garmin watch that tracked her on February 22nd, her movement on the Oconee Forest walking trails, her speed and heart rate, in what prosecutors say was an 18-minute fight for her life.
When did her heart rate drop to 0?
So it went to 0 at 9:28 and 23 seconds.
Prosecutors say Venezuelan national Jose Ibarra's fingerprint was found on her phone, his DNA on her fingernails. Ibarra opting for a bench trial on numerous felony counts for which he's pled not guilty. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Thieves in Michigan make away with thousands of dollars of weight loss drugs.
Usually, the masked men behind a pharmacy heist are after painkillers. But the big get this night in Dearborn, weight loss drugs like Ozempic. They stole $15,000 worth of the drugs from Telegraph Pharmacy. Dearborn police have made one arrest. Martise Roberson. Police say it was not hard to put him at the scene of the crime. He was on tether for previous felonies.
Jessica Dupnack with Fox 2 Detroit. Morgan Wallen breaks another record by placing #1 on Billboard's Hot Country Song chart.
That is his 5th #1 hit on the chart this year, giving him more chart-topping songs than any artist has ever had in one year in Billboard's Hot Country Songs chart history. For the number of singles notched in a single year, Lies, Lies, Lies is also his first solo artist chart topper this year. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
And the man who showed generations how to tour Europe on $5 a day dies. Arthur Frommer was 95. I'm Carmen Roberts, and this is Fox News.
Get ready for another incredible WLX Country Cafe with Dave Wilbert, straight from the Music Row charts. Dave's new single, Christian County Homecoming Queen, is out now and climbing the charts.
Christian County Homecoming Queen.
Enjoy lunch and fantastic music, all while supporting a worthy cause. A portion of the proceeds will benefit X-Care's disaster relief. Don't miss Dave Wilbert at WLX Cafe on November 21st, promptly at 12 noon after the local news. The WLX Cafe is located in the back of the radio station on North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Tickets are $5 each for general admission, or you can reserve a table for 6 with prime seating for $50. To purchase tickets, stop by WLX or call 931-762-6200. Brought to you by Bud Light and Vulco Automotive.
Now, it's Red Eye Radio. Gary McNamara and Eric Harley talk about everything from politics to social issues and news of the day. Whether you're up late or you're just starting your day, welcome to the show. From the Uniden America Studios, this is Red Eye Radio.
All across America and around the planet, we are Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Well, I tell you, it was a trip coming into work.
Yeah.
I'm coming up the George Herbert Walker Bush Tollway.
Right.
And by the time I get to I-30, I'm like, uh-oh.
Formerly known as Hitler Freeway. No?
No, because that's Herbert Walker.
I know. Yeah. But a few people said that about him.
Okay.
I'm sure they did.
Hitler's
His
father.
last name is Bush.
Hitler's father. The Hitler family.
Yeah.
So I get to I-30, just about 4 miles west of Cowboy Stadium. You know, heading north, coming here to our wonderful Red Eye Radio studios.
You put a lot into that.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, here's all the cars and I'm like, I'm staying out of all these people's way. They're really ticked. These are people that just saw the Cowboys lose again, 34-10, and they're just furious because, you know, probably a lot of them still have second mortgages on their homes for the personal seat licenses. Right. And they're like, this is what I paid for. And so when they were going by me at 95, I let them by.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you and I were talking about that earlier, that the one thing is, you know, you have these personal seat licenses and, you know, you look at the ticket prices and what they are. You know, to have a great seat, you know, for example, at a great NFL stadium, if you take the seat license and everything else, you could be paying for a couple of tickets $1,000.
Oh, yeah.
And so you think of it, the parking, that, anything to eat, $1,000 for a couple of tickets. Well, if I go to a concert and I spend, you know, a name band, and I really don't go to see many name bands. I'm not into a lot of name bands, but if I do $100 to $200,
you prefer the bands with no name.
Yeah, exactly. I'm in the no labels band party.
Yeah.
That at least you get the show. You go, I liked it. It was really good. I couldn't pay $1,000 and have my teams lose. I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. And then because every single team, no matter who, as soon as you lose a quarterback, because quarterbacks make the difference. We all know it. Look at New England now. Look at all these New England. Imagine these people in New England that bought at the end of Tom Brady's career, thinking, okay, it's been so great for the last 20.
This is going to go on for what? He went where?
Yeah.
What? He went Florida? He went to Florida?
And then they won the Super Bowl down there.
Are you guys lying to me right now? Did he really go to Florida?
And so you look at the commitment, the personal seat license to go, when is it ever going to end? When's the losing ever going to end? I don't know how that business model with the personal seat license, will go long term, especially if a team is losing. But I know I'm out because I'm not paying $1,000. I will never pay. I could be a billionaire and I never pay $1,000. It might be worth it if they win the Super Bowl. If you pay $1,000 for a Super Bowl ticket, but a regular season game, if they lose, sorry.
Well, if I were to ever pay that, I would expect that on the national TV broadcast, that the commentators start every comment with my name. Eric, this is why the Cowboys decided to go that route. They blah, blah, blah. And also, Eric, this is I want it deeply personalized for, the remainder of the Cowboys' history. I don't get paying that much for sports. Look, have I overpaid for things? Yeah. But am I going to sign my life away for something like that? Can you imagine getting a second mortgage for football?
No.
Because inevitably you're going to get burned. Your team's not going to be on top forever. They're just not.
Yeah. And
why are you buying the forever seat? The answer is no. I'll come back when you're winning. Or maybe not.
You know what the cost of, to show you how old I am, the cost of my first NFL ticket. Anybody have a guess? $3.
And you got free licorice whips.
$3, and in the uncovered end zone of War Memorial Stadium in Buffalo, New York. If you've ever seen the movie The Natural, that stadium.
Okay.
And if you've seen The Natural, you're like, well, that looked like a stadium out of the 1920s.
Yep.
I think it was actually done 39 or 40, I think is when it was done.
Wow.
Then they put an addition in later on. But yeah, $3. Then the next year they went up to $4, and then my brother and I splurged, and we got covered end zone seats for $5 on a sunny day.
Wow!
I can still remember because I remember because they were playing the Miami Dolphins, and I just saw yesterday the picture of Larry Zonka holding up like champagne because when Kansas City lost, it means they still hold the record for the only undefeated team in modern times, the 1972 Miami Dolphins.
Right.
And so every year when that final team loses, the members of that, think about that. Wow. 52 years.
Wow.
52 years ago. Wow.
Wow.
And but yeah, so that I can't imagine paying whatever it is, $500, $600 a ticket, and especially in the major cities like Dallas and LA. I heard the new LA stadium is extremely expensive to be in. There is no return on investment. And as I've said, I could be a billionaire and still go, no, it's not worth it.
Right.
Not worth it. Come on, you can blow the money. Nah. It's football.
Yeah.
And if they lose, no.
No. Expensive seats for one game? Yeah, maybe.
I did see.
I've never been. I've never been to a NFL game.
I saw it on X yesterday. The secondary market tickets as low as $30 for the Cowboys for last night's game. $30.
Yeah. Now that's not the one where Beyonce was performing at halftime. She's gonna perform at a Houston game halftime, but I don't think it was this one.
Oh no, because this was in Dallas.
I know, but that would have been funny, having her perform and they win, because she represents Houston in that way. That would have been hilarious. I don't know which game it is, but it's no, because it's a Netflix game. Netflix is the one that confirmed it. So I guess Netflix
and that would be Christmas Day.
Is that Christmas Day?
Christmas Day is when Netflix is carrying the 3 games, which they're wondering whether they have the bandwidth to have 3 games on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
They have all the. I don't know if they have all the Christmas. I guess they would. 3 day. Christmas isn't a Sunday, so yeah, it would be the 3 games on Christmas with Netflix, which my sister will be the happiest person in the world when she realizes that it's on Netflix.
Yeah.
Because she hates on Thanksgiving or Christmas to have the TV on sports.
Oh.
It's like, no, it's time for dinner. All sports are off. And we need to watch something besides sports. What type of holiday programs are on?
Well, so far,
like,
when it comes to live sports on Netflix, I think the feedback is boring. Based on the whole Jake Paul, Mike Tyson thing.
I just like I said, with all the pregame, with all the pre-fight hype for that one, as I said yesterday, all I kept thinking was my father. People love to be BS'd. That was a perfect example.
Yeah, I think it's people that either already had a Netflix. I would love to see what the jump in subscriptions was. That'll tell you right there, because you can get the month for what I don't know. What do you get the month for? $10, $15?
Yeah, I wasn't actually thinking about the TV. I was thinking because it happened, I didn't even know the fight was going on the Thursday. That's how obsessed I've been with the election stuff.
No, I found out that Thursday night, Friday morning from headlines on X.
That's what I found out too the day before.
Yeah,
and I'm like, and I had no idea.
I knew that something was going on with the YouTuber guy because Rogan talked about it months ago, and they were talking about something that might happen, and I just didn't have any interest.
I didn't know it was taking place 12 miles from me.
Yeah. No, actually, I found that out, I think, the following day that it happened here.
And I'm talking about the people that I know.
Mm-hmm.
So many of them that all had to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why?
Mm-hmm.
Boxing, we talked about this yesterday. Boxing, UFC, just not into it. Never have been.
Well, if we're talking about something back in the heyday, that's one thing. To watch a 58-year-old Mike Tyson, I don't really have it.
Yeah.
It's an exhibition fight. I don't have any interest in that at all.
Yeah, the UFC thing is always just
I've never had
passed
any
me
interest
by.
in that.
It's
nope.
And they were we play the Democratic? I know we talked about it. I don't know if we played the audio cut with the one. I don't know if it was CNN or MSNBC. Trump coming in, and everybody who's with him are people that are going to be in his cabinet, and it's like they look like gladiator. The emperor coming in to watch the gladiators fight. I'm like, oh my God! But I was thinking, if I have to do that to be on his cabinet, that's going to have to be a no. Yeah, I'll serve on your cabinet, but I'm not going to go to all the stuff you go to.
Well, my first question would be, can I work from home?
Hey,
look,
I did tell you, though, that Trump said he's not going to. He told all of his weekly golf buddies it's done.
Yeah,
no more golfing. I got work to do.
I think he is well aware of the very short timeline that he has 4 years is not a long time to fix everything that's broken. And so, that's a good thing.
This was one of my favorite stories because there was such hype when this came out from the left. The union representing the Democratic National Committee employees, you're going, what? The union? Democratic National Committee? Don't you remember? I forgot how long ago it was. I don't know what the time span is. But when that happened, it was like, see, we protect our people in the Democratic National Committee. Mm-hmm. If you work for our party, you can be in a union. So they voted to be in a union.
Right.
Well, the union's not happy now. The union representing the Democratic National Committee employees is very upset about staffing cuts that typically occur upon an election loss. The layoff of union workers is the latest instance of the Democratic Party assailing the working class while protecting the donor class. I'm reading this from Breitbart, by the way. The committee's leadership is trying to save face with big Democratic donors after it claimed Vice President Kamala Harris would win the presidential election. The election loss left the Harris campaign in $20 million of debt. DNC leadership is reportedly concerned and anxious it will inherit the bill. Following the fallout, the DNC gave temporary employees and some permanent employees only 1 day's notice with no severance, according to the DNC staff union. DNC leadership refuses to disclose to the DNC staff union the full extent of these layoffs and whether additional cuts are planned. The DNC staff noted on X, also noting Harris's massive $1 billion fundraising haul. Here's a tweet. 1 day's notice, no severance. The DNC fights for workers, just not their own.
And then the word came out that, remember, they upped the amount that they paid Oprah's company. It went from $1 million to like $2.5 million. Standing bill at Harpo Productions.
Yeah.
No, New York Post was reporting that. Yeah, that's.
I saw the cost was 2.5. I thought they said cost, but wow.
Are you saying they didn't pay their bill? Are you thinking they didn't pay their bill or what?
No, they didn't say. They simply said, from what I got out of it, the Harris campaign paid them $1 million, but it cost $2.5 million to put on. And
right.
They didn't say
so that
who
would
paid.
leave either a deficit or somebody
right.
else
They didn't
paid
say,
it for them.
Right. They didn't say. They didn't. I don't know. But here it is.
Because then she's got all these outstanding invoices out there, and look, to the left, this is exactly what you get. Yeah, they raised you think that they were actually going to care about union workers? No.
But I love this. A betrayal of party values. DNC staff union statement on staff layoffs. I mean, the DNC was so proud. We have a union. They're not happy about it now.
Nope.
866-98-RED-EYE.
Get in touch with Red Eye Radio, toll free at 866-90-RED-EYE.
Get 15% off your stay at Motel 6 using the promo code CPREDEYE. Motel 6 will leave the light on for truckers.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science. Progressive Commercial knows truckers can expect the unexpected when driving, but a little heads up like this would still be nice.
Hey there, good buddy. This is the pothole you're about to hit and blow a tire on. Afterwards, you'll say, boy, that came out of nowhere, which is funny considering I've been here the whole time. because I'm a pothole. Over.
Be ready for the unexpected with heavy truck roadside assistance available 24/7 year-round. Get a quote in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Covered subject to terms and limits. Not available in all states.
So much information, so little time, and so many sources that may not have your best interest in mind. For over 100 years, Fleet Owner has been your #1 source of reliable industry news. Whether you need the most up-to-date news from our daily Newsline newsletter, the latest on EVs and the changing alternative fuel landscape from our emissions and efficiency newsletter, or you're looking for Class 1 through 6 info from our HD Pickup and Van newsletter, you've come to the right place. Fleet Owners newsletters are crafted by industry experts and award-winning editors with you in mind. We are dedicated to bringing you the right news and information at the right time. Combine those newsletters with our print publication, and you have a combination that cannot be beat. Sign up today for the newsletter or newsletters that fit your needs at fleetowner.com. For industry news and trends, that is fleetowner.com. That's fleetowner.com.
Look at this cable bill. What on earth can I do to get rid of some of these expenses?
Well, did you know that you can switch to the entirely free Cloud9 TV on your Roku streaming device for your local weather, high school sports, and radio, as well as partner that with Hulu, Prime Video, and save up to $150 a month?
Wow, how do you do that?
Well, you can go to cloud9fiber.com/TV for more information today.
I'm going to do that.
You should.
This is State Representative Kip Capley, and I want to wish you and your family a very happy Thanksgiving. This is the season of thanks, and I'm so thankful to be your voice in Nashville in the state legislature. From your state representative for the 71st District, Kip Capley.
For the look you want and look you deserve, contact Phil Hooper at HD Ink Screen Printing and Embroidery in Leoma. HD Ink specializes in designing and creating custom apparel and merchandise and have many options to make your custom decorated apparel look its greatest. And they pride themselves with top-notch customer service. HD Ink is located at 26 Ingram Road in Leoma. Just look for the blue roof. Call 931-201-2961 or check out their website, hdinksp.com.
Volco is thrilled to introduce Mike Luna as their newest member of their team. With his impressive 42 years of experience at Napa Auto Parts, Mike brings invaluable expertise to their business. They are excited to announce that they offer parts and manufacture in-house Gates hydraulic hoses. Volco's inventory includes a wide range of fittings from 1/4 inch to 1 1/4 inch, as well as brass, airline, and hydraulic adapter fittings. Visit Volco Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. at 416 Buffalo Road, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
In-service towing wishes you a Thanksgiving filled with peace and love this year. Whether you're stuck in traffic or stuck in the driveway, remember, we've got you covered. So you can spend more time with family and less time worrying about your car. Happy Thanksgiving from Tyler and Cindy at In-Service Towing.
It's Friday Radio. He's Eric Carly, and I'm Gary McNamara. All right, so here we go. You are right. Harpo Productions was paid $2.5 million. Okay, I'd seen earlier that it cost $2.5 million. So, but now they're saying, according to the New York Times report, they were paid $2.5 million to put on the event. And one of the things that was talked about was that the celebrities themselves, I mean, she wasn't paid personally. They've said that, but the company was. They said all the staff and all this, but it was like, well, you could do it for a lot less than $2.5 million.
Right.
You just get some auditorium, boom, you do it, and
Right.
you know, it doesn't cost. And they were like, there was so much money that everybody jumped on and said, okay, we can charge them as much as that we want. Nobody's questioning it. Nobody's auditing it. Nobody's saying what's a reasonable value. Just go and spend it.
Right.
But the fact that the union now is furious because the union's making the claim that it's not these were jobs that they were told were going to be there after the election. The union.
Right. And if you look at the campaign debt of $20 million, that $2.5 million to Harpo Productions is over 10% of that alone for one sit-down interview. Now, again, we don't know if that invoice has been paid. You always pay Oprah whatever you owe Oprah. But or if it's outstanding or whatever, but it doesn't matter. The spending led to the $20 million deficit, the $20 million in debt that they have.
Mm-hmm.
And $2.5 million is over 10% of that. So for anybody who thought a union was going to work in the DNC, in the party, or in the campaign, you're just absolutely delusional.
Well, you heard the last night with all the celebrities cost $10 million.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, and
the donors
were throwing tons of money at it.
The donors are, we know because the one, what was her name? Lee, I can't think of it. One of the bundlers of the donors and a donor herself, they're just livid.
Yeah.
Like they told us we're going to win. We're going to win in order to get more money out of it. They didn't say we have a good shot. They said guaranteed win. This is effective use of your donations. And so everybody, now they're going after Pelosi. Everybody's being blamed now.
Yeah.
It's just, it's a circular firing squad.
The liberal infighting continues.
Hey folks, it's Keith from Quick Mart Convenience Stores. You guys know how much I love biscuits, so I went to work for the place that makes the best biscuits in town. Our biscuits are made fresh, and they're packed with your choice of meat, eggs, butter, jelly, and you guessed it, gravy. Did you know that we have regular gravy and chocolate gravy? There's no better way to start your day than with a biscuit and a drink from your neighborhood Quick Mart Convenience Store. We have 39 locations, and they all sell biscuits. Come see us.
This is County Executive David Morgan. On behalf of Lawrence County government and all my department heads, I just want to wish you a happy Thanksgiving. This is a great time of year to really sit back and take inventory of all the things we have to be thankful for. I thank God for Lawrence County and for this great country that we get to live in. God bless. Happy Thanksgiving.
Did you know the average cost of the nursing home is $8,500 per month? That's over $100,000 per year. If you or a loved one goes into long-term care, or if someone is already there, how are you going to pay for it? Wouldn't it be better if everything you worked for your entire life went to your family? I'm Stan Pierchoski with Pierchoski Estate Law, and we have solutions to this problem and many others. Call me at 931-363-7222, and we can protect your nest egg from the high cost of long-term care.
Are you about to lose your license due to your driving record? Are you in need of SR22 insurance filing? If so, Harold Webb Insurance Services can provide you with SR22 auto insurance for your less than perfect motor vehicle record. If you have had an accident, traffic violation, or DUI and need insurance, call or come by Harold Webb Insurance Services for all your insurance needs. 631 North Military Avenue, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Phone 931-762-6466. SR22s are filed while you wait in our office and are sent to the state at no additional cost to you.
Happy Thanksgiving from our 7H roofing family to yours. We can't say thank you enough for the privilege it is to be the roofer you choose and trust with the most valuable asset on your home. It is not and will never be something we take for granted. May your family be blessed and prosperous this holiday season.
Are you tired of waiting in line for your prescriptions at the big box stores? At Frisbee Apothecary, we will meet you with a smile and give you fast service. We are local and have been in business for over 40 years. When you're asked what pharmacy do you use, say Frisbee Apothecary. We are located next door to Express Med at 726 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. You can call us at 762-7223. Come by and check our prices. You may be pleasantly surprised. Frisbee Apothecary. We're local, friendly, and fast. A Health Mart pharmacy.
At Nature's Nuggets Natural Foods, we invite you to come by our store and look around. We offer a full line of natural vitamins, herbs, dried fruit, nuts, food staples, healthy snacks, and a lot more. At Nature's Nuggets, you'll receive friendly service by the owners and the lowest prices anywhere on all your natural product needs. For healthy eating, it's Nature's Nuggets. Nature's Nuggets Natural Foods, Highway 64 West, Lawrenceburg. Open daily 9 to 5:30. Get nature's best for less at Nature's Nuggets.
Using the Shell Rotella hotline, 866-907-3339. Red Eye Radio at Shell Rotella. What matters is inside.
Winter's here, and your diesel engine is about to face its toughest test. When temperatures drop, don't let gelled fuel leave you stranded. With House Diesel Treat, the #1 anti-gel on the market, you're protected. It prevents fuel from gelling, removes water, stops deposits, and even lubricates your fuel system. Gelling or icing emergency? Count on House Diesel Lifeline to get you back on the road fast. No mixing, no filter replacements, just reliable alcohol-free rescue from the brand you know and trust. Get House. Stay rolling.
There are few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that tangibly make a difference in the lives of professional drivers. Since 2008, nearly 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund when a medical issue took them off the road. St. Christopher steps in by paying necessity household expenses such as mortgage or rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. Drivers want to get back on the road as quickly as possible, and your support helps make that happen. You can learn more about the SEF or make a donation at truckersfund.org. Support our highway heroes by donating today, or consider including the SCF in your estate planning. Again, you can learn more at truckersfund.org. That's truckersfund.org. Truckersfund.org.
As an owner-operator, you have unique needs to ensure you can run a profitable business, deliver on time, and still have time at home with the family. The experts at Fleet Owner bring their expertise to you each week with the For the Driver newsletter, arriving in your inbox every Wednesday morning. This free newsletter will help you stay on point with all of your goals, understand upcoming regulations, and be on the forefront of breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
Call and join the conversation. 1-866-90-RED-EYE. Red Eye Radio.
And he is Eric Hurley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Welcome and good morning. You know, one of the things that we said after the election, and it's something that I know that I've been, just wondering what's going to happen here. Where do the Democrats go? They have this circular firing squad going. Where do they go? And an article in Axios, one in Politico, and others talking about this, that the establishment wing of the Democratic Party is trying to prevent the radical left from controlling the DNC. The infighting underscores a lack of leadership among Democrat ranks. The bruising turmoil has reached such a pitch that Democrats have begun to summon enough courage to leak negative comments about Pelosi. Democrats will have to elect a new DNC chair in the coming weeks, but the process would appear to demand a consensus of why Trump won. A unified consensus does not appear to be in sight. Establishment Democrats want their radical left allies to stop pushing the intersectional politics of wokeism, radical transgender movement. But many have on the far left have doubled down. AOC, for example, believes Democrats lost big because Hispanic and black voters are misogynist. The progressive wing of the party has to recognize, we all have to recognize, the country's not progressive and not to the far left or to the far right. They're in the middle, said a DNC committeeman for Rhode Island, told Politico. I'm going to look for a chair who's going to be talking to the center, who's going to be for the guy who drives the truck back home at the end of the day. Well, at least we're off the, I want to talk to the guy who's got the lunch pail. Here we go, though. This is from Joseph Polino, DNC committeeman for Rhode Island, told Politico, I don't want to be the freak show party. Like they have branded us. You know, when you're a mom with 3 kids and you live in middle America and you're just not really into politics, and you see these ads that scare the bejesus out of you, you're like, I know Trump's weird or whatever, but I would rather have his weirdness that does not affect my kids. That's the radical transgender movement is what they're talking about. Yep. And as we've seen, we mentioned whether it was Jen Psaki or who was it? John Oliver talking about it. You see J.K. Rowling went after Oliver. Oh, we'll get to that coming up. Because they're sitting there saying, the numbers aren't there. This really isn't that big of a problem. The Republicans are making too big of a deal out of it. And the first thing I see today is some guy on a soccer team, like they won the state or national championship in something. And it's like, the one guy has scored like so many goals. It's like just destroying the women's league.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the freak show party, he said. I do think that there's this whole sentiment that we just went too far out there on identity. Do we have to say, look, Democrats, you should have listened to us.
Been saying it for years.
We've been telling you for over 2 decades, stop with the identity politics.
Yep.
We told you. You should have paid us the $1 billion.
Right. Over that many years, that would have been very little money.
I do think there's this whole sentiment that we're just went too far out there on identity. No blank Sherlock.
And only because you did.
Yeah, and allowed the Republicans to really attack us at every turn as a result. And that we just essentially did not focus on the everyday issues of Americans, said another DNC member from California. Politico reported on the party's turmoil, the race for chair, the party's first reckoning with its brutal Election Day outcome. Up and down the ballot is wide open with nearly a dozen names floated as possible successors to replace James Harrison, who is not expected to run again. And they go through all the different people, the majority of who you don't know who they are, even though Rahm Emanuel is one. Party officials are expected to wait until the next chair is seated, likely early next year, to decide on a formal review of Democrats' failings in this election. But the recriminations over Harris's loss to Donald Trump are already reverberating throughout the DNC and influencing members' outlooks on the chair's race. The first step the party will take to chart its post-defeat direction. Following Hillary's loss in 2016, party officials stripped superdelegates of much of their power in the presidential nominating process, a victory for the left after a primary in which superdelegates overwhelmingly supported Clinton over Bernie Sanders. Today, among at least some of the members of the party, there is a sense that the party has drifted too leftward in its messaging. You think?
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, it's, this is again, it's like William Shatner all over again. We don't understand why. Yeah. They're identifying the problem here and then saying, like the other side has labeled us. Well, labeled you. Why? This is what the party has become. This is who you guys are. Are you just now paying attention?
And how do you reverse it?
The election's already happened. Do we need to tell these people this? The election is behind us. This isn't the time to start straightening out the party. It was decades ago when all this began, like we said. Where were you?
Well, they were implying in that article that they should bring the superdelegates back because they can't trust the rank and file.
Well,
but then again, that doesn't make any sense because you had even more than superdelegates appoint. At least those were delegates.
Yeah. Yeah.
At least there was, but the delegates come from the primary process to begin with, though.
Right.
The delegates at the DNC just said, "The hell with what the voter has to say. We're just going to do it.
We're going to do the will of the party."
And they went as far
people.
And they went as far left as they possibly could,
yep,
trying to pretend that they weren't, but they couldn't sell it. That's the problem. How do you sell it? It's like Mika and Joe coming out and saying, "Oh, well, now that Hitler's been elected, we're going to go We're going to go to his compound.
We're open. We're open to discussing things with Hitler.
Right. We're going to Hitler's bunker.
Right.
And we're going to discuss things with him and see where we have common ground. And then the liberals went absolutely bonkers on that yesterday.
Well,
what are you talking about? You've been telling us he's been Hitler.
And then they say we're not trying to normalize him. You actually just did.
Right.
What do you think? What is your goal?
Well, the problem really, when you think about Mika and Joe, is normalizing themselves. When you think about it. I mean, that's really the biggest problem they have.
Here's the thing. What do they actually stand for? Because the party's not going to try and normalize Donald Trump. The Democratic Party's not going to do that. Look, when everybody's in, and then on January 20th, Trump is sworn in, it's going to be like it always was. They're going after him full stop. And, this trying to ride the wind. It's a Clinton-esque type of Bill Clinton, not Hillary Clinton-esque, a Bill Clinton type approach. You just, where are the polls going? Oh, which way did the election go? Okay, we'll try to come to the middle. Like we're thoughtful about it. Well, you were calling the guy Hitler. You were calling him a fascist.
On what issue?
And where is that center?
Well,
where's that common ground?
Well, what you see now is there is more of a recognition. We're seeing it every day. I mean, there's been every single day. I think there's been somebody in the Democratic Party saying we need to get rid of this identity politics. They know what the problem is. They know that the victim oppressor narrative that they throw out, along with identity politics, where you judge people by groups and not individuals, is a problem. How do you reverse that?
Right.
How do you reverse it? How do you sit there and say you have played the race card all the time?
Yep.
To the point now when you don't get when you are alienating Hispanics and blacks, and what do? The first thing you do is come out and you say, "Well, they're racist and misogynist too." I mean, it's you. I don't know.
The moment Trump moves on anything, it's going to be full on. There's not going to be any common ground. You may have one or two Democrats, maybe three Democrats on Capitol Hill that might go with the GOP on one or two things. But the left is not going to, well, we're going to listen. It's not going to happen. And Joe and Mika will be right back at it. And this whole idea of, this, because they want you to believe the idea here for them is they want you to believe they're on a higher moral plane. We went to him to tell him we were opening. We're going to be open to discussions. Who the hell cares about you? You're not a lawmaker. You don't shape policy. You're on MSNBC. That's it. Nobody cares. I don't need a Joe and Mika summit with Trump. Look, if they want to do that, that's great. But I'm not buying into this whole, we're on a higher moral plane. We're going to be open to discussions. Discussions like you are part of the decision-making process. That's not how any of this works.
The one thing that bothered me the most out of what they said was when Mika said, and, that Trump talked about, where we can meet and compromise on the issues.
Right.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I don't know whether he actually said that or not, but
yeah.
I wasn't happy with that comment.
Yeah. Well, it's, look, Trump's going to say what Trump's going to say. Trump went over and met with Kim Jong-un. Keep your friends close, your enemies closer. All right, great. But they are not on the higher moral plane. They didn't win the election. He did. They didn't set a new historic standard. he did. It puts everything on his shoulders, but that's the whole point. They act like, well, we will be a part of shaping things like they're going to, what, like you're going to take credit for it? Give me a break. Who the hell are you? We're open. We want to have more discussions. And?
On what issue?
And for what? To what end? So is there a Joe and Mika stamp of approval everybody's waiting for? I'm not aware of that.
I'm sorry, that's funny. I can see that. Trump comes out. By the way, this has been approved. This has the stamp of approval from Joe and Mika.
Exactly.
866-90 Red Eye.
We'll be right back with more Red Eye Radio with Eric Harley and Gary McNamara.
Shell Rotella with advanced synthetic technology is designed to help keep your rig running with more mileage and less maintenance.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
Progressive Commercial knows truckers can expect the unexpected when driving, but a little heads up like this would still be nice.
Breaker truck driver, I'm the local meteorologist. Just letting you know I got the days mixed up and a little bit of hail is coming. Over. Actually, it's a hailstorm. My bad. Over.
Be ready for the unexpected with primary liability limits up to $2 million on our specialty heavy truck coverage. Get a quote at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to terms and limits.
Hi, Tom Bodette here. If you've logged as many highway miles as me, you've seen billboards claiming the world's best something or other, like the world's best peach pie, chicken gravy pancakes, or the world's best or least worst truck stop bathroom. Well, believe me when I say the world's best night stay is at a Motel 6. Many even have truck parking for all you world's best drivers out there. I'm Tom Bodette, and we'll leave the light on for you.
So much information, so little time, and so many sources that may not have your best interest in mind. For over 100 years, Fleet Owner has been your #1 source of reliable industry news. Whether you need the most up-to-date news from our daily Newsline newsletter, the latest on EVs and the changing alternative fuel landscape from our emissions and efficiency newsletter, or you're looking for Class 1 through 6 info from our HD Pickup and Van newsletter, you've come to the right place. Fleet Owners newsletters are crafted by industry experts and award-winning editors with you in mind. We are dedicated to bringing you the right news and information at the right time. Combine those newsletters with our print publication, and you have a combination that cannot be beat. Sign up today for the newsletter or newsletters that fit your needs at fleetowner.com. For industry news and trends, that is fleetowner.com. That's fleetowner.com.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund's Rigs Without Cigs program is a free tobacco cessation program available to all Class A over-the-road truck drivers. Rigs Without Cigs participants receive free tools to help them quit, along with support and accountability from a certified tobacco cessation specialist. To learn more, you can go to truckersfund.org and look under the Health and Wellness tab and sign up today. That's truckersfund.org.
Did you know that Rent Right in Lawrenceburg has a service department? When you're interested in making sure your equipment stays in great working order for years to come, you need knowledge and skill you can count on. Whether it is warranty work or day-to-day maintenance, Rent Right has you covered. Rent Right is proud to carry a wide selection of parts and accessories in stock. They're committed to making sure you get the maximum value you demand from your Hustler and Big Dog mowers. Give them a call or stop by and talk to their qualified parts staff to help determine just what you need. That's Rent Right, located at 721 Buffalo Road in Lawrenceburg. Come on down to Rent Right.
Transform your floor with Floored by Justin. From the timeless beauty of a solid engineered hardwood to durability of laminate, LVP, tile, and cozy carpets, they've got it all. Floored by Justin's not just your flooring store, they're your Schluter specialists, stocking everything for the installers. Quality, variety, and expertise, that's Floored by Justin. Visit them today at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma, Tennessee, and step into a world of possibilities where your dream floor is just a visit away.
A Moment in Real Estate with my dad, Jeff Luke.
You know, I get asked a lot about what the market's going to do. How's the real estate market? I've been selling real estate for a long time, and nobody has a crystal ball. And you know what? When it's your time to buy or your time to sell, it really doesn't matter what the market's doing. It's your time, and you have to do something maybe. What makes a difference is the agents and the experience that go to work for you. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, located here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. We can help.
Hood Company, powered by Keller Williams, the #1 name in real estate.
McMaster's Home Gallery, where you'll always get a special price every day. Shop their new showroom full of name-brand furniture, sofas, recliners, dining and bedroom suites, Serta bedding, lots of odd tables and chairs just to match your decor. McMaster's Home Gallery also has GE appliances. Stop by on Highway 43 in Loretto or call 853-6140. You'll be surprised what beautiful furniture is inside.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Carly, and I'm Gary McNamara. As we continue to observe the circular firing squad going on inside the Democrat Party, it all has to get back, and this is the one thing that they just seem to not want to face, is that they lost based on the issues, where they stand on the issues. It's that simple.
Yep.
And unless they change where they stand on the issues, unless there's major failures in this next Republican administration, they're going to have a tough time getting reelected.
Right, yeah.
Because the public is moving away from it. One of the problems that they have is the fact that when it came to the so-called, quote, women's rights, the women's rights that dominated the election was a radical transgender movement and the misogyny endorsed by the Democratic Party. That was what led.
Right.
So you're losing on that one. What do you have? If you're still going to practice identity politics, if you're still going to judge people by groups and not individuals, if you're still going to separate people by victims and oppressors, which, again, continue to divide the party into more pieces of oppressors and victims, you're not going to succeed as a political party. You have to find, when we talk about the fact that, Trump is uniting the country, there's a serious aspect to that. We're having fun with it because we know it irritates the hell out of liberals.
Right.
But there's actually a solid point behind it that on the issues he has. That's why the Harris campaign moved all the way over and said, well, we agree with Trump on this, and we'd be tougher with Trump on this.
Right.
Because they know that's what the people relate to on those particular issues.
Yep.
Unless they change on the issues, I don't see where they go.
Yep.
This is Red Eye Radio on Westwood One.
If you like listening to Red Eye On Demand, we have more of Eric Harley and guests for you. Download RER's Extra Mile podcast. More topics and issues discussed.
If you drive a big rig, you know that more time on the road means more money in your pocket. Shell Rotella, with advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running and save you money in the long run. Trade up to Shell Rotella, and you'll get superior protection against engine wear. That means less time in the shop and more time on the road. It also means you'll get more chances to see North America's finest roadside attraction, cows, cornfields, cows in cornfields. It's lovely this time of year. Shell Rotella's advanced synthetic technology also offers extended drain intervals, helping your rig go farther between oil changes. So you'll make less pit stops. Well, unless you need to restock on snacks, we really can't help you with that. But if you're looking to help your big rig engine live longer, look no further. Superior protection, less maintenance. That's what you can expect from the #1 heavy-duty engine oil in North America. Shell Rotella for the long haul. Explore the full lineup of Shell Rotella products at rotella.com/longhaul. Eric Harley here, excited about the opening of the nation's biggest travel center, Truckers Paradise. Over 200,000 square feet of amenities like clean showers and restrooms and no-wait fueling. Kick back at the beach, beer garden, or sports yard while the Tiki Girls bring you delicious meals and drinks. And Truckers Paradise is washing your truck. Many amenities available November 8th at 4321 North I-35, Gainesville, Texas. Go to truckersparadise.com and follow on Facebook.
Red Eye Radio and our sponsors are devoted to trucking safety. That's why we are proud to bring you the Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club. We've been saluting drivers who have surpassed the million-mile mark with preventable, accident-free driving. By reaching this milestone, you can be a part of an elite club of drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills. If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1 million miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at redeyeradioshow.com. That's redeyeradioshow.com. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from Petro Stopping Centers, Howe's Lubricator, Motel 6, the St. Christopher Fund, and Cat Scale. We applaud the individual truckers and fleets who drive with care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at redeyeradioshow.com.
As an owner-operator, you have unique needs to ensure you can run a profitable business, deliver on time, and still have time at home with the family. The experts at Fleet Owner bring their expertise to you each week with the For the Driver newsletter, arriving in your inbox every Wednesday morning. This free newsletter will help you stay on point with all of your goals, understand upcoming regulations, and be on the forefront of breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
Trump confirms his mass deportation plans. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. President-elect Trump posted on Truth Social yesterday, it's true, he plans to declare a national emergency and use the military to deport illegal immigrants.
Tom Homan is the incoming administration's border czar.
Already working on the plan. I'll be going down to Mar-a-Lago this week to put the final touches on the plan. But yeah, we're going to take the handcuffs off.
Pew Research estimates there are 11 million illegal immigrants living in the U.S. Trump officials say they plan to prioritize those who pose a risk to public safety for deportation first. Democrats are vowing to block Trump's plans.
Fox's Mark Meredith. The president-elect nominated another cabinet member yesterday. He selected former congressman and current Fox Business host Sean Duffy to be transportation secretary. Meantime, senators are pushing for the House Ethics Committee to release the report on Attorney General designate Matt Gaetz. Yesterday, an attorney for two women who testified before the panel said the women told lawmakers that Gaetz paid them for sex and one saw him with a minor. Gaetz denies the accusations. President Biden's asking Congress to approve nearly $100 billion in emergency disaster aid for areas still recovering from Hurricanes Helene and Milton.
Writing the request, the House Speaker Mike Johnson.
We're going to make sure we deliver for the hurricane victims and the people that have suffered from that.
Johnson says lawmakers will evaluate the near $100 billion request. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says
homes need to be rebuilt, schools need to be reopened, farmers need to help recover for their losses from ruined crops.
Congress is working out details on a year-end spending bill needed to avoid a government shutdown on December 20th. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And investors are eager to see Walmart's earnings this morning for the latest read on consumers as we head into the crucial holiday shopping season. America's listening to Fox News.
The world of business moves fast. Stay on top of it with the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday. Fox Business reporters, anchors, and hosts will bring you beneath the stock market speculation and boardroom drama to tell you about the biggest business stories of today. Whether you're on Main Street or Wall Street, Fox Business is invested in you.
Listen to the Fox Business Rundown every Monday and Friday at foxbusinesspodcasts.com or wherever you download your favorite podcasts.
It is time to take the quiz.
5 days a week, it's 5 questions in less than 5 minutes. We ask people on the streets of New York City to play along. Let's see how you do.
Including the pre-Super Bowl era, what NFL franchise has won the most NFL championships?
I'm going to say the Cowboys.
Good guess. I would say the Packers.
How'd you do? Exactly. These get tougher, so hang on.
Make sure you take the quiz every weekday at thequiz.fox. Thank you for taking the quiz.
An atmospheric river is bearing down on the Pacific Northwest. The Weather Prediction Center issuing excessive rainfall risk beginning today and lasting through Friday for what may be the strongest storm of the season so far. The storm's intensified so quickly it's considered a bomb cyclone and may cause power outages and flash flooding. Prosecutors rest the case in the New York City subway choking trial of Marine veteran Daniel Penny. Fox's C.B. Cotton has details from yesterday's testimony.
Another key testimony from one of the men captured on video holding Jordan Neely's arms as Penny held Neely in the chokehold. He said when he got on the train last year, he tried to help Penny restrain Neely so Penny could let up the chokehold. But he said Penny did not let go and that Neely was trying to, quote, escape. He said eventually Neely's body went limp. Another eyewitness said he didn't feel threatened by Neely's behavior, but there have also been several women to testify that they were terrified when Neely began making threats on the subway last year.
Israel says it has advanced into southern Lebanon, and as it does, its troops are finding large troves of Russian weapons. And that confirms its long-held suspicions that Hezbollah has been using sophisticated Russian arms. Crews capture more monkeys that made a mad dash from a research breeding facility in South Carolina.
43 rhesus monkeys escaped from the Alpha Genesis facility in Yamasee, about 50 miles northeast of Savannah, Georgia. Over 30 have been recaptured so far, including 2 more on Tuesday, who employees say were chowing down on peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. They've been luring the monkeys back in with food. The company, federal health officials, and police all say the animals pose no risk to public health. The monkeys escaped last week when an employee didn't fully lock an enclosure. Tom Rigotti, Fox News.
And I'm Carmen Roberts, and this is Fox News.
Get ready for another incredible WLX Country Cafe with Dave Wilbert, straight from the Music Row charts. Dave's new single, Christian County Homecoming Queen, is out now and climbing the charts.
Christian County Homecoming Queen.
Enjoy lunch and fantastic music, all while supporting a worthy cause. A portion of the proceeds will benefit X-Care's disaster relief. Don't miss Dave Wilbert at WLX Cafe on November 21st, promptly at 12 noon after the local news. The WLX Cafe is located in the back of the radio station on North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Tickets are $5 each for general admission, or you can reserve a table for 6 with prime seating for $50. To purchase tickets, stop by WLX or call 931-762-6200. Brought to you by Bud Light and Vulco Automotive.
Now, it's Red Eye Radio. Gary McNamara and Eric Harley talk about everything from politics to social issues and news of the day. Whether you're up late or you're just starting your day, welcome to the show. From the Uniden America Studios, this is Red Eye Radio.
All across America, we are Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Carley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Welcome and good morning. Thank you for being here. You know, I can't wait to see when they start coming out with the reports and what eventually happens with Ramaswamy and Elon Musk. The Department of getting rid of everything.
Yes.
The Department of Government Efficiency. Ramaswamy says some federal agencies will be deleted outright with mass reductions on tap. Again, there's a lot of hype over it. The devil, when it comes to cutting, is always in the details.
If you mean by deleted from your ledger, actually deleting a department will take forever. This
right.
It'll come down to basically, all right, here's what the commission, because it's not a real department. This is a commission type approach. Here's what we found. If it's an awareness campaign that lasts the better part of the first 2 years, great. Other than that, don't get your hopes up on actual cuts.
Because he was on with Sunday Morning Futures, and he said they will pursue major reductions in the federal bureaucracy, which could result in some agencies being shuttered. We expect certain agencies will be deleted outright. We expect mass reductions in force in areas of the federal government that are bloated. We expect massive cuts among federal contractors and others who are overbilling the federal government. Now, you could do that and make that aware in specific cases by showing something that's absurd, and Congress gets a hold of it and says we need to stop it because there's an outcry. And I like the way that they're going to make everything transparent, and they're going to have the ridiculous spending of the week or with a day or whatever where people can vote on it. And so it's going to create some hype. And so I'm all for it. I'm just saying let's not get too optimistic. And I believe I've said this a few times. If I'm wrong, I'll be the first person to say, I was wrong. They got all these cuts in. And the American public accepted.
I would celebrate being wrong.
Yes.
Please make me wrong.
There are people out there.
Make Eric and Gary wrong again.
There are people out there that believe that Ramaswamy and Musk are going to cut. They're not cutting anything.
No, they don't have any authority.
Right. They're simply putting out a report.
Right.
Now, what can they do if, for example, let's say you find out there's $10 billion that was just continually goes down a toilet because they flush it down a toilet every day.
Yeah.
And it would plug the toilet probably, but it doesn't plug the toilet because it's a big sewer system. And
it's a government toilet.
It's a government toilet.
It's really big. It's
no, it can't
be
be
a lot of flushings.
No, it can't be a government toilet. That would be low flow.
No. This is the government toilet for taxpayer money being flushed. It's very high flow.
Oh, okay, very high. Okay, they made a special one just for that.
Flow. It's more of a downstream.
So it's a Ferguson.
Yeah.
Anybody who I'm relating to, married with children.
Mm-hmm.
By the way.
Yeah.
The best episode ever.
Yeah.
When Al got his toilet.
Right.
A Ferguson.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a weak sound. It goes whoosh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And when they're flushing taxpayer money, you really want it to go.
Well, the point would be, can executive order do it or a vote from Congress? That's what everything is going to be. Can he do it? Because they've talked about, he can do a lot through executive order. Okay, will be interesting how much to see he can do through executive order. How much of a department can you cut?
Right.
You're here right now, a consensus from Republicans that they're going to cut Department of Education. Congress will need to do that. Will they ever get 60 votes in the Senate for that?
No.
Then you don't cut the Department of Education.
Again, I would love to be proven wrong.
Yes.
Please prove me wrong. I don't have confidence that's going to happen.
Right.
They're not going to. It's because here's how it works. You get to the vote. Yeah, and then all of us wonks. Yeah, man, we want this to happen. Then you got to go to the rank and file. This is how it's going to go down. Well, we're cutting. Wait a minute. Well, that's not going to affect my school, is it? Not going to affect our schools, right? Look, we want it to be turned back over to the states and communities. They have the responsibility, in fact, for answering for the care of our children for more waking hours during the school year than we get to spend with them. And it's our taxpayer money. I don't need it to go to D.C. and then have it regurgitated and be sent back to my school district. I don't need that.
Right.
But explain that to the rank and file person. You're going to get a massive backlash, and that's why the votes wouldn't happen.
Right, because they're going to say you're against education. And I know that Republicans are saying this puts it more in parental control and government more local to you.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, but the only thing Democrats will focus on is whatever the budget is of the Department of Education. All these $1 billion will be gone from education.
Yeah, free lunches will be gone. No lunches. It'll be no lunches.
The only way, well, I don't know. Does it cut out probably would cut out the school lunch program?
I would think.
That's a federal
and remember
program
what they
through the
did
Department
with
of
the
Education.
Georgia election law.
That's
They're going to starve in line while trying to vote. And so imagine what they'll do. They've already done it. We've seen it happen before, but for the generation that hasn't seen that, it's going to be, they're going to starve children. They won't get any food. And some families can't afford to feed their children. It's going to be that relentlessly, endlessly. Now, having said that, you have more and more Americans that are moving pro-school choice, which is a good thing. So if we get to the point of making the Department of Education irrelevant, that would be a good thing. But that happens on an individual basis or in those communities where they've been pushing it, or states have been pushing it for quite some time.
Okay, school lunch program's not run by the Department of Education. It's run by the Department of Agriculture.
Okay.
So
so there's our problem with the Department of Agriculture. Yeah. But it's going to be over and over again impossible to make cuts, because once you start saying we're making cuts, now you've got to tell people what they're going to do without.
Well, you need 60
votes. Or the Democrats are going to do.
You need 60 votes in the Senate. Are there 60 votes in the Senate to cut $2 trillion? All right, let's say, hypothetically, executive order can get rid of $1 trillion.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you have 60 votes to get rid of the other trillion? I'm just throwing those numbers out. I don't.
No. No.
And so you're saying you're going to reduce the size, you're going to reduce this. Fine. How do you do that precisely? Elon Musk and Ramaswamy are not going to be doing it. They're just going to point it out.
Right.
People still don't understand that. I still get, what are you guys talking about? They're going to cut. No, they're not. They're only putting together a report and marketing what needs to be done. They are themselves have no authority to cut anything in the federal budget.
Right.
And by the way, I'm using the $2 trillion because that's what Elon Musk said he believes can be cut out of the budget of the current, was it 6.75 trillion is what we are right now. So,
yeah.
25 to 30% is what he is saying. Can it be cut? I mean, could it be cut? Is it yes. And everybody survive? Yeah. It's not could it? It's is there the political will to do that? And when the Democrats start demonizing right up front about the Department of Education, because do you think how many people actually know what the Department of Education actually does? All they know is the Department of Education, federal money comes from it, the money is gone, your kids are going to starve, your kids won't be educated, and we need to be educating our kids to compete in the world market, and the Republicans want to get rid of the agency that ensures that your kids are taught correctly, which is a lie, but it doesn't matter. What's effective politically, those are the headwinds that they have to face, which means you need very good communicators, and you've got them, but you need very good communicators coming out of the Republican Party. Could you reduce what the authority that they have? Yeah. Do I expect that in 4 years the Department of Education will be gone? No.
No, any progress is good progress, because that's where you start to demonstrate why we can keep moving in that direction long term. And hopefully that's what is done here. It starts with a very good, solid public awareness campaign of the overspending, and that's what I think that this will be. And then beyond that, if through the executive office they can roll back some of that spending, or they can, again, reallocate or change anything about it in a positive direction. I'll just say that overall, because I don't know exactly what Trump will do. through executive decision. Look, here's the thing. Coming in, if RFK Jr. makes, a director of Health and Human Services, are we looking at a budget cut for that department? Because there are things he would want to change. I would think that if he's going to get his way, he would have to pay for everything he's going to do. He would have to show where he's going to pay for everything he's going to do. But he's got a pretty big agenda if you've been following him over the years, not just over the past 2 years like a lot of people. It's a pretty big agenda. And usually from a lifelong Democrat, which he is, that comes with a pretty big price tag. But maybe it won't be the case under Trump. We'll see.
866-90 Red Eye.
Brought to you by Hot Shot Secret.
Hi, I'm Jen Loomis, a transport safety expert at J.J. Keller, and I'm here to share a tip on roadside inspections. Drivers must always be prepared for a roadside inspection. This means drivers should always have their personal, vehicle, and company credentials organized and ready, and having any shipment paperwork such as bills of lading or hazardous materials shipment emergency response information organized and ready for the inspection official. Just an FYI, the top 2 violations written against drivers every year, as well as during Operation Road Check, are log, general form and manner, and log not current. Both are completely avoidable if the driver keeps the log accurate, compliant, and current at all times. Having the vehicle ready for inspection involves the driver conducting daily inspections and making sure any problems that are discovered are immediately corrected. Vehicle readiness also requires the company to make sure that the vehicle is current on all scheduled maintenance and that the maintenance schedule is adequate. This will make sure the driver is being given a sound vehicle to start with. This tip was brought to you by J.J. Keller & Associates. Visit us at jjkeller.com.
Coming up, more with Gary McNamara and Eric Harley. It's Red Eye Radio.
Listen to Red Eye Radio wherever you are with the Red Eye Radio app. Available on Android and iPhone. Download it now from the App Store or by visiting us at RedEyeRadioshow.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So much information, so little time, and so many sources that may not have your best interest in mind. For over 100 years, Fleet Owner has been your #1 source of reliable industry news. Whether you need the most up-to-date news from our daily Newsline newsletter, the latest on EVs and the changing alternative fuel landscape from our emissions and efficiency newsletter, or you're looking for Class 1 through 6 info from our HD Pickup and Van newsletter, you've come to the right place. Fleet Owners newsletters are crafted by industry experts and award-winning editors with you in mind. We are dedicated to bringing you the right news and information at the right time. Combine those newsletters with our print publication, and you have a combination that cannot be beat. Sign up today for the newsletter or newsletters that fit your needs at fleetowner.com. For industry news and trends, that is fleetowner.com. That's fleetowner.com.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund is excited to offer a 12-week comprehensive health and wellness program for all Class A over-the-road truck drivers. Health Habits for the Long Haul is a free interactive program focusing on nutrition, hydration, movement, stress, and more. Drivers have free access to a health coach to develop healthy habits. Visit truckersfund.org under the Health and Wellness tab to register today. truckersfund.org.
Hey folks, this is Jason Duke from Swap and Shop Center in Lawrenceburg. Since 1950, my family has served you with the finest furniture, electronics, appliances, and outdoor equipment from quality name brands like Husqvarna, Ashley, Samsung, Jameson, Speed Queen, and many more. The one thing that hasn't changed in 70 years is that we still do business the same way my grandfather did, with a smile, handshake, and a promise to always give you the best. So come and let the Duke family take care of your family at Swap and Shop Center, North Military in Lawrenceburg.
At Preston's Restaurant, we always say we are thankful for the food before us, the friends beside us, and the love between us. Wishing you and your families a happy Thanksgiving this year from our families, hoping it is filled with love and happiness. Happy Thanksgiving from Preston's Restaurant.
Did we just get hit?
I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
Oh, sorry. I just depend on this car and have too much going on to have it wrecked.
Relax. We both seem to be okay. Just call Car Country in Leoma, Tennessee.
Seriously? You think it'll be that easy? Haven't you heard those commercials?
Last month I hit a deer and Car Country fixed it right in no time. When I got it back, it was like the deer never happened. They even helped me with a rental car. Mom and Dad have used them since their bad wreck in the 90s.
Did Car Country fix the dents from that shopping cart at the mall?
And the scratches from the dog.
You mean garage door?
Yeah. Just call Car Country in Leoma.
Hey, I'm here to tell you all boats are not made the same, and Mercury Motors especially aren't. Call or come by Jayco's Marine in Lawrenceburg and let the friendly crew tell you all about the new 75 to 300 horsepower Mercury Motors for your boat. Is a tri-tune more your style? Well, check out the inventory and see why people keep coming back to Jayco's Marine. You can trust their years of knowledge in the business, and at Jayco's, their prices are often lower than the national average.
Hi, this is Jerry Atien with Coldwell Banker Southern Realty. As we gather for the Thanksgiving season, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for a successful 2024. Wishing you and your family a warm and happy Thanksgiving.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Carly, and I'm Gary McNamara. So it's supposed to be, July 4th, 2026 when this report comes out, right?
Yeah, right.
And so we'll see at that point. You'll be a year and a half into the Trump presidency, and what are they going to do with the report once it comes out? There should be a ton of publicity on it, especially on X. You're going to see it.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be out there. So it's something that we're going to talk about, because if they do it a lot, it's going to be like when the pork book was out, the pig book, as the one think tank used to come out with in the 80s and 90s, and talk radio would talk about it for a day, and then it would disappear for another year. And every year, again, the pork book would come out. This will be a pork book or a pig book every single week of all these different things that the government's spending money on, then things you can vote on, and, things you can vote on, and then the top wasteful spending of the week. And then when the report comes out, we'll see what the administration does, what the Trump administration will do with it. Now, I don't know if he's going to start beforehand. For example, I would, if there's things you could do through executive order. I just don't know that when you get down to cutting in government right now, and we look back to the fact that when Paul Ryan put out his plan, there was one plan, the penny plan, cut the budget 1% a year.
Right. 1 penny for every dollar spent, you're going to cut.
Right. Couldn't do that. Couldn't do that. That was too radical. And when Paul Ryan wanted to came up with his plan during the campaign, remember that?
Mm-hmm.
During the Romney campaign, to balance the budget, it would take over 30 years, and he was viewed as the most uncaring Hitler you could possibly imagine.
Right.
Just wanting to kill everybody along the way. So those never had a starting point because they were viewed as too radical. Now, this is a plan from Musk where he put out a figure of $2 trillion out of the $6.75 trillion that we're spending right now in the budget that he believes we can cut.
Right.
A year, not in 10 years.
Right.
A year.
Right.
I'm highly suspicious that he can get there based on the fact that the American public claims they want to cut, but when the cuts actually come, they don't.
Well, let's look back at the campaign. How much of this was part of the campaign? Very little, if any. It was the generalized, what you always hear, hey, there's too much spending, we're spending way too much on this.
Wasteful spending.
Kind of thing.
Right. Foreign policy.
It really wasn't the focus of what you want to hear politically if you're somebody who cares about the national debt and government spending. The point being, is that, you're hearing a lot, and there should be great support, I think, for the efforts from Elon Musk and Ramaswamy in this case, if it only results in a great awareness campaign, because it has to start there. We've talked about that for years. It's something that no one else in the GOP has been focused on.
Mm-hmm.
And so that would be awesome, really great, putting it out there throughout the process and have it culminate in this report, and then making this into a giant public awareness campaign. That has to start. It has to start there anyway. And so I think both of them are highly qualified to be able to do this and go out and talk about it as surrogates anywhere. And I think anybody else on the Trump team can do that as well. Now, when you get into the spending, then you have to build that consensus, or the spending cuts, rather. You have to build that consensus. And that's a very different game. Aside from anything that Trump might be able to do through executive orders, you're going to have to build, because if we're going to do this, then just like with energy policy, it has to be long-term. God bless Trump for anything that he's able to get done with his pen. That's great. It may slow the roll. But long-term, if we're going to change our direction, and I do believe there's a possibility in doing that, and making more people aware, getting more people actually in true consideration for the reduction of government spending, I actually believe that is a possibility in our lifetime. Now, getting to the point of greatly reducing government spending, I have my doubts, because the GOP's only been successful one time in tapping the brakes, and that was welfare reform. And again, that only tapped the brakes. If Trump can get it done, please get it done. If the GOP, Ramaswamy and Elon Musk, through their efforts, can get it done, please prove me wrong.
Every woman's life is a journey, and every woman's journey is unique. But no matter where your journey takes you, there is something that remains true. Every woman deserves compassionate health care every step of the way. OBGYN Dr. J.T. Thomas, nurse practitioner Meg Newton, and midwives Chelsea Caperton and Sarah Whitmore are a phone call away at the Women's Health Clinic to meet all of your women's health needs as well as your labor and delivery care. To learn more about these providers or schedule your appointment, visit SouthernTennesseeMedicalGroup.com or call 931-766-4560.
This is Steve McMasters, the mayor of the city of Loretta, and we want you to make every minute with family and friends count this Thanksgiving season. Go that extra distance and make every moment as special as you can. Happy Thanksgiving from the city of Loretta.
When getting the job done right is job one, you need construction equipment that's built right. From compact track loaders to the world's #1 selling compact excavator, the Kubota construction lineup features durable Kubota engines, more comfort, and the versatility to do it all and do it right. Visit your local Kubota dealer today. Go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Stop by Brown Equipment located at 826 North Military Street in Loretta or visit brownequipmentcompany.com.
Are you in need of reliable fencing solutions? Look no further than Sands Fence Company. Serving Giles and beyond, they specialize in protecting what matters most, your livestock and your family. From commercial security to residential privacy, they've got you covered with fences tailored to your needs. But that's not all. Sands Fence Company goes beyond fences, crafting custom shops, barns, and more to enhance your property. At Sands Fence Company, customer satisfaction isn't just a goal, it's their promise. Call them today for quality craftsmanship and peace of mind. Sands Fence Company, building fences, building trust.
Warmest Thanksgiving greetings from Automart. They are so thankful for your loyalty and wish you a day filled with love, laughter, and cherished moments. From Automart, heartfelt wishes for a joyful Thanksgiving filled with gratitude and the simple pleasures of the season.
Hi, I'm Brandon Taylor. I'm the chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party. I'm a Christian, conservative, Republican voter.
And I'm Chris Jackson, chairman of the Lawrence County Democratic Party, former elected official, and also a Christian.
We want you to join us on Mondays at 5 p.m. here on WDXE for our show On the Contrary,
where we will debate current issues, national, state, and local.
We'll be on air, we'll be on Facebook and on YouTube. We hope you join us. We'd love to see your comments. We'll see you here at 5 p.m. every Monday.
I'm Melita Massey at Massey Jewelers. If you need a diamond, we'll get you the best price and sparkle you can get in a diamond. Need a new watch battery? At Massey Jewelers, we're quick and we do it right. Or if you need your jewelry cleaned or you want your prongs checked, that's what the Diamond Doctors, Tommy and Skip, and our staff do. If you need your treasures appraised, we can do that for you. If you want to sell some of your old gold or buy some new gold, we want to be your jeweler. From batteries to diamonds, we're grateful when you consider us your jeweler. Come see us at Massey Jewelers.
Learn more at progressivecommercial.com. Not available in all states or situations.
Pulling acres ahead of the competition is simple. Cenex Maxtron synthetic diesel engine oils give you the smartest oil for the toughest conditions. These premium oils are formulated with EnduroVis technology and a balanced additive package to control deposits for a cleaner, more efficient engine that gives you proven durability. Cenex Maxtron diesel engine oils. Oil that runs smart.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings, which includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road truck drivers. For more information or to sign up for a program, go to the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund website at truckersfund.org. These programs are made possible by Southern Recipe, Call on Doc, Road Pro Family of Brands, OOIDA, and Grinds. Again, you can go to truckersfund.org for more.
As an owner-operator, you have unique needs to ensure you can run a profitable business, deliver on time, and still have time at home with the family. The experts at Fleet Owner bring their expertise to you each week with the For the Driver newsletter, arriving in your inbox every Wednesday morning. This free newsletter will help you stay on point with all of your goals, understand upcoming regulations, and be on the forefront of breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
You're listening to Red Eye Radio from the Uniden America Studios.
In Red Eye Radio, he's Eric Carney, and I'm Gary McNamara. You know, one of the things, and we need to talk about it, is, you know, Biden sending Ukraine those long-range missiles to strike well into Russia after ensuring, and, you know, for the longest time, that they didn't have the ability to do something like that.
Yeah.
You and I have talked about that. That's one of the problems with Ukraine is the fact of, and what the Republicans are promoting is not, and this is the same with Trump when Trump talks about peace through strength. Many people believe, I think some people that voted for him believe that when he says, no, peace is the most important thing, that it's not through strength, which means, no. You have a super strong military, and you basically let them know if you don't do this, then boom.
Right.
And so the problem with what's going on, I believe, in Ukraine for so many Americans is nobody knows what the end game is. And it was almost as if, okay, we want to keep this war. It's like it was a Star Trek episode. We want to keep this war even Steven going back and forth. Well, we've been through that in the Vietnam War, and the American public doesn't accept that. And as each and every day goes on, it's like, what in the world's going on? And all of a sudden, after the election, boom, Biden's throwing long-range missiles to Ukraine to hit Russia, and Russia's like, what the hell you doing? And it's like, okay, who called that? And all the Democrats in Congress are completely quiet. Republicans are saying, what in the world's going on? I think it was, it wasn't Tom Cotton, it was Josh Hawley, who said the Democratic Party would not trust him to run a presidential campaign. And boom, here he is throwing long-range missiles. And not, again, no explanation as to why.
Right.
He's doing it after we had a war that's basically, you know, been put at a standstill by the weapons that the West gives Ukraine. It's like, well, we want you to do well and defend yourself, but we don't really want you to win. And it's like, well, what the hell are we doing?
Well, and you look at the timing of it. Biden's not doing this pre-election; it's post-election, in a time when most believe, like me, that he doesn't care anything about his party and or his legacy at this point. He's fuming mad at the Democrats, his own party, and clearly has no shortage of disdain for Trump. Throwing this wrench into things, in his last couple of months in office scares the hell out of me. As you mentioned, we don't know why. Where's the strategy? Where are the members? Where is his administration saying, this is what has changed? This is why this needs to happen now. It's because it reeks of an old man on his way out the door going, oh, okay, and I'll do this too.
Yeah, I'll leave you with this hell of a mess.
Exactly.
And that's the strange thing. When I first saw the report, I went, why aren't they out explaining about this every day? What,
right.
What
exactly.
the change has been in this.
Right.
And if you're doing this now, why didn't you do this at the beginning?
Exactly. What has changed
because
that you're doing this now?
Because the whole point of, if you're talking about peace through strength, is the fact that before something starts, you put out the warning, as Trump has basically done for Israel.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Because we had seen, okay, where does he stand on Israel? And when he talked to Netanyahu, it was about a month and a half ago, and he said, no, I told Netanyahu, this thing needs to get done if I become president. And I went, what does he mean by that? Well, then he explained further what he meant by that. Hamas is to be completely and totally destroyed. He wants Israel to finish the war and finish it ASAP.
Right.
And then move on from that point. So that's not peace through enabling or capitulation.
Mm-hmm.
It's the whole concept of peace through strength. Now, how he would have specifically handled, Ukraine and Russia, I don't know. How do you handle it in the lead up probably would have been more critically important. What message should you have sent to Russia before they went into Ukraine, knowing that it was a possibility, because we knew it was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
We knew this possibility was going to happen. How do you do that? How do you win that one peace through strength? Now, I asked the question because I don't know what they know about Putin and Russia. I don't know what the intelligence agencies know about him. That's always been one of the things when you look at something like this. Okay, what do they know? Yeah. And I'm talking about what do they know? I was seeing the average age now of the soldiers being killed, 38.
Wow.
You've got, there has been, and I guess the last month, been a huge loss of life inside. One of the things we talk about is all the time through all of this is there's still a possible coup in Russia. What do they know about the opposition? What are we doing when it comes to covert operations over there? There's a whole ton of things that you can do besides just going to war and then keep escalating, what the United States sends with the threats coming back from Russia.
Right.
You can do this even before the war starts. But the fact is, with Biden, who the hell knows what the hell he's doing? Who the hell knows who's running the White House right now? We have no idea.
I have no idea. And there's no explanation, no attempt to explain this move. None. Why this? Why now? After all this time. Reading a piece here in the Wall Street Journal, long-range missiles are in play for Ukraine, but are they too late? That's not the question, in my opinion. The question is, why now? Why is this move coming from Biden now? There really wasn't a statement from the president of Ukraine. He basically said, the missiles will speak for themselves. Here's what I wonder, too. What message does he have? What tone is he getting from the incoming administration? Zelensky's no stranger to Trump. This is another benefit of him not being new at the game and being there before. In fact, that whole phone call thing, which really spurred the first impeachment. But
yeah, they are familiar.
Yeah, they've talked before, at least once. We know that.
And the public knows about it.
Yeah, exactly. Well aware. But the phone call was a couple of weeks ago. It was after the election, so it was it last week, early last week? But the question would be, what tone was sent to Ukraine? And what considerations would there be now? Knowing what's happening, is there a different consideration in terms of those missiles, using those missiles by Ukraine, with Trump going to be in office basically two months from tomorrow? I don't know. There may not be. It may be, you know what, we need anything and everything to defend ourselves, and we've got the okie dokie for now. We'll apologize later. I really don't know. But the problem is, and we've said this from the beginning, you can't trust anything from the Biden administration. Nothing.
No.
And this comes with no explanation, no apparent justification as to why they're doing it now. Why this move and why now?
You and I were always pretty clear, especially since Trump took out Soleimani, and they remember the big bunker. It wasn't a bunker buster. What do they call the missile? The weapon he used. ISIS, what was it?
In eastern Afghanistan.
Yeah, that massive.
Yeah, it was.
I can't think of the name of the bomb.
Yeah,
the huge one. But when he took out Soleimani, we went, oh, okay. He's sending a completely different message. He's not saying, you attack our ship, we hit an oil, we hit part of your infrastructure. He's saying, you go after a ship and Americans are killed, we kill your leaders.
Right.
That's not, and I do think that there are some people, some Democrats, whatever, when he kept saying, peace through strength, we need peace, we don't need to be all over the world, that they believe that he's selling more of an isolationist philosophy. I think it was even the Wall Street Journal that said, maybe that's not what Trump is selling. Well, you and I, we might have thought that early on in 2016, maybe 2017 for a little bit, but I think Trump has shown that peace through strength is a whole different ballgame than an isolationist narrative.
Mother of all bombs. Those moves by Trump and his administration, I think, clearly set the tone for the rest of the world, not just our enemies, our allies. We're going to go to work, and we're going to get straight to the point. So I do wonder in this move here with the missiles, if there is any consideration by Ukraine to maybe tap the brakes. I don't know. I have no idea. What tone was set on that phone call between Trump and Zelensky after the election? I don't know. I have no idea. So,
wow. I'm serious.
Yeah.
You just don't know with Biden. Biden is simply following what Trump has told him. And Putin is aware that this is Trump that's doing it. I have to throw out conspiracies.
Yeah. Is it? The problem is you can't trust anything from Biden.
You cannot trust anything from this administration. That's why we've said it's been a very, very hard call on a lot of things that are happening because you don't get any information from this administration at all. They won't answer any of your questions. You don't know what the hell the truth is. And after they lied to us about what the generals, after the president lied to us about what the generals said about Afghanistan, you can't believe anything. They'll lie about our military. They'll lie about what the generals, advised him. They lie on everything. So it's impossible to get a hold onto actually what is going on or a direction because you don't know what the hell they're doing. We don't even know who's in charge of the White House.
Yeah.
We have no idea who's in charge of the White House.
Yeah.
I find it hard to believe, and many Americans probably do, many Republicans probably do, that Biden has been paying close attention to actually what's going on in the war and finally thought it accelerated to the point or got to the point where new long-range missiles were needed. I don't buy that Biden's that involved.
No, I don't. Donald Trump Jr., issuing great concern over the move. The conspiracy theories are always kind of
I had to throw that.
Nothing but entertainment. I don't know what the move by Trump would be in a case like this. He's not a supporter of long-term wars.
No.
We know that.
Right.
Even if our troops aren't directly involved in the war, doesn't matter. We're the prize when it comes to Russia. Ultimately, we're the prize. It's a land grab, but we're the prize ultimately in terms of winning over any other nation.
You mean Russia over us?
Russia over us,
right.
Yes. We're the prize there. So that's the tone, is what backing does Ukraine get from the U.S.? That's what it's been all along. And how long do we stand there and say, okay, we'll just make some popcorn and wait for you guys to finish
and
200 years from now?
And the most important thing after yesterday's show, is there a proper accounting of the money that's going to Ukraine and what is it precisely going for?
Right. Exactly. What are we in for?
Yeah.
And, again, I just don't trust anything on this because it looks like Biden being Biden. It really does.
A knee-jerk response.
A knee-jerk, spiteful response.
A knee-jerk, spiteful response, but we're not sure why.
He still hasn't given anybody an explanation.
866-98 Red Eye.
Lines open for your calls. 866-90 Red Eye on Red Eye Radio.
Shell Rotella with advanced synthetic technology is designed to help keep your rig running with more mileage and less maintenance.
Eric and Gary excited to talk about the all-new third-generation Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier. It's finally here. After 3 years of development, the Eden Pure Thunderstorm works by using O3 molecules and plasma to kill bacteria and viruses while getting rid of any odor.
I love my Thunderstorm, Eric. Laboratory testing confirms the Thunderstorm eliminates 99.9% of illness-causing germs and gets rid of the toughest odor. Any smell vanishes in just a second. Odors are no match for the Thunderstorm.
And right now, we've got a great deal for you. You can save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, anywhere you need clean, fresh air. Go to EdenPureDeals.com. Use the discount code REDEYE3 to save $200 on 3 Thunderstorms. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Discount code REDEYE3.
Progressive Commercial presents Heroes that Keep Truckers Going. Today's hero, the construction guy who let you pass before laying out the cones to cut off traffic. Yes, he was happy to block the sports car behind you, but he's still a hero. What else can keep safe truckers going? Saving an average of $4,370 with Progressive when they share their ELD data. Get a quote in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Save customers based on FMCSA inspections, driving history, and other data for hire transportation. Not available in all states.
So much information, so little time, and so many sources that may not have your best interest in mind. For over 100 years, Fleet Owner has been your #1 source of reliable industry news. Whether you need the most up-to-date news from our daily Newsline newsletter, the latest on EVs and the changing alternative fuel landscape from our emissions and efficiency newsletter, or you are looking for Class 1 through 6 info from our HD Pickup and Van newsletter, you've come to the right place. Fleet Owners newsletters are crafted by industry experts and award-winning editors with you in mind. We are dedicated to bringing you the right news and information at the right time. Combine those newsletters with our print publication, and you have a combination that cannot be beat. Sign up today for the newsletter or newsletters that fit your needs at fleetowner.com. For industry news and trends, that is fleetowner.com. That's fleetowner.com.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund offers free flu, pneumonia, and shingles vaccine vouchers for all uninsured over-the-road truck drivers with a current Class A CDL. Vaccine vouchers can be used at any Walgreens or Kroger store. A copy of your Class A CDL is required with your voucher to receive your vaccine. Go to truckersfund.org under the Health and Wellness tab to get your voucher today. Again, that's truckersfund.org.
Did you know that Bank of Frank Ewing has been providing continuous service for more than 100 years? And as a community bank, all our decisions are still made locally. This is Donna Rawson with the Lawrenceburg office. As your friend in banking, we want to partner with you in your financial endeavors. Whether it's growing your business, building or buying a home, or making sure your deposit accounts, CDs, and IRAs are working for you, we are here to serve. Give us a call at 762-6800 or stop in and see us at 1200 North Locust Avenue. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Mom, you know how I've always wanted a dog? It would mean the world to me this Christmas.
Sweetie, a dog is a big responsibility. Are you sure you're ready for that?
Yes, Mom. Let me show you how responsible I've become.
Well, you know, I've heard about this program that the Doggy House is doing. Home for the Holidays. They're asking people to foster shelter dogs from November 15th through January 15th. These dogs don't have anyone to come home to for the holidays.
Oh, please, Mom. I want to show you I'm ready. And we could be the family a shelter dog needs this Christmas.
All right. I think we can do that. I'll call the Doggy House, 931-244-0265. Let's give a dog in need a warm, loving home for the holidays.
For more information on fostering a dog this holiday season, contact the Doggy House at 931-244-0265 or visit 815 Gaither Avenue in Lawrenceburg to learn more. Mom, we can name him Jingles or Frosty or Holly. I know. Rudolph.
I think you're getting a little ahead of yourself.
Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, located at 1025 Brewer Road in Etheridge and 134A South Old Military Road in St. Joseph, invites you to come and worship Sundays at 10 a.m. Since its inception in 2007, Thousand Hills Cowboy Church has been a place where ordinary people gather and show the extraordinary love in Jesus Christ. No need to dress up fancy, just wear what you got. Cowboys, cowgirls, farmers, ranchers, horse lovers, and anyone who loves the outdoor lifestyle can come and worship at both locations or can watch online. For more information, go to thousandhillscowboychurch.com.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Stryker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Stryker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Stryker Steakhouse on Facebook or eat at strykers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
Hit yesterday where it was like, after all the football games on Sunday, it's like, this is part of the culture now.
Yeah.
Part of the culture is the Trump dance. A positive part of the culture is the Trump dance, the acknowledgement.
People are having fun with it.
Oh.
It is so fun to watch, actually. Watch it play out this way as opposed to how things played out years ago with him. It is. It's a lot of fun.
This is Red Eye Radio on Westwood One.
Progressive Commercial Insurance protects truck owners with specialized coverages for heavy trucks. Get a quote in as little as 5 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
If you drive a big rig, you know that more time on the road means more money in your pocket. Shell Rotella, with advanced synthetic technology, is designed to help keep your rig running and save you money in the long run. Trade up to Shell Rotella, and you'll get superior protection against engine wear. That means less time in the shop and more time on the road. It also means you'll get more chances to see North America's finest roadside attraction, cows, cornfields, cows in cornfields. It's lovely this time of year. Shell Rotella's advanced synthetic technology also offers extended drain intervals, helping your rig go farther between oil changes. So you'll make less pit stops. Well, unless you need to restock on snacks, we really can't help you with that. But if you're looking to help your big rig engine live longer, look no further. Superior protection, less maintenance. That's what you can expect from the #1 heavy-duty engine oil in North America. Shell Rotella for the long haul. Explore the full lineup of Shell Rotella products at rotella.com/long-haul.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there, providing hot meals, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
There are few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that tangibly make a difference in the lives of professional drivers. Since 2008, nearly 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund when a medical issue took them off the road. St. Christopher steps in by paying necessity household expenses such as mortgage or rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. Drivers want to get back on the road as quickly as possible, and your support helps make that happen. You can learn more about the SEF or make a donation at truckersfund.org. Support our highway heroes by donating today, or consider including the SCF in your estate planning. Again, you can learn more at truckersfund.org. That's truckersfund.org. Truckersfund.org.
As an owner-operator, you have unique needs to ensure you can run a profitable business, deliver on time, and still have time at home with the family. The experts at Fleet Owner bring their expertise to you each week with the For the Driver newsletter, arriving in your inbox every Wednesday morning. This free newsletter will help you stay on point with all of your goals, understand upcoming regulations, and be on the forefront of breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg, broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
Russia changes its nuclear weapons policy. I'm Carmen Roberts, Fox News. Russian President Vladimir Putin signed a new doctrine today that lowers the threshold of Moscow to use nuclear weapons. The move follows the U.S.-NATO decision to allow Ukraine to use Western missiles to strike inside Russia.
President Biden's decision, I'm told by a senior U.S. official, was spurred by the Russian decision to invite 10,000 North Korean soldiers into the fight against Ukraine in Kursk, in western Russia along the Ukraine border. President Zelensky applauded the long-awaited decision in his nightly address. Ukraine's leaders have been pushing for this permission for over a year.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon. Republican Senator Josh Hawley tells Fox News President Biden's decision is reckless.
Let's not forget, this is a guy who the Democrats decided couldn't be trusted, didn't have the capability to run a presidential campaign. And now here he is, potentially leading us down the path to World War III.
Dow futures plunging after the news on Putin's decision, now down 287 points. President-elect Trump confirmed his mass deportation plans on Truth Social yesterday, responding true to a post about his plan to declare a national emergency and use the military to deport illegal immigrants. Democrats vow to block him. New York City police arrest a man they say fatally stabbed 3 people yesterday in random attacks across Manhattan.
The suspect has a criminal history and is said to have severe mental health issues, with charges on record across 3 states.
Kendall Green with Fox 5 New York. Mayor Eric Adams wants to know why the suspect, 51-year-old Raymond Rivera, was released from jail. And a judge strikes down Wyoming's overall ban on abortion and its first-in-the-nation prohibition of medications to end pregnancy. America's listening to Fox News.
From the
Fox News Podcasts Network. The Fox News Rundown. A contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day. Going far beyond the headlines. Tapping into the massive reporting resources of Fox News to provide a full picture of the news of the day.
I'm Dana Perino.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey, this is Trey Gowdy, host of the Trey Gowdy Podcast. Every Tuesday, you'll hear what's on my mind. Plus, every Thursday, there's a special bonus episode where we answer the questions that are on your mind. Make sure to spend your Tuesdays and Thursdays with Trey. Subscribe now at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts. Hope to see you.
America's listening to Fox News.
The New Jersey wildfire threatened to engulf 20 homes yesterday.
The New Jersey Forest Fire Service says the 40-acre blaze, dubbed Big Rusty Wildfire, ignited in Hainesport shortly before 6 p.m. Monday. Fire crews were able to get the fire about 20% contained, moving it away from the 20 buildings, with no homes being evacuated and no reported injuries. Another fire ignited in Ocean County, consuming 33 acres. And firefighters are also still battling the Jennings Creek wildfire in Passaic County, as well as in Orange County, New York, burning more than 5,300 acres. An 18-year-old Parks employee was killed battling that blaze. Some help could be on the way as rain is in the forecast for the area by Thursday. Ted Lindner, Fox News.
At least 5 people died during Israeli airstrikes on Beirut that were delivered without warning.
It was a densely populated part of central Beirut that was struck. The Zokak al-Blat area is where you'll find Lebanon's parliament and the Prime Minister's office. Many of the 1 million people displaced by the current conflict are using it as a refuge. It's not clear what the target of the airstrike was. Israel's been bombarding what it says are Hezbollah positions and forces across Lebanon since September. The United States is working on a ceasefire proposal that would push Hezbollah far from the Israeli border. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
The Houston Texans hand the Dallas Cowboys their 5th straight loss, 34-10 last night.
Houston got off to a quick start with a pair of first-quarter touchdowns by Joe Mixon. Dallas got within 7 points in the second quarter. Cooper Rush found Kevontae Turpin for a 64-yard TD, but the Texans held Dallas scoreless in the second half. Bob Mortale, Fox News.
And repeating our top story, Russian President Vladimir Putin signed a new doctrine today that lowers the threshold for Moscow to use nuclear weapons. I'm Carmen Roberts, and this is Fox News.
Hey everybody, this is Sheriff Myers. I'd like to invite y'all to tune in to the new Local Law Enforcement Hour on 105.3. Starting this month from 5 to 6 p.m. every Thursday night, I'll be hosting a talk radio show discussing everything from crime trends, sheriff's office stats, and a whole lot more. You can also watch the show live on YouTube or the WDXE Facebook page. If you're tired of the same old on the evening news like I am, then sit down, kick back, and turn your radio on and listen to the hottest talk radio show in town.
For the look you want and look you deserve, contact Bill Hooper at HD Ink Screen Printing and Embroidery in Leoma. HD Ink specializes in designing and creating custom apparel and merchandise and have many options to make your custom decorated apparel look its greatest. And they pride themselves with top-notch customer service. HD Ink is located at 26 Ingram Road in Leoma. Just look for the blue roof. Call 931-201-2961 or check out their website, hdinksp.com.
Now, it's Red Eye Radio. Gary McNamara and Eric Harley talk about everything from politics to social issues and news of the day. Whether you're up late or you're just starting your day, welcome to the show. From the Uniden America Studios, this is Red Eye Radio.
All across America, we are Red Eye Radio. He is Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. Good morning. Hello. You know what I just got here?
What'd you get?
My first post that I've seen from the Department of Government Efficiency.
Oh, really?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
All right, now, this isn't something that they've done, but I think this is just the start of it. This is Rand Paul pointing out some of the ridiculous things that we spend money on.
Oh, okay. Good.
So they're going to be doing this, throughout the next year and a half.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, they're actually not in office. I mean, they're actually not officially dealing with the Office of Management and Budget. They won't until they get in January.
Right, yeah.
And so they're just looking at trying to find stuff that other people have pointed out is wasteful government spending. This is Rand Paul a while back. Here we go.
Gin to a sunfish versus tequila, which would make the sunfish more aggressive? Nearly $1 million spent studying whether or not Japanese quail, if you give them cocaine, whether or not they're more sexually promiscuous. Was it one small step for man, or was it one small step for a man? And in the end, $750,000 later, they couldn't decide. Was it one step for man, one step for a man? $2 million for the construction of a kelp and shellfish nursery in Maine. $1.5 million to encourage video gaming in New York. We might be better off spending $1.5 million to discourage kids from playing video games. $388,000 for Columbia University. Be giving a rich university that has $13 billion any money. $249,000 for the Baltimore Symphony. Give money to all the symphonies and we'd make them part of government.
All right, so for the sunfish, what I want to know is...
It was $100,000 spent for the sunfish to study if tequila or gin makes a sunfish more aggressive.
What bar do you take a sunfish to? These are large fish. And they're not going to help you pay for the Uber. What are you doing? I'm doing tequila shots with a sunfish. Don't drive, okay? Because you already sound like you're gone. Now, we talked about the ones with the, was it the quail with the cocaine?
Yeah, we did mention that, yes, recently. Yeah.
I need to know, again.
Where's the quail disco?
Well, and how do you get their little beaks to snort cocaine? What is... How does it... Get Hunter on the phone, would you?
Get somebody who's in the know. Well, the funniest story yesterday, by far, was the fact that Morning Joe, Mika and Morning Joe went and met and had a civilized conversation with Trump on Friday at Mar-a-Lago. They went to his house.
Yeah.
I'm assuming by the way they said it, they're the ones that reached out to him.
They made it sound
That's
that way.
what it sounded like, yeah. And so they wish to normalize communications with him. Well, that has sent the liberals just off the deep end.
Yeah.
And, of course, many Republicans and conservatives went, well, wait a minute. Wasn't Trump Hitler?
Right.
For example, this is from Scott Jennings on CNN.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
I'm amazed. I did not expect Hitler to get so many meeting requests. First from Joe Biden, now from Mika and Joe. It's amazing that literal Hitler is getting all these meeting requests. And what it tells me, Professor, is that all the rhetoric that came from the left, from the Democrats, from the White House, from Kamala Harris and everyone else before the election, all of the rhetoric, the fascism, the Hitler, the Nazi rally, it was all a bunch of BS. They didn't mean any of it. And if I were in the Democrat sort of rabble's shoes, I would be looking at all my leaders and going, did you just BS me for an...
Yeah, right. No.
Well, I mean, there's the fury that exists right now and did yesterday on social media was just pure greatness. Now, also, The View commented on it. They commented on Morning Joe and Mika.
Yeah.
Here's Sonny, okay?
Oh, okay.
Joy and Sonny.
Yeah.
And it's anything but.
It's anything but.
Look, the bottom line is that America needs a free press that is willing to speak truth to power right now, more than ever. And I think that we have to be very clear-eyed when we think about the president-elect and cover the president-elect. And I don't think you need to sit down for 90 minutes at Mar-a-Lago and kiss his ring to be able to speak truth and to be able to cover a story. So maybe they're not journalists in the true sense. Maybe they're saying that they're opinion journalists. But we have to remember that Trump is the guy who ushered in the era of fake news. He is the guy who ushered in alternative facts. He is the guy who attacked 3 black female journalists. He's the guy that revoked Jim Acosta's press credentials for asking him a question. And so...
Well, that's not true.
That's false.
That's false. Well, I mean, and she goes on with all this stuff. By the way, in case you didn't know it, Trump is the first politician to lie.
It never happened before Trump.
No. Trump is the
Obama
first.
never lied.
No, Obama never lied. The View never lies.
George W. Bush never lied.
The View never lies. That's why they have lawyers on. This is the funny thing when she said, Trump is a creator of fake news. When The View has lawyers on retainer. So if they defame someone, that the lawyers can instantly, after the commercial break, come in and give them the notes to say, you need to read this. Mm-hmm. It's already been done on The View. Mm-hmm. I've never heard, maybe this is a commonplace in TV. I don't think it is on TV. That you have lawyers on retainer listening in real time to the show to ensure that you get the legal notes and have to correct yourself after the commercial break's over.
Yeah.
Now, I know.
I don't know of one.
I don't know of one. I don't know. And so it's just really interesting that they're the ones. But that's not the point. The point is they're not happy at all.
Yeah.
With MSNBC. And we already told you that on MSNBC, the staffers now, and this thing's just going to blow up. And you ask yourself, why did they do it? Why would Morning Joe do it? Why would they do this? And the only thing I can say is they want access. Whatever access, I don't know. I don't know specifically what they want. I don't think Trump's going to come on the show like he used to do. Mm-hmm. Would they? And if he does, and they sit down to have a calm, relaxed conversation with him, their audience isn't going to be pleased at all.
No.
He's Hitler. They made it clear you don't deal with him. Remember the number of people that didn't want Harris or Biden to even debate him.
Right.
We're not going to debate Hitler.
Right. In fact, I thought they would use that as an excuse to not actually have a debate.
Yeah. We actually thought that would happen until they realized they needed to have a debate. Biden realized he needed a debate because the numbers were so low.
He did until that first 15 minutes of that debate.
Right. Then he regretted having the debate. Well, we think. Well, his staff regretted him.
His entire party regretted it.
Yeah.
Everybody but him regretted it. I'm not even sure he knows what happened. But it's over and over again the scenario of the left. And we ask you, or we ask the question, where does it go? What do they do? Well, this is part of what what the cast of The View doesn't see or doesn't care about. It's one or the other or both. Is their part? This is part of the reason that people voted the way they did. It's, we can talk about the fact that they're proving time and time again that they were lying about him being Hitler and a fascist and everything else. And this, Mika and Joe's summit, voluntary summit, is further proof of that. We've seen it from a few others on the left. But the people who voted for him didn't need them to do that, to know that. They already knew these people were lying when they called him Hitler. And we don't believe you're stupid. They do. They believe you still are stupid and still don't know what you're doing when your eyes see something again. They want you to believe your eyes don't see what your eyes see. No, we said he's a fascist. We got to keep it up. We got to keep it up. Biden is smiling. Welcome back. Welcome back. Come on in.
Yeah.
And all of this, a couple hours later down the hall, Karine Jean-Pierre, oh, no, he's still a threat to democracy. He's still a threat to... Close the book. Call a lid till January 20th. Be done.
And I think the ladies of The View should head down to Mar-a-Lago and make their peace. And to quote Nine Inch Nails, bow down before the one you serve. You're going to get what you deserve. Yeah. There you go. I never thought I would quote a Nine Inch Nails song on the radio, but I just have.
There you go. Yeah, it's
that was fun. That was fun yesterday. When I first saw that, I thought, this is Babylon Bee or something. I can't figure out what it is. What is this? But there's no way they went. Oh my God, they went.
Oh man, it was so great.
I don't know where they went.
I almost texted you and said, well, the show's done. Because again, it is this, but it's how they deliver their opinions. It's not just what their opinions are. They're on the left. We understand that part.
Yeah.
F you if you can't handle the truth. That's Joe Scarborough.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Who is it that can't handle the truth?
The biggest gaslighter, because it goes beyond line.
Yeah, exactly.
One of the biggest gaslighters in the media was Joe Scarborough talking about Biden.
Right.
This is the best version of him ever. Wow.
He's more fit mentally and physically than any of these Republicans.
Yeah, he's one of the ones that Scott Jennings made fun of. There he is, Biden. You know, the thing is, the young staff can't keep up with him because he's doing 20 things at once and then doing 27 backflips in a row.
Right.
And then going and lifting, doing the weight and jerk, whatever it is.
Right.
The jerk and pull, whatever. And then running 27 miles, doing the Ironman, and then gets back.
It's more jerk than anything with him. It's just his personality. But he's lifting cars off of kittens.
Right.
You guys don't see any of this. He's leaping the Constitution in a single bound. There are things he's doing.
I really think it's two things. I think they want access, and part of the reason they want access, I think they're feeling the heat. I bet you they're feeling the heat from Comcast. I really believe because they went so nuts. You can't look at this as an average person and watch MSNBC over the last couple of months and say there's a huge problem with our programming.
Well, that's the thing.
It's off the rails.
And then where do you go from there? Because
they don't know, but they do something.
No. I mean,
right.
you have to correct it. But what I'm saying is when you're going down that radical lane, well, tomorrow you've got to be more radical. If that's how you feel, if your idea is to go as radical as they have gone this year, then tomorrow your audience expect the ones that show up for that are expecting you to bring a bigger bullhorn. That's the problem. And there is a very good chance, I don't know, but it makes sense that Comcast looks at that and says, we got to change what we're doing. Like Bezos at the Washington Post.
Right.
We got to change what we're doing here.
Or my final guess is, well, it may not be my final, but they just had nowhere to go anymore. They'd gone down the Hitler fascist route. There was no more ways to demonize him, and the only thing was, we've run out of stuff to say, and now that he's in office, we've run out of stuff. We've used all the rhetoric. We got to cover him. Well, let's see if we can open up lines of communication and start over again, because everything that they've done hasn't worked, and so they're not looking to agree with him. They're looking for another way in an attempt to destroy him.
If I'm putting a quarter on any of those bets, I'd go with that one.
Yeah.
They want, greater access to anybody in his administration, basically.
Well, as I said,
be there.
Trump said he'd like to find ways that he could, find common ground with us. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, do they believe that if they schmooze him, that he'll respond? And they're going, he's a sucker. We can schmooze with him, and then he'll come on and do something stupid. He'll communicate with us and say something, and then it gives us more legitimacy to criticize him if we've been communicating with him. And that's what management's looking for.
Maybe. Yeah.
Just throwing it out because it's weird.
Yeah, it is.
866-90 Red Eye.
This morning's USDA Farm Report is brought to you by House Products. Tested, trusted, guaranteed since 1920.
There is now Farm Bill legislation in both chambers of Congress. The House version of a new Farm Bill was joined Monday by a measure introduced in the U.S. Senate. Concerns remain that with limited days in the 2024 session, there may not be enough time to pass a Farm Bill this year. Mary Kay Thatcher of Syngenta explains.
We haven't passed any of the 12 appropriations bills. You've got elections that are occurring as far as leadership elections, and then you're going to have people vying for committee chairman slots and committees. There's just a lot to be done.
Terrain's John Newton says farmers and ranchers need certainty going into a new growing year.
Right now we're operating in a world without a farm bill. The one-year extension that we did expired at the end of September. So it's important to get that certainty for next spring for the crop producers looking at ARC or PLC, for the dairy farmers thinking about dairy margin coverage. Is it going to be the status quo? Are we going to do an extension, or are we going to do the much-needed enhancements?
I'm Rod Bain reporting for the U.S. Department of Agriculture in Washington, D.C.
This report brought to you by Cenex Fuels and Lubes.
Get in touch with Red Eye Radio, toll free at 866-90 Red Eye.
Check out all the latest in news, events, trucking information, and podcasts at Red Eye Radio's website at redeyeradioshow.com. That's redeyeradioshow.com.
When you work in construction, water is not your friend. Whether it's raining, snowing, or building up in your fuel tank, what do I trust to fuel my equipment? Cenex Ruby Fieldmaster, a premium diesel fuel that's been reformulated to remove excess water and protect filters and injectors better than any formula that's come before. Cenex Ruby Fieldmaster, fueled by innovation, powered to perform.
So much information, so little time, and so many sources that may not have your best interest in mind. For over 100 years, Fleet Owner has been your #1 source of reliable industry news. Whether you need the most up-to-date news from our daily Newsline newsletter, the latest on EVs and the changing alternative fuel landscape from our emissions and efficiency newsletter, or you are looking for Class 1 through 6 info from our HD Pickup and Van newsletter, you've come to the right place. Fleet Owners newsletters are crafted by industry experts and award-winning editors with you in mind. We are dedicated to bringing you the right news and information at the right time. Combine those newsletters with our print publication, and you have a combination that cannot be beat. Sign up today for the newsletter or newsletters that fit your needs at fleetowner.com. For industry news and trends, that is fleetowner.com. That's fleetowner.com.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund offers free at-home screening kits to Class A over-the-road truck drivers. Getting to a doctor for testing can be difficult. The St. Christopher Fund wants to make it easier for you. Prostate and colorectal cancer screenings are now available. To get your free kits, just go to truckersfund.org. That's truckersfund.org and click on the Health and Wellness tab. That's truckersfund.org.
Look at this cable bill. What on earth can I do to get rid of some of these expenses?
Well, did you know that you can switch to the entirely free Cloud9 TV on your Roku streaming device for your local weather, high school sports, and radio, as well as partner that with Hulu, Prime Video, and save up to $150 a month?
Wow, how do you do that?
Well, you can go to cloud9fiber.com/TV for more information today.
I'm going to do that.
You should.
Williams Auto Sales would like to wish you and yours a happy Thanksgiving. As you travel to visit family and friends this season, we hope that it is filled with nothing but good memories, thankful hearts, and wonderful blessings. Happy Thanksgiving from Williams Auto Sales.
Hey folks, it's Keith from Quick Mart Convenience Stores. You guys know how much I love biscuits, so I went to work for the place that makes the best biscuits in town. Our biscuits are made fresh, and they're packed with your choice of meat, eggs, butter, jelly, and you guessed it, gravy. Did you know that we have regular gravy and chocolate gravy? There's no better way to start your day than with a biscuit and a drink from your neighborhood Quick Mart convenience store. We have 39 locations, and they all sell biscuits. Come see us.
Volco is thrilled to introduce Mike Luna as their newest member of their team. With his impressive 42 years of experience at Napa Auto Parts, Mike brings invaluable expertise to their business. They are excited to announce that they offer parts and manufacture in-house Gates hydraulic hoses. Volco's inventory includes a wide range of fittings from 1/4 inch to 1.25 inch, as well as brass, airline, and hydraulic adapter fittings. Visit Volco Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. at 416 Buffalo Road, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
Mashburn's Collision Center is grateful for the trust the community places in them every day. They're thankful for the friendships, support, and loyalty from their valued customers and neighbors. May your Thanksgiving be filled with family, friends, and all the joy of the season. From all of them at Mashburn's Collision Center.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. You know, we were talking about the CBS story that came out early last night that there are, 2 more women. Their attorney came forward that said, Matt Gaetz paid women for money at those, paid money for women to have sex with him at parties. Mm-hmm. That was a CBS report. The New York Times reporting Trump admits Gaetz may not be confirmed. That came out about 12 hours ago before the CBS report.
Well, look, if it's looking worse and worse as it gets along, then he'll be either talking to Gaetz and have Gaetz withdraw, or Gaetz will decide himself to withdraw.
Now, that could be a lie from the New York Times. That
could be
a wrong source.
We don't trust anything right now, the source stories.
Yeah.
Until Trump says something or Gaetz says something, we don't know where it's going. I don't know what the head count is, because officially you really don't have people. It doesn't get real until January, Mm-hmm. But if that head count doesn't move between now and January, it's 2 months from tomorrow is when Trump is sworn in. And if it doesn't move much between, now and then, you're just not gonna have that confidence there for him to stay in the running, and you want to build the confidence in whoever it's going to be. So we'll see where it goes.
If you have a last will and testament, your estate must go through probate. If you don't have a last will and testament, your estate still must go through probate, because the state of Tennessee writes one for you. It's called the Laws of Intestate Succession. Probate is a court process that is long, cumbersome, and can be very expensive. A trust plan is a 100% probate avoidance tool. Not only that, you can place terms and conditions on how and when people get their inheritance. Call Estate Plan Stan at 931-363-7222 to learn more.
At Citizens Bank, they are truly thankful for all their customers, employees, and the community. They appreciate the trust you place in them and are honored to serve you. Happy Thanksgiving from Citizens Bank.
Are you about to lose your license due to your driving record? Are you in need of SR22 insurance filing? If so, Harold Webb Insurance Services can provide you with SR22 auto insurance for your less than perfect motor vehicle record. If you have had an accident, traffic violation, or DUI and need insurance, call or come by Harold Webb Insurance Services for all your insurance needs. 631 North Military Avenue, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Phone 931-762-6466. SR22s are filed while you wait in our office and are sent to the state at no additional cost to you.
Are you tired of waiting in line for your prescriptions at the big box stores? At Frisbee Apothecary, we will meet you with a smile and give you fast service. We are local and have been in business for over 40 years. When you're asked what pharmacy do you use, say Frisbee Apothecary. We are located next door to Express Med at 726 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. You can call us at 762-7223. Come by and check our prices. You may be pleasantly surprised. Frisbee Apothecary. We're local, friendly, and fast.
A Health Mart Pharmacy.
Lawrenceburg Glass sends warm Thanksgiving blessings to you and yours. May your holiday be filled with laughter, love, and cherished moments. They're grateful to serve this wonderful community. Happy Thanksgiving from Lawrenceburg Glass.
At Nature's Nuggets Natural Foods, we invite you to come by our store and look around. We offer a full line of natural vitamins, herbs, dried fruit, nuts, food staples, healthy snacks, and a lot more. At Nature's Nuggets, you'll receive friendly service by the owners and the lowest prices anywhere on all your natural product needs. For healthy eating, it's Nature's Nuggets. Nature's Nuggets Natural Foods, Highway 64 West, Lawrenceburg. Open daily 9 to 5:30. Get nature's best for less at Nature's Nuggets.
Did you know that Rent Right in Lawrenceburg has a service department? When you're interested in making sure your equipment stays in great working order for years to come, you need knowledge and skill you can count on. Whether it is warranty work or day-to-day maintenance, Rent Right has you covered. Rent Right is proud to carry a wide selection of parts and accessories in stock. They're committed to making sure you get the maximum value you demand from your Hustler and Big Dog mowers. Give them a call or stop by and talk to their qualified parts staff to help determine just what you need. That's Rent Right, located at 721 Buffalo Road in Lawrenceburg. Come on down to Rent Right.
Join the conversation using the Shell Rotella hotline, 866-907-3339. Red Eye Radio at Shell Rotella. What matters is inside.
If you're in an area that's going to get a dose of winter, you need to protect your diesel with Howe's Diesel Treat starting today. When used at every fill-up, Diesel Treat is guaranteed to prevent gelling, remove water, and add lubricity, making sure your truck or tractor is ready to go and performing its best. And if you face crazy cold temps, make sure you have a safety net. Howe's Diesel Lifeline. Keep it on hand for gelling or icing emergencies. It's a lifesaver that's sure to get you up and running in 15 minutes or less.
Red Eye Radio and our sponsors are devoted to trucking safety. That's why we are proud to bring you the Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club. We've been saluting drivers who have surpassed the million-mile mark with preventable, accident-free driving. By reaching this milestone, you can be a part of an elite club of drivers who share remarkable safety records and demonstrate superior driving skills. If you or someone you know is a truck driver with 1 million miles or more of driving under your belt without a preventable accident, register online at RedEyeRadioshow.com. That's RedEyeRadioshow.com. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club would not be possible without the generous support of the fine folks from Petro Stopping Centers, Howe's Lubricator, Motel 6, the St. Christopher Fund, and Cat Scale. We applaud the individual truckers and fleets who drive with care and keep our highways safe. The Red Eye Radio Million Mile Club, devoted to trucking safety. Register online at RedEyeRadioshow.com.
As an owner-operator, you have unique needs to ensure you can run a profitable business, deliver on time, and still have time at home with the family. The experts at Fleet Owner bring their expertise to you each week with the For the Driver newsletter, arriving in your inbox every Wednesday morning. This free newsletter will help you stay on point with all of your goals, understand upcoming regulations, and be on the forefront of breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
Have a line open. 1-866-90-RED-EYE. Red Eye Radio.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Crowley, and I'm Gary McNamara. This from the Washington Free Beacon. The Biden-Harris administration on Monday unveiled sweeping new sanctions on Israeli Jews just days after it awarded another $230 million in taxpayer funds to the Palestinians. That means to Hamas. The back-to-back announcements signal that diplomatic relations between Israel and the outgoing White House will continue to sour until Trump retakes the office next year. The new sanctions are the broadest to date, imposing unprecedented punitive measures on 3 Israeli organizations. The administration accuses of fomenting violence against Palestinians on the West Bank. They were levied just days after a coalition of nearly 90 congressional Democrats petitioned the Biden administration to ramp up sanctions on Israel before leaving the White House. This is what we told you. I mean, this was the true, as we said, this White House is a pro-Hamas White House.
Yeah.
And, you know, they put it under the quotation marks of the Palestinians, but it's Hamas that they have been supporting. It is Hamas through the fact that they took away the oil sanctions that Trump had on Iran. It is Hamas that they are enabling the funding of, and also Hezbollah.
Yeah,
and the Houthis because they're surrogates of the Iranians. So the administration's last-minute offensive against Israel is certain to appease the Jewish state's detractors in Congress and the State Department, but its impact will likely be short-lived given Trump's pro-Israel instincts and a Republican majority in Congress that can immediately freeze American aid to the Palestinians, which should be said again, is Hamas.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they took a campaign break from scapegoating the Jews, but now that Kamala has lost, the State Department's War Caucus is back in charge during the Biden going out of business sale, said one senior GOP congressional source. In announcing the $230 million aid infusion, the United States Agency for International Development said its commitment to the Palestinian people remains steadfast. Their commitment to Hamas remains steadfast.
Yes.
So, again, this is where they are now. They don't need the votes, so they're going back to where they originally where they really are.
Right.
So,
yeah, it's clear. You think about this. You think also the move with missiles on Ukraine, which we have no idea. The problem is that for the next 2 months, Biden is still president. And he can't be trusted. His own party didn't trust him to be the nominee. Well, then he shouldn't be president. And yet he still is. And they're still making decisions, global impact each of these decisions has potentially. And I just, it boggles my mind to think of the possibilities here, but there's no explanation on the Ukraine thing. And with Iran, we already know the game. It's been going on since he took office. They're gonna have their funding in place until Trump reverses that. Well, they have another 2 months. You know, we talked about all these things that are going to happen during the interim period, during the transition period. You're going to have this run on the border, which was expected. The Biden administration is going to do absolutely nothing about that. Iran is going to get everything in play. I don't know what Putin is going to do. All these massive question marks have me greatly concerned. And you can't trust a thing coming from the Biden administration. Nothing. From the beginning, there's been that lack of trust. But then after the botched exit of Afghanistan, there was no question about how unpredictable Biden was and the fact that he just would lie to the American people about everything. So even if he came out and made a statement today on Ukraine, what are you going to trust? What are you going to trust coming from any of them?
Nothing. You
Zero.
can't. I mean, the pathological line and gaslighting of this administration.
There's
epic.
zero that you can trust. 2 months is a long time.
Yeah, it is. Larger majorities. This is you and I were playing earlier, the back and forth between Scott Jennings and the rest of the panel at CNN when it came to, all right, what do we do now? You know, how do you deport people? Where do you start and everything else? And the fact that they're going after them. This is going to cause chaos. That's all you're hearing. Chaos, this is horrible. And so you just wonder, all right, is this affecting the people? Because there was a mandate on immigration in the United States in this election.
Right.
People, well, there's no mandate for Trump. There was a mandate for immigration.
Yeah.
Larger majorities of citizens are declaring their support for the enforcement of the nation's migration laws since Trump won. 72% of citizens supported the deportation of illegal immigrants, of migrants who have committed crimes, according to the Harvard-Harris poll, which was conducted November 13th through the 17th, just 8% strongly opposed the deportations. 64% supported closing the border by reinstating past immigration policies that discouraged illegal immigration. Just 10% strongly opposed the revived enforcement. The rest are, I don't know. 58% supported conducting deportations of illegal immigrants living here on public assistance. Just 15% oppose it. Wow. The post-election poll showed that Mayorkas's migration ranked just behind inflation as the top issue for voters.
Yeah. Yeah, we went over that a couple of times.
41% named inflation, 35% named migration.
Yep.
Immigration was named as the top issue by 55% of GOP voters, 32% of independents, 22% of black voters, 28% of Hispanic voters. 1 in 4 voters in those groups said immigration was the main reason for their vote on Election Day. That's a huge number.
That's huge.
Think about it, 25%.
That's massive.
You know what you were missing? What was missing here, though? Look how they put this. Immigration was named the top issue by 55% of GOP voters, 32% of independents. That's fine.
Right.
22% of black voters. No. 22%. I want to know what the percent is of black Trump voters.
Oh.
And I want to know what it is for Hispanic Trump voters.
Right. Yeah.
Because
exactly.
that's where you'd see the change if you're going, okay, well, why did they vote this way?
Right.
Well, there it is right there.
Right.
Even though 28% of Hispanic voters isn't bad, and either is 22% of black voters. What is it? Number one, let's separate by gender and by Trump supporters.
Yeah. I'd love to see that breakdown.
Because, as we know, Harris lost, ground, especially with black men. The poll shift suggests that Trump's election is helping Americans demand the enforcement of their civil right to secure borders amid well-funded pro-migration pressure from media and business elites. The pressure has been intense for years, often via elite insistence that Americans' homeland is a nation for immigrants, not a nation for citizens. You did see, though, yesterday, I mean, it's, Trump has been saying it. I think Mike Johnson also said it. Look, we need to ramp up legal immigration. Once we do this, we need to ramp up legal immigration. It's something that Trump brought up with when Acosta wouldn't give the mic back.
Right, yeah.
By the way, Sonny from The View.
Not for asking a question.
Right. He wasn't kicked out he was kicked out for hogging the mic and not giving it to other reporters.
Other reporters were complaining
were
about
off.
it after.
Yes.
After that. Right. So, and if but you want to, of course, lie about it. Yeah, it wasn't for asking. By the way, Trump answered multiple questions that day to Jim Acosta. We played it on the air. It was about immigration.
Well, I mean, that's one of the things Republicans are going to have to do, because Republicans know. They didn't bring up, Trump brought up, we need to have legal immigration for the jobs. He's been doing that.
Yeah.
A lot of other Republicans haven't, and one of the reasons is the public is not in the mood for an increase in legal immigration.
Right.
Because illegal immigration has been so bad, but what the Republicans know, including Trump, that are advocating that we need to ramp up legal immigration once, we start deporting illegal immigrants to the country. And that's because, as they admit, as we have stated, it's not going to be any more baby boom.
Right.
Women aren't coming
Right.
into the workforce like they have since post-World War II, where
Right.
now there are more women in the workplace than men.
Right.
Those are gone.
Right.
In order to get 2.5% to 3% growth, you needed that. Republicans know, whether it's Trump or Johnson, they know, and other Republicans also know it. We're going to have to promote the fact that we need to have more legal immigration. We have to ramp it up. We can't wait 10 years to ramp it up, because if you don't have people, companies move.
Yep.
Just like anything else.
Right.
So that came from Trump a while back when he said, no, I'm an advocate of legal immigration.
Right.
We're going to need it for the job growth we're going to have.
Right. That was what he was saying on that day with Jim Acosta. And he said it multiple times along the way.
And finally, author J.K. Rowling publicly called out HBO host John Oliver for arguing that transgenders participating in women's sports pose no threat to women and that the Democratic Party should continue advocating in its favor. Now, this is along with, he was doing that the other day, 2 days ago, and so was Jen Psaki, and it was, their arguments were almost the same. He went a step further and said, there's absolutely no harm with men doing it.
Right.
You know, there's no harm whatsoever. She took the case. She didn't talk about the issue. She simply said, well, Republicans are exaggerating the number of transgenders.
Right. Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. So do you want fewer transgenders or more?
Right.
What is or the transgenders, you know, the problems that it's causing when it comes to sports or whatever. They're saying thousands upon thousands. The whole sporting world is being taken over. Nobody has said that.
Nope. Nobody's making that argument.
But it's where it's heading.
Yep. Well, if you abolish Title IX, that's where it's going. That's what they're looking to do. They're still going to call it Title IX. Remember the Obama administration. This is our interpretation of Title IX.
And Oliver also said there is no evidence they pose any threat to safety or fairness. Right. Spoken like a true misogynist, John.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, ladies, you should listen to John Oliver. He's a man.
Yes, he's a man determining
he knows
what a woman is.
That's right.
866-90 Red Eye.
We'll be right back with more Red Eye Radio with Eric Harley and Gary McNamara.
Earn personalized savings on commercial truck insurance with Smart Haul from Progressive Insurance. Learn more at progressivecommercial.com. Not available in all states or situations.
Eric and Gary excited about the all-new third-generation Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. It's finally here after 3 years of development. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm works by using O3 molecules and plasma to kill bacteria and viruses while getting rid of any odor.
And Eric, laboratory testing confirms the Thunderstorm eliminates 99.9% of illness-causing germs. Gets rid of the toughest odors anywhere in your home. Odors are no match for the Thunderstorm.
Right now, you can save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you need clean, fresh air. Go to EdenPureDeals.com. Use our discount code REDEYE3 to save $200 on 3 Thunderstorms. EdenPureDeals.com. Discount code REDEYE3.
When you drive a truck, pride makes its way into everything you do, including how you take care of your engine. If you want to treat your truck right, Shell Rotella is the only heavy-duty engine oil for the job. You'll get unrivaled protection and performance, plus up to $80 in digital gift cards when you buy today. There's never been a better time to experience the Shell Rotella difference. Ends November 30th, 2024. Terms apply. See Rotella.com/rewards for details.
So much information, so little time, and so many sources that may not have your best interest in mind. For over 100 years, Fleet Owner has been your #1 source of reliable industry news. Whether you need the most up-to-date news from our daily Newsline newsletter, the latest on EVs and the changing alternative fuel landscape from our emissions and efficiency newsletter, or you are looking for Class 1 through 6 info from our HD Pickup and Van newsletter, you've come to the right place. Fleet Owners newsletters are crafted by industry experts and award-winning editors with you in mind. We are dedicated to bringing you the right news and information at the right time. Combine those newsletters with our print publication, and you have a combination that cannot be beat. Sign up today for the newsletter or newsletters that fit your needs at fleetowner.com. For industry news and trends, that is fleetowner.com. That's fleetowner.com.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund is excited to offer a free diabetes prevention program to all Class A over-the-road truck drivers. This 12-week virtual program focuses on nutrition, exercise, stress management, and more. This program focuses on ways drivers can prevent diabetes and its devastating effects. Go to truckersfund.org and take the risk assessment located under the Health and Wellness tab. Again, the website is truckersfund.org.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
It's Red Eye Radio. He's Eric Harley, and I'm Gary McNamara. You know, one thing that was brought up, and I forgot who brought it up, was during the election, somebody used a term and said the Democrats are always trying to come up with some kind of gimmick. Like this gimmick's going to win it for us. Mm-hmm. Like Taylor Swift. Oh, we got the Taylor Swift. Oh, that's going to win it for us. Yeah. Remember the articles? Will Taylor Swift and the Swifties win this election for blah, 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 blah. Yeah. There's a new gimmick now, a bunch of gimmicks here post-election, and the newest one was out yesterday. All over social media, went viral. People that hate Trump, that didn't vote for Trump, are now going to buy everything in the next 2 months and then not buy anything for the next 4 years in order to destroy the Trump presidency economically.
That's going to work.
Trump will not have a good economy because we don't have to let him. I plan on paying my bills and saving every penny beyond that. I will not contribute to this economy in any way. I will buy clothes before he takes office and make sure that I have everything I need for the next 4 years. Uh-huh. Why don't you buy milk for the next 4 years? That's my suggestion.
Bananas?
Bananas, yes. Bananas.
You know, kind of like your idea. Bananas.
And it goes through all the different, the millions of people, that were at least commenting on all these posts that were out there.
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not going to do. Yeah. Okay.
But that's
you know what you'll do? You'll actually, because you're buying 4 years worth, right? It's the same thing. Wait a minute. It's the same thing? Yeah, because he's already been elected. See, the market went bazonkers the night of the election because the market saw that as a good sign. Less regulation, more profits. Now, we'll see if that holds, but that was the idea. So if you're buying it after the election at any point and you're going to buy 4 years worth of stuff, you're helping Trump, moron.
This is Red Eye Radio on Westwood One.
This morning's Farm Ag Report is brought to you by House Products, leading developers of the best diesel additives and lubricants since 1920. Get to know House at houseproducts.com.
Hi, Tom Bodette here, taking a break. You know, just because they're called rest stops doesn't mean they're restful. There's always that groaning refrigerator truck, streetlights in your face, and some kid rattling your fillings loose with his new car speakers. Instead of a no-rest rest stop, pull into a Motel 6. They have clean rooms, comfy beds, and 15% off for truckers with code CP Red Eye. I'm Tom Bodette from Motel 6, and we'll leave the light on for you.
Progressive Commercial presents Heroes That Keep Truckers Going. Today's hero, your favorite sassy diner server. Sure, her eyes might say, I don't have all day. But deep down, you know that extra pancake on your plate says, I dislike you less than most people. Thanks, hero. What else can keep truckers going? Progressive Truck Insurance with primary liability limits up to $2 million. Get a quote in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage subject to terms and limits.
Attention! Are you or a loved one suffering complications after taking Ozempic or Wegovy? These medications may be linked to serious gastrointestinal illnesses. If you've been hospitalized and diagnosed with gastroparesis, chronic vomiting, deep vein thrombosis, or experienced intestinal blockage requiring surgery, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call 888-900-LAW-1 today for a free consultation. That's 888-900-LAW1. Paid for by Tort Defenders. Tort Defenders is not a law firm and does not provide legal services.
The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings, which includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road truck drivers. For more information or to sign up for a program, go to the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund website at truckersfund.org. These programs are made possible by Southern Recipe, Call on Doc, Road Pro Family of Brands, OOIDA, and Grinds. Again, you can go to truckersfund.org for more.
As an owner-operator, you have unique needs to ensure you can run a profitable business, deliver on time, and still have time at home with the family. The experts at Fleet Owner bring their expertise to you each week with the For the Driver newsletter, arriving in your inbox every Wednesday morning. This free newsletter will help you stay on point with all of your goals, understand upcoming regulations, and be on the forefront of breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg, broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
Russia escalates the conflict. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. 2 days after President Biden gave Ukraine a green light to use long-range American missiles to attack deeper inside Russia. Russia's leader has played a nuclear card.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has formalized a change he ordered just a few weeks ago. Now, Russia's nuclear doctrine states it could consider using nuclear weapons in the face of a conventional assault supported by a nuclear power.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. President Biden's at a summit of G20 nations in Brazil where that war is a topic. Also today, foreign ministers from France and Germany, Italy and Poland are meeting to discuss increasing their support for Ukraine. 2 months before President-elect Trump takes office again, he's called for Europe to bolster its own defense amid that Russia-Ukraine war. There's a new Trump cabinet nominee, a second pick from Fox.
Former Wisconsin Congressman and Fox Business host Sean Duffy thanked President-elect Trump, saying he's ready to usher in a new age of transportation. Trump saying of Duffy, Sean will use his experience and the relationships he has built over many years in Congress to maintain and rebuild our nation's infrastructure and fulfill our mission of ushering in the golden age of travel.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera. The president-elect confirmed on Truth Social a plan to declare a national emergency related to illegal immigration and use military assets as part of a mass deportation plan. The Democrats plan to resist. Arizona's governor says not on her watch.
Governor Katie Hobbs is very proud of her Operation Secure and Safe initiatives that are tamping down and seizing illicit drugs coming into the Arizona border. But what she doesn't know is how the incoming Trump administration's policies are going to affect her programs.
That's Fox's Ashley Rodriguez with Fox 10 in Phoenix. We expect a court filing today in a Trump legal case in New York City. Prosecutors have to file their plan on how to proceed with sentencing. And if the Supreme Court's immunity ruling for former presidents affects that New York case where Trump was convicted of falsifying business records. America's listening to Fox News.
Will Cain had you covered this election.
Brett Baer joins us now. Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy joining us on The Will Cain Show. Tommy Lahren joins us now.
It's the new must-listen podcast in America.
I think sanity, I'm hoping, is going to win today.
What they did was the biggest miscarriage of democracy, I think, in my lifetime.
I see a victory for Donald Trump. I see a victory for America.
The Will Cain Show. Listen and watch now at willcainshow.com. From the Fox News Podcasts Network, the Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, going far beyond the headlines, tapping into the massive reporting resources of Fox News to provide a full picture of the news of the day.
I'm Dana Perino.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, President Biden is at that G20 summit in Brazil, focused in part on Russia's war with Ukraine. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is in a different part of the world, the Philippines.
The military intelligence sharing deal signed by Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and his Philippines counterpart is set to help defense ties the two countries face with regional issues, as they also broke ground on a coordination center between the two armed forces.
This center will enable real-time information sharing for a common operating, and it will help boost interoperability for many, many years to come.
The pact is being called the General Security of Military Information Agreement and will allow the secure sharing of classified military information. It comes at a time when there's continued worry about China's policies in the South China Sea, as well as Taiwan. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
There's been a crackdown in Hong Kong. 45 activists and former lawmakers have been sentenced from 4 to 10 years in prison for violating a China-imposed security law that put a halt to a pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong. A homeless man is in police custody in New York City, suspected in 3 deadly stabbings.
We have 3 innocent New Yorkers who's going about their lives with a victim of a terrible, terrible assault.
Mayor Eric Adams. The first victim was a construction worker who was knifed. The second, a man fishing in the East River. The third, a woman attacked on a sidewalk. Stock futures are falling on Wall Street after that Russian nuclear news. The day after a mixed market, the Dow dropped 55 points. The Nasdaq, though, rose 111. On Monday Night Football, a blowout in Dallas.
Rush. Ball knocked out of his hand and ends up in the arms of Guyton. He gets it knocked out by Petrie, and the return for the touchdown by Derek Barnett.
Houston scored on defense, and Joe Mixon rushed for 3 touchdowns in the Texan 34-10 win over the Cowboys on ESPN. Dallas's 5th straight loss. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
Did we just get hit?
I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
Oh, sorry. I just depend on this car and have too much going on to have it wrecked.
Relax. We both seem to be okay. Just call Car Country in Leoma, Tennessee.
Seriously? You think it'll be that easy? Haven't you heard those commercials?
Last month I hit a deer and Car Country fixed it right in no time. When I got it back, it was like the deer never happened. They even helped me with a rental car. Mom and Dad have used them since their bad wreck in the 90s.
Did Car Country fix the dents from that shopping cart at the mall?
And the scratches from the dog.
You mean garage door?
Yeah. Just call Car Country in Leoma.
Hey, I'm here to tell you all boats are not made the same, and Mercury Motors especially aren't. Call or come by Jayco's Marine in Lawrenceburg and let the friendly crew tell you all about the new 75 to 300 horsepower Mercury Motors for your boat. Is a tri-tune more your style? Well, check out the inventory and see why people keep coming back to Jayco's Marine. You can trust their years of knowledge in the business, and at Jayco's, their prices are often lower than the national average.
Accidents, illnesses, heart attacks, strokes. When an emergency strikes, count on Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Lawrenceburg. We're here providing emergency care 24/7, including higher levels of emergency health care found in our accredited chest pain center. Emergency care at Southern Tennessee Regional Health System Lawrenceburg. Count on us when minutes matter. Learn more at southerntnlawrenceburg.com.
When there's work to do, ground to break, and a reputation to uphold, you need the powerful, durable Kubota RTVX, North America's #1 selling diesel utility vehicle. Right now, bring home select Kubota equipment for 0 down, 0% APR for up to 36 months, or save up to $1,000. Now through December 31st. See us or go to KubotaUSA.com for full disclaimer.
Stop by Brown Equipment located at 826 North Military Street in Loretta or visit brownequipmentcompany.com.
Rundown.
Tuesday, November 19th, 2024. I'm Dave Anthony. President-elect Trump is assembling his second administration. And for the more controversial nominees, he may try to bypass the Senate confirmation process.
The president rightfully looks at, hey, last time I wanted my people in, and you guys, slow-rolled me forever, and that slowed down my ability to get the American First Policy agenda done. I think he's looking at that and pushing that as an option.
I'm Jessica Rosenthal. He's controversial, but to those who say he'll harm America as Health and Human Services Secretary, he says the health of Americans is being harmed right now.
I have a lot of confidence in Kennedy. He's very passionate about the goal of making America healthy again. We're a sick country. We've developed, I spent 50 years of my life in medicine. We don't really have a health system. We have a disease system.
And I'm Tammy Bruce. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
It's been 2 weeks since former President Trump was elected again.
Donald Trump is coming back to Washington, D.C. with a mandate from the American people and is entitled to have his cabinet around him that he chooses.
Trump senior advisor Corey Lewandowski also tells Fox and Friends, even though some Trump nominees are controversial, from Matt Gaetz to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., facing strong criticism and opposition from Democrats and some Republicans.
I want to remind everybody that Donald Trump's mandate also allowed him to make the U.S. Senate a Republican majority with his winning in Pennsylvania, his winning in Ohio, bringing those candidates across the line, also in Montana. So as these U.S. senators consider the president's nominees, they should remember why they're in the majority.
Well, not all of the nominees are as controversial. Governor Doug Burgum is the Trump pick to be Interior Secretary, a job that Ryan Zinke had in the first Trump administration.
I know Doug Burnham very well, and I can tell you the governor, he's sharp. He understands American energy, being from North Dakota.
Ryan Zinke is now a Republican congressman from Montana who was just reelected.
Well, in Department of Interior is really the Department of Production. Because they have offshore, onshore, a lot of the permitting.
Okay.
So does Department of Agriculture, by the way. But I would say the production side of our energy disposition is interior. When I was secretary, we were 8.3 million barrels a day and declining. And when I first came in 2 years, we were 12.5 million barrels a day, the #1 energy producer in the world. And oh, by the way, we lowered emissions. It was as the United States becomes energy independent, energy dominant, I think we'll reverse some of these policies. We'll do it cleaner, better, and more efficiently, and we'll bring gas down to where it's, $2 a gallon or so, and that drives the economy.
Well, gas has been down a quarter since a year ago, and I've been reading that even with President Biden's push for a cleaner energy future, right, that we still have had record outputs of oil and gas.
We've had the curve on production, but we can do so much more. We also, it's running through kind of a rabbit through a snake scenario. So if you shut down leasing and permitting, then that will have an effect, a year, 2 years down the line. So we're going to have to reverse
the policies haven't fully come through yet to, in your view, lower under what Biden's plan would do, lower output.
Well, and we've made energy costs more expensive. I mean, the reliance and push towards green energy in some sectors, it doesn't make sense. I mean, when you have, 1 ton of concrete, for instance, in a windmill, produces about a ton of CO2. And then, of course, the push for EV, you have to look at the critical mineral side of it. So what's driving the EV as far as critical components? Cobalt, lithium, where are they made? And as important is where they mined, but where are they produced as far as production and processing?
China, right?
China, northwards of 80%. So the great irony, as this administration pushed towards green energy, they were actually pushing towards a more reliance on China, which could be our adversary. I think they're hyper-competitive now, moving into the adversary role, and could be moving to our enemy if they don't quell their aggressiveness.
All right, so away from interior and energy, some of the other nominees are more controversial. Matt Gaetz, now a former congressman from Florida, tapped to be the attorney general. Seems like Democrats and even some Republicans are very much against that.
Well, that's by far the most controversial. One is that President Trump said that he would be disruptive, particularly on Department of Justice, who he rightfully so is not fair. They've shown a bias, extreme bias. So he's a promise made is a promise kept. The recess appointments that have been touted are interesting because they're a little more complicated. One, it does say advise and consent.
Okay, so back up for people who don't know what you're talking about.
Yep.
In theory, when President-elect Trump is inaugurated in January, the Senate and the House, led by Republicans, could recess, correct?
They could recess.
And
they
then
both could agree to recess, although the Senate, my understanding, talking to the parliamentarian, is that amendments are in order. So if the Senate were to recess, and then other members would get an opportunity to put amendment and restrictions on that recess.
But those have to be passed.
Those would have to be passed by 51. And
Democrats don't have 51.
Well, and the idea is this, though, too. When I was secretary, after 2 years, I had 17 Senate confirmed positions. After 2 years, I only had 7 out of 17.
Okay.
So from the Democrats, they want a slow roll, make sure that the president doesn't get his team in. From the Republican side, the president has a lot of latitude to get his own team in. Where the hard part's going to be is if both bodies decide, and Thune can go into recess, but again, amendments are in order.
John Thune, becoming majority leader.
Yeah. The president rightfully looks at, hey, last time I wanted my people in, and you guys, slow rolled me forever, and that slowed down my ability to get the American First Policy agenda done. I think he's looking at that and pushing that as an option.
But if it were a recess, that would allow the president-elect to put Matt Gaetz or even Tulsi Gabbard or Pete Hegseth or people who Democrats and some Republicans seem to want to fight over the most, could put them in the office, at least temporarily, right?
I think all options are on the table. A recess, if there's no amendments on it, the amendments don't pass, then a 51%, they could. It's not an easy process, but I can tell you the picks, let's take Pete Hegseth in defense. And they comment, well, he's too young. Well, Donald Rumsfeld was about the same age. And they said, well, he doesn't have the experience. He certainly has military experience. He has 2 Bronze Stars. And then you have Les Aspin or Perry had no military experience at all. We can name.
People have said, well, what, as you know, the Defense Department is a giant organization, a huge bureaucracy. Does he have experience leading that size entity?
Well, he's not going to be alone. Remember, he does work for the commander-in-chief, and he's not going to be alone. He has a number of deputies that are going to come in with enormous amount of experience, too. So I think the team that will be put forth will be strong, certainly stronger than the team today. And I remember you also have the commander-in-chief. And in this case, I think Trump's going to be a lot different than President Biden on his tone and tenure and moving forward. And also the Department of Defense. It needs to be reorganized. So I think there's going to be a look at making it more efficient, making sure we can get the right equipment, right training, right techniques to the battlefield quickly. And that's going to be probably giving the combatant commanders, those guys in uniforms, more authority to go out and purchase what's necessary to win.
Okay. All right. You were a Navy SEAL.
Absolutely.
And thank you for your service. And a lot of others, in the Congress or whatever, are also retired military. Michael Waltz would come in as national security advisor as a former Green Beret. Do you support the changes in the military that the President-elect Trump wants? So there's talk about the DEI and some of the woke policies, quote unquote, that the Republicans have called out. Do you think that we need to change that?
These distractions on DEI or everything has to be green. So let's get back to what's important is to make sure when we engage in the field of battle, we win decisively in the field of battle. We're out of position in the Pacific. We face $200 billion in Ukraine and an escalation. Well, now you have North Korean troops and you have longer range, deadlier weapons capable of deeper strikes. You have Iran firing ICBM missiles, not through surrogates, but directly into Israel.
Right.
And you have Venezuela, which a lot of people don't talk about. I think it's a concern. We're feeling Venezuela now in our streets by gangs, et cetera, et cetera. And since we're talking about cabinet members, I'm very, very excited about Senator Rubio because I think we do need to pay attention.
Secretary of State nominee.
Absolutely. Yeah. But we need to pay attention to the Monroe Doctrine and Mexico, Central and South America. I can tell you America's stronger. Because we don't have the problems with the mass immigration we're seeing in some of our border security and other issues.
Now, mass deportations, President-elect Trump has vowed to do that once he takes office. He's talked about a national emergency, using military assets as part of the plan. Obviously, Democrats are going to fight this. Governors, Democratic mayors are going to fight this. And we saw this in the first Trump administration. How is he going to do it?
Well, I talked to our sheriffs in Montana, and it's interesting. Now, Montana's a small state, but really large area. We have big Indian reservations. So I thought the sheriffs in Montana's had a long history of rounding up. I said, Sheriff, give them the authority. If you were tasked with rounding them up, give them the authority, would you do it? And every sheriff says, absolutely, but they need someplace to put them.
Yeah.
So it's rounding up and put them in. And I'm all for Montana leading the way. But I think local sheriffs are good. They're elected officials. They're constitutional. I think that's an important aspect. And look, the sheriffs know who's good. And we're not going after the dishwashers or people that are doing good things. There's a lot of really bad behavior in sex trafficking, child trafficking, drug trafficking. And if it's in Montana, it's across the country, and it is.
But you talk about Montana, a lot of Republicans, but what about a sheriff who's a Democrat?
Well, I'm hoping as they see the other parts of the economy start to be safer, our communities be safer, the drugs, off the streets, they will also run to make sure, look, these are the really bad people, less the gangs, the sex traffickers, child traffickers, and we know who they are. So we're going after them.
One last question. You worked in the Trump administration in his cabinet. You've dealt with the former president, now president-elect, many times. What do people not know about working with him? Because people, a lot of times his critics talk about him being a tyrant or a dictator or this Nazi. What is he like when you actually do the job with him on a daily basis?
I found him to be a good boss. He held me accountable. I would talk to him, and I'm a former military officer, so I preferred to work in. Let's get clearly defined objectives. This is the plan. These are these objectives in order to reach this plan. This is I would do an executive order, tasking other departments, to make sure they supported that effort. And then he'd hold me accountable. I mean, he'd call me at 2:30 in the morning, and believe me, if he had a question on it. But I would say he's an active manager.
Did he listen? Like, if you had input, did he listen to you?
Yeah, he did. Sometimes he agreed, sometimes he didn't. But I got my shot as a boss to articulate why and give the best reasons forward, and work at the privilege and the pleasure of the president.
Well, we'll see what is in store for us in the second act for President-elect Trump when he takes office in January. Of course, you'll be in the House when that occurs. Congressman Ryan Zinke, Republican from Montana, former Interior Secretary. Great to talk to you. Thanks so much.
I'd say for American people, we're going to ride a rocket. Just strap in, because it's not kind of a Elon Musk kind of analogy, but here we go. If we're going to take off, and I am absolutely, it's going to be an exciting period, and you know what, America's going to be great again.
Well, thanks so much for joining us.
Pleasure.
paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it a lot. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is November 30th, so call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number, 844-53-BIBLE. That's 844-53-BIBLE, 844-53-BIBLE.
Hello, everyone. It's your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, here to introduce something really special. You're going to love it. My new Trump watches. It's one of the best watches made. Wear it proudly on your wrist, and everyone will know what it's for, who it's for, what it represents. Get your Trump watch right now. Go to gettrumpwatches.com. It's Trump time.
That's right. President Trump has won the election, and now he's released his official Trump watches. Celebrate this historic victory with a Trump watch that stands for strength, leadership, and winning. But don't wait, because these limited edition watches won't be around for long. Go to gettrumpwatches.com now to get your Trump watch before they're gone. It's an easy URL to remember, gettrumpwatches.com. Don't miss your chance to own a piece of history. Go now to gettrumpwatches.com and get your watch today. This ad paid for by the Best Watches on Earth, LLC. See gettrumpwatches.com for details. Trump watches are not intended for investment purposes. Hurry! Go now to gettrumpwatches.com.
Hey everybody, this is Sheriff Myers. I'd like to invite y'all to tune in to the new Local Law Enforcement Hour on 105.3. Starting this month from 5 to 6 p.m. every Thursday night, I'll be hosting a talk radio show discussing everything from crime trends, sheriff's office stats, and a whole lot more. You can also watch the show live on YouTube or the WDXE Facebook page. If you're tired of the same old on the evening news like I am, then sit down, kick back, and turn your radio on and listen to the hottest talk radio show in town.
In this time of Thanksgiving, Title and Escrow wants to express their heartfelt appreciation for you. Working with you over the years has been an amazing opportunity. Happy Thanksgiving from Sheila, Ben, and everyone at Title and Escrow of Lawrence County.
Are you in need of reliable fencing solutions? Look no further than Sands Fence Company. Serving Giles and beyond, they specialize in protecting what matters most, your livestock and your family. From commercial security to residential privacy, they've got you covered with fences tailored to your needs. But that's not all. Sands Fence Company goes beyond fences, crafting custom shops, barns, and more to enhance your property. At Sands Fence Company, customer satisfaction isn't just a goal, it's their promise. Call them today for quality craftsmanship and peace of mind. Sands Fence Company, building fences, building trust.
Hi, I'm Brandon Taylor. I'm the chairman of the Lawrence County Republican Party. I'm a Christian, conservative, Republican voter.
And I'm Chris Jackson, chairman of the Lawrence County Democratic Party, former elected official, and also a Christian.
We want you to join us on Mondays at 5 p.m. here on WDXE for our show On the Contrary,
where we will debate current issues, national, state, and local.
We'll be on air, we'll be on Facebook and on YouTube. We hope you join us. We'd love to see your comments. We'll see you here at 5 p.m. every Monday.
Good Works at Home hopes your heart is as full as your table, surrounded by loved ones and cherished memories. Warmest wishes from Good Works at Home, formerly Summit at Home. Happy Thanksgiving.
Years ago, you took her hand in yours in front of a lot of people. You made promises. When the minister asked, you said, I do. You slipped a ring onto her finger. In a few moments, you were husband and wife. Today, you still are. You're husband and wife. You love her and honor her. This anniversary, remind her those words you said all those years ago. You still say today. Remind her those words, I do, weren't just for then. They're for now and always. When you look in her eyes, you say, I still do and I always will. Make those words mean a little bit more with a diamond from Massey Jewelers. I'm Alita Massey from Massey Jewelers.
Did you know that Bank of Frank Ewing has been providing continuous service for more than 100 years? And as a community bank, all our decisions are still made locally. This is Donna Rawson with the Lawrenceburg office. As your friend in banking, we want to partner with you in your financial endeavors. Whether it's growing your business, building or buying a home, or making sure your deposit accounts, CDs, and IRAs are working for you, we are here to serve. Give us a call at 762-6800 or stop in and see us at 1200 North Locust Avenue. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Headlines, more coming up.
Mom, you know how I've always wanted a dog? It would mean the world to me this Christmas.
Sweetie, a dog is a big responsibility. Are you sure you're ready for that?
Yes, Mom. Let me show you how responsible I've become.
Well, you know, I've heard about this program that the Doggy House is doing. Home for the Holidays. They're asking people to foster shelter dogs from November 15th through January 15th. These dogs don't have anyone to come home to for the holidays.
Oh, please, Mom. I want to show you I'm ready. And we could be the family a shelter dog needs this Christmas.
All right. I think we can do that. I'll call the Doggy House, 931-244-0265. Let's give a dog in need a warm, loving home for the holidays.
For more information on fostering a dog this holiday season, contact the Doggy House at 931-244-0265 or visit 815 Gaither Avenue in Lawrenceburg to learn more. Mom, we can name him Jingles or Frosty or Holly. I know, Rudolph.
I think you're getting a little ahead of yourself.
Leoma Tire Center wishes you a warm and joyful Thanksgiving. May your holiday be filled with gratitude, family, and safe travels. From their family to yours, they thank you for trusting them with your journey. Happy Thanksgiving from Leoma Tire Center.
Thousand Hills Cowboy Church, located at 1025 Brewer Road in Etheridge and 134A South Old Military Road in St. Joseph, invites you to come and worship Sundays at 10 a.m. Since its inception in 2007, Thousand Hills Cowboy Church has been a place where ordinary people gather and show the extraordinary love in Jesus Christ. No need to dress up fancy, just wear what you got. Cowboys, cowgirls, farmers, ranchers, horse lovers, and anyone who loves the outdoor lifestyle can come and worship at both locations or can watch online. For more information, go to thousandhillscowboychurch.com.
Hey folks, this is Josh from Striker Steakhouse. From our catering, our restaurant, or our takeout, from our families to your family, thank you for allowing us to serve you and your family. Come visit us at Striker Steakhouse right here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
They have daily lunch specials every day from 11 until 2 and a full menu all day long. For more information on specials or to look up the menu, check out Striker Steakhouse on Facebook or eatatstrikers.com. For all to-go orders, call 931-244-7457.
This Thanksgiving, Builtwell Bank wants to express its sincere gratitude to its valued customers and the community. The trust customers place in Builtwell Bank is deeply appreciated, and the bank is thankful for the opportunity to serve you. Wishing you a safe and joyful Thanksgiving from everyone at Builtwell Bank.
For the look you want and look you deserve, contact Phil Hooper at HD Ink Screen Printing and Embroidery in Leoma. HD Ink specializes in designing and creating custom apparel and merchandise and have many options to make your custom decorated apparel look its greatest. And they pride themselves with top-notch customer service. HD Ink is located at 26 Ingram Road in Leoma. Just look for the blue roof. Call 931-201-2961 or check out their website, hdinksp.com.
Hey folks, it's Keith from Quick Mart Convenience Stores. You guys know how much I love biscuits, so I went to work for the place that makes the best biscuits in town. Our biscuits are made fresh, and they're packed with your choice of meat, eggs, butter, jelly, and you guessed it, gravy. Did you know that we have regular gravy and chocolate gravy? There's no better way to start your day than with a biscuit and a drink from your neighborhood Quick Mart Convenience Store. We have 39 locations, and they all sell biscuits. Come see us.
Happy Thanksgiving from Ford by Justin. We continue to be thankful for this community and the love that it shows our family throughout the year. Happy Thanksgiving from Ford by Justin.
Volco is thrilled to introduce Mike Luna as their newest member of their team. With his impressive 42 years of experience at Napa Auto Parts, Mike brings invaluable expertise to their business. They are excited to announce that they offer parts and manufacture in-house Gates hydraulic hoses. Volco's inventory includes a wide range of fittings from 1/4 inch to 1 1/4 inch, as well as brass, airline, and hydraulic adapter fittings. Visit Volco Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. at 416 Buffalo Road, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee.
Did you know the average cost of the nursing home is $8,500 per month? That's over $100,000 per year. If you or a loved one goes into long-term care, or if someone is already there, how are you going to pay for it? Wouldn't it be better if everything you worked for your entire life went to your family? I'm Stan Pierchoski with Pierchoski Estate Law, and we have solutions to this problem and many others. Call me at 931-363-7222, and we can protect your nest egg from the high cost of long-term care.
Wilson Oil wishes you and your family a bountiful harvest of love, joy, and peace. As you gather around the table, may your hearts be filled with gratitude, and may the season's blessings surround you. Happy Thanksgiving from Wilson Oil.
Are you tired of waiting in line for your prescriptions at the big box stores? At Frisbee Apothecary, we will meet you with a smile and give you fast service. We are local and have been in business for over 40 years. When you're asked what pharmacy do you use, say Frisbee Apothecary. We are located next door to Express Med at 726 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. You can call us at 762-7223. Come by and check our prices. You may be pleasantly surprised. Frisbee Apothecary. We're local, friendly, and fast. A Health Mart pharmacy.
S&P 500 up 23. On Wednesday, chipmaker heavyweight NVIDIA will be reporting earnings after the closing bell. Kevin O'Leary, chairman of O'Leary Ventures, is optimistic about NVIDIA's financial report.
It's not going to be one earning report. It's going to take a long time for these guys to slow down because they've built a moat around their firmware and their software. Nobody's even close to them yet. So I think it's going to be a pretty good report.
NVIDIA stock is up around 180% in the last year. This morning, the country's biggest retailer, Walmart, will be releasing financial results, and also home improvement retailer Lowe's. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
He could face a lot of resistance. He could face a lot of pushback. RFK Jr. for HHS will not make anyone healthier. FDA employees consider how to handle him. These are just a few of the headlines reacting to President-elect Trump's Health and Human Services Secretary pick, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He told us he'd let RFK Jr., an environmental lawyer, do what he wanted in his quest to make America healthy again, as long as he didn't touch oil and gas.
Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby.
While Kennedy has made comments before about vaccines, including in a podcast in which he questioned vaccine safety and efficacy, he says he is not actually anti-vaccine, that he wants to do placebo-controlled trials on them. Dr. Ashish Jha, the former White House COVID response coordinator and dean of the Brown University School of Public Health, is among many critics of RFK Jr.
He doesn't understand the basics of scientific thinking and of rigorous analysis. He says things that are just flatly wrong, and he peddles in conspiracy theories. Having someone like that at the top of our entire national health infrastructure, I think it's going to harm people. It's going to really harm the health of the American people.
But RFK Jr.'s argument to those who say he will harm people's health is that the health of the American people is being harmed now, specifically as we see increases in obesity and chronic disease.
The autism rate among American children and in 70-year-old men today, in my generation, is 1 in 10,000. In my children's generation, it's 1 in every 34 kids, 1 in every 22 boys. In the diabetes, a typical physician, when I was a kid, would see 1 case of juvenile diabetes in his lifetime, or a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic.
Kennedy says he's going to be heavily focused on, among other things, seed oils and pesticides.
Yeah, I think he's an excellent choice. He's really bringing to the forefront something that's been neglected for way too long, and that is to make America healthy again.
Dr. Robert Redfield was the director of the CDC during President Trump's first term.
he recognizes that when his uncle was president, we had about a 1 to 3% obesity rate. Very few of us, less than 3% had chronic disease. Now you're looking at an obesity rate that may range from 40 to 70%, and more than half of the adults have chronic disease. When I was CDC director, we lost 1.2 million, or during the COVID pandemic, when I was there and the next director, 1.2 million people died of COVID. And in other countries like Taiwan, less than 10,000. Why did so many die in this nation? And the reason is because we're a sick nation. We had a lot of people with chronic disease that COVID exploited. So Kennedy, sees the possible, which is really important. That is that we really can make America healthy again. And I think he has the leadership skills that he can try to tackle obesity. And a lot of that, which is driven by highly processed foods and other ingredients in our foods, as well as the potential of different pesticides and toxic molecules in the food that we eat. You've heard him say that, when there's sort of a chronic subclinical poisoning of the American people by the food that we're eating. And so I think he's going to take that on, and I think he's going to be successful. I know when I was CDC director, I tried to go after obesity and wanted fast food industry, the cereal industry, the soft drink industry, to come together and help me. And, they had no interest in reprogramming their efforts that would align themselves with the health goals that we had.
You just said we're a sick nation, struggling with obesity, and yet when we talk about RFK Jr. becoming Health and Human Services Secretary, we hear a lot of people cautioning against him, some even calling him dangerous, talk of people maybe resigning from their positions at the FDA and HHS and CDC. Is there anything to be worried about with RFK Jr. at the helm? And would you say that despite your, agreement with him on many of this, that there is something he should maybe be cautious about or careful with?
No, I think he's very passionate about the goal of making America healthy again. We're a sick country. I spent 50 years of my life in medicine, and what I've been part of is a disease system. We don't really have a health system. We have a disease system. We need to really flip the coin now and develop a health system. A lot of people, I think it's a lot of hyperbole. They don't want change. Obviously, Kennedy is a potential threat to big ag and big pharma that may not want change. But I have a lot of confidence in Kennedy. Disappointed in people that choose to judge him without any primary knowledge. I have my opinion of Kennedy not from the newspaper, but from my primary interaction with him. And I'm talking to him and understanding him and asking him questions. I mean, one of the biggest things people say about Kennedy, he's not anti-vax. Bobby Kennedy is not anti-vax. He's vaccinated. His children are vaccinated. What he's about is transparency about vaccine safety and efficacy. But he's not anti-vax, and yet you can't read an article in any newspaper, even some of those that say that they're respectable, that doesn't start that he's anti-vax. He's not anti-vax. So there's a lot of discrediting of Kennedy, which is unfortunate, and I think a lot of that is driven by the potential threat in big pharma and big ag. It reminds me when I was a young doctor in the 70s, and I started to raise serious questions about the health risk of cigarettes. And I remember being challenged right and left. And it took about a decade of arguing before some really good public health leaders finally just laid it out and said, no, you know what it is? It's cigarettes. and people who never thought we would change public opinion about cigarettes, now, of course, that public opinion has been largely changed. Kennedy will accomplish the same thing with the food industry.
Let's talk about the debate around vaccines a bit, because that has been, one of the biggest things that people talk about when they talk about RFK Jr. He has, as you've already pointed out, he's been painted as being anti-vaccine for, I guess, certain comments he's made, but he insists that what he is for choice, that Americans should have more choice over how many vaccines, when to give them. I've specifically heard him say what he wants to do is placebo-controlled trials. So, Doctor, what would be placebo-controlled trials when it comes to vaccines? Have we not had them, and would they be a good idea?
Well, I don't think Kennedy is going to change the use or access to a number of the vaccines that we've used for a long time: polio, measles, rubella, mumps, the hepatitis vaccine, the human papilloma vaccine, the meningococcal vaccines. I think really what it's more about is transparency of the data, the safety data, and transparency about the efficacy data. This data should not be in a big black box that nobody can see. Put it out to the American public and let them make their choice. I think that's what Kennedy's about. Now, I think Kennedy and I agree, COVID's a great example, that when the COVID vaccine came out, there was a lot of policy mistakes that were made to mandate that vaccine, to people that didn't want it. I argued that if you tell somebody who doesn't want the vaccine, they have to take it, even though they don't want to take it, all you do is reinforce vaccine hesitancy. So I'm pretty comfortable. I mean, I'm one of the biggest vaccine advocates, I think, probably in public health in the United States. When I was CDC director, I was out there all the time trying to improve vaccine uptake. When I was shocked that only half the American public took advantage of the flu vaccine. My first year, more children died of flu than ever had died before in the United States. What did they all have in common? Yeah, what did they have in common? Their parents didn't vaccinate them against flu. So some people are shocked that someone like me, with my view on vaccines, who spent, much of my life when I was in the military, 23 years as a vaccine researcher, why would I support Bobby Kennedy when he's so anti-vaccine? And the answer is he's not
That is fascinating.
He's not anti-vaccine. He's for honesty about vaccines, honesty about the discussion.
So let me ask you also about pesticides. I know that's one of the things RFK Jr. has talked about how we farm. Farmers are obviously defensive over what they use and why they use it. But for example, that weed killer Roundup has been handled in our court system. There have been multi-million-dollar settlements after finding that the chemical in that contributed to cancer. Do we need to reassess our pesticides? How big of an undertaking would that be, given what you've called it, like big ag? Like it would be a big fight, right?
Well, I think we ought to do it. If you look at it, there's been almost an 80%, 70 to 80% increase in cancers that we're having now. There are some significant changes in health that are making America more and more non-healthy, and you need to be open-minded and look and reevaluate with the modern tools whether there's safety concerns. I do think the pesticides are likely to be candidates for not necessarily in the best interest of the human body ingesting. But I think it should be, again, evaluated, open debate, not necessarily off the table. And I think Kennedy's really onto something. As I said, the biggest thing and why I'm such a big advocate for Kennedy, and it reminds me of his uncle again, when his uncle said in 1962, I'm going to put a man on the moon before the end of the decade. Now, John Kennedy had no idea scientifically how to pull that off, right? We didn't have the tools, the technology, but he said we were going to do it. And then he led our nation to act. And all I know, in 1969, we put a man on the moon. Bobby Kennedy is saying we can make America healthy again. A lot of people are saying, no way, that ain't going to happen. We've got all the chronic disease, we're all obese, it's not going to happen. Bobby Kennedy says we can make America healthy again. I agree with Bobby Kennedy. we can make America healthy again. We need to do a couple things. One, we got to get a handle on what we're eating and drinking and making sure that we're not contributing to chronic disease by eating and drinking that which is not in our best interest. And then the second thing we have to do is develop a much more aggressive health system to more effectively manage chronic disease, because chronic disease is driving our nation to be what it is today, which is we have a sick nation, not a healthy nation.
Dr. Robert Redfield, thank you so much for your time.
Yep, God bless you. Yep, take care. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. It's your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, here to introduce something really special. You're going to love it. My new Trump watches. It's one of the best watches made. Wear it proudly on your wrist, and everyone will know what it's for, who it's for, what it represents. Get your Trump watch right now. Go to gettrumpwatches.com. It's Trump time.
That's right. President Trump has won the election, and now he's released his official Trump watches. Celebrate this historic victory with a Trump watch that stands for strength, leadership, and winning. But don't wait, because these limited edition watches won't be around for long. Go to gettrumpwatches.com now to get your Trump watch before they're gone. It's an easy URL to remember, gettrumpwatches.com. Don't miss your chance to own a piece of history. Go now to gettrumpwatches.com and get your watch today. This ad paid for by the Best Watches on Earth, LLC. See gettrumpwatches.com for details. Trump watches are not intended for investment purposes. Hurry! Go now to gettrumpwatches.com.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years. When I have customers come in and ask for something for memory, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective. Does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed I could think more clearly. Memory was so much better. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it, because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
In a clinical study, Prevagen was shown to improve memory in subgroups of individuals who were cognitively normal or mildly impaired. Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you about to lose your license due to your driving record? Are you in need of SR22 insurance filing? If so, Harold Webb Insurance Services can provide you with SR22 auto insurance for your less than perfect motor vehicle record. If you have had an accident, traffic violation, or DUI and need insurance, call or come by Harold Webb Insurance Services for all your insurance needs. 631 North Military Avenue, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Phone 931-762-6466. SR22s are filed while you wait in our office and are sent to the state at no additional cost to you.
At Nature's Nuggets Natural Foods, we invite you to come by our store and look around. We offer a full line of natural vitamins, herbs, dried fruit, nuts, food staples, healthy snacks, and a lot more. At Nature's Nuggets, you'll receive friendly service by the owners and the lowest prices anywhere on all your natural product needs. For healthy eating, it's Nature's Nuggets. Nature's Nuggets Natural Foods, Highway 64 West, Lawrenceburg. Open daily 9 to 5:30. Get nature's best for less at Nature's Nuggets.
Did you know that Rent Right in Lawrenceburg has a service department? When you're interested in making sure your equipment stays in great working order for years to come, you need knowledge and skill you can count on. Whether it is warranty work or day-to-day maintenance, Rent Right has you covered. Rent Right is proud to carry a wide selection of parts and accessories in stock. They're committed to making sure you get the maximum value you demand from your Hustler and Big Dog mowers. Give them a call or stop by and talk to their qualified parts staff to help determine just what you need. That's Rent Right, located at 721 Buffalo Road in Lawrenceburg. Come on down to Rent Right.
Transform your floor with Floored by Justin. From the timeless beauty of a solid engineered hardwood to durability of laminate, LVP, tile, and cozy carpets, they've got it all. Floored by Justin's not just your flooring store, they're your Schluter specialists, stocking everything for the installers. Quality, variety, and expertise, that's Floored by Justin. Visit them today at 4 Purcell Lane in Leoma, Tennessee, and step into a world of possibilities where your dream floor is just a visit away.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Russian President Putin signing a new nuclear doctrine, declaring an attack by any nation supported by a nuclear power will be considered a joint attack on his country. This follows President Biden's decision to let Ukraine use U.S.-provided long-range weapons inside Russia. Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley telling the Ingramangle,
January 20th can't get here fast enough. I mean, what Biden is doing is totally reckless, Laura. It is absolutely reckless. And let's not forget, this is a guy who the Democrats decided couldn't be trusted, didn't have the capability to run a presidential campaign. And now here he is, potentially leading us down the path to World War III.
President-elect Trump confirming he has plans to declare a national emergency and use the military to deport illegal immigrants when he takes office in January. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Houston Texans top the Dallas Cowboys 34-10. Joe Mixon scored 3 touchdowns for Houston. The Cowboys lost their 5th straight game. The New York Giants benched quarterback Daniel Jones and named 3rd stringer Tommy DeVito as the starter. The Giants are 2-8 with a 5-game losing streak. Pittsburgh Pirates pitcher Paul Skeens won the National League Rookie of the Year award. Skeens was 11-3 with a 1.96 ERA and 170 strikeouts in 133 innings. New York Yankees pitcher Luis Gil won the American League Rookie of the Year award. Gil went 15-7 with 171 strikeouts in 29 starts. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Carson Beck was all the rage and talk preseason for this college football season. You had the Heisman odds at FanDuel. He was the favorite, and he was the odds-on favorite to be the number 1 overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Now, 24-1 are the odds for him to be the number 1 overall pick selected in the NFL Draft. Why? Because he's fallen off a cliff. He's pointing to the lack of a run game as to why the offense isn't kicking it into gear, and I can buy that. Can also point to just his fall off without the comfort level of Ladd McConkey or the security blanket of Brock Bowers. I mean, I'm just point to that immediately and think without those two guys, he's very average. Very average meaning not a number 1 overall pick, maybe not even a first-round pick right now.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
A moment in real estate with my dad, Jeff Hood.
You know, I get asked a lot about what the market's going to do. How's the real estate market? I've been selling real estate for a long time. And nobody has a crystal ball. And you know what? When it's your time to buy or your time to sell, it really doesn't matter what the market's doing. It's your time, and you have to do something maybe. What makes a difference is the agents and the experience that go to work for you. We're Keller Williams Hood Company, located here in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. We can help.
Hood Company, powered by Keller Williams, the #1 name in real estate.
McMaster's Home Gallery, where you'll always get a special price every day. Shop their new showroom full of name-brand furniture, sofas, recliners, dining and bedroom suites, Serta bedding, lots of odd tables and chairs just to match your decor. McMaster's Home Gallery also has GE appliances. Stop by on Highway 43 in Loretto or call 853-6140. You'll be surprised what beautiful furniture is inside.
Fox News commentary.
Tammy
Bruce. What's on your mind?
2 weeks out of President Donald Trump's triumphant re-election, it still feels like a dream. We've all been through scores of elections and have been told that each one was the most important of our generation, and yet we can never really know something that significant until after the fact. This time it was different. We knew in the small hours of November 6th that something remarkable had happened, and it would be the election that would change everything. We knew Trump's election in 2016 was a turning point, simply because of the improbability of it all. A man who was the ultimate insider became an outsider when he embraced the forgotten men and women of this country. What we couldn't know was the reckless panic that consumed the Democrats would also break the spell and awaken Americans to the fraud of malevolence that had been destroying our lives. Americans were punched in the face by a smug, vile, and hate-ravaged Democratic Party bent on punishing us for Trump.
And now we are in the aftermath of an election unlike any other. Trump not only won again, we delivered the whole of government to Trump and the popular vote. The astounding strength of Trump's victory feels almost like a national apology being made to the man, a sense of everybody as a whole apologizing for what he and his family were subjected to. But there is also a unique sense of relief many of you are experiencing. While Trump, his family, and associates have suffered greatly, do not forget what all of us have been through, and it has been plenty. In some fashion, every day our own government categorized us as being the equivalent of the most horrible human beings ever to be on this planet. We were irredeemable bigots, white supremacist terrorists, semi-fascist threats to democracy, and most recently, from President Joe Biden himself, garbage. So yes, we are feeling a remarkable shift in ourselves because we have defeated those who were working furiously to crush, defame, and inculcate us with fear. They failed. Trump won. And why it can sound like a cliche to say that we are the real winners, we literally are, as each and every one of us has had our futures returned. But the victories for our country and families will not be delivered by leprechauns. It will again be achieved by the hard work of the very same people who worked on Trump's campaign, those who came to support him, like Elon Musk and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and all of us by keeping our eyes on the ball. In other words, our work has just begun. Trump understands he has only 4 years to get as much done as possible, and he's out of the gate like a bullet train. At a rapid pace, he has been announcing his picks for his cabinet, those who will lead the consequential agencies of our government. There have been some surprises, but his intent is clear. Trump is not back in Washington to play games. He's there to ignite the renaissance of our country, and you can't do that with the usual suspects. Recognizing this, he is choosing people he can trust, who can get the job done, and who are capable of putting country before self. With Trump, after everything done to us, we have deliberately elected the ultimate disruptor to the presidency. Expect the unexpected and enjoy the fact that Trump and his team are serious about getting America back to where she belongs. To all of this, including his surprises and ups and downs, I say yes, Mr. President, we will take a side of extra salty fries with that order of freedom. Just don't tell Bobby Kennedy. I'm Tammy Bruce, a Fox News contributor, and this column originally appeared at amac.us, amac.us.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I live in Bloomington, Illinois. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. After working 25 years in the automotive industry, I retired. I started substitute teaching and transitioned into being a bailiff in the court system. Some people say, why should I take Prevagen? I don't have a problem with my memory. Memory loss is not something that occurs overnight. I started noticing subtle lapses in memory. I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. It's helped my memory. It's helped my cognitive qualities. After taking Prevagen for 8 years, I can honestly say it is safe, effective, and it's still helping me tremendously.
In a clinical study, Prevagen was shown to improve memory in subgroups of individuals who were cognitively normal or mildly impaired. Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Hey folks, this is Jace Duke from Swap and Shop Center in Lawrenceburg. Since 1950, my family has served you with the finest furniture, electronics, appliances, and outdoor equipment from quality name brands like Husqvarna, Ashley, Samsung, Jameson, Speed Queen, and many more. The one thing that hasn't changed in 70 years is that we still do business the same way my grandfather did, with a smile, handshake, and a promise to always give you the best. So come and let the Duke family take care of your family at Swap and Shop Center, North Military in Lawrenceburg.
Did we just get hit?
I'm fine, thanks for asking.
Oh, sorry. I just depend on this car and have too much going on to have it wrecked.
Relax, we both seem to be okay. Just call Car Country in Leoma, Tennessee.
Seriously? You think it'll be that easy? Haven't you heard those commercials?
Last month I hit a deer and Car Country fixed it right in no time. When I got it back, it was like the deer never happened. They even helped me with a rental car. Mom and Dad have used them since their bad wreck in the 90s.
Did Car Country fix the dents from that shopping cart at the mall?
And the scratches from the dog.
You mean garage door?
Yeah, just call Car Country in Leoma.
Hey, I'm here to tell you all boats are not made the same, and Mercury Motors especially aren't. Call or come by Jayco's Marine in Lawrenceburg and let the friendly crew tell you all about the new 75 to 300 horsepower Mercury Motors for your boat. Is a tri-tune more your style? Well, check out the inventory and see why people keep coming back to Jayco's Marine. You can trust their years of knowledge in the business, and at Jayco's, their prices are often lower than the national average.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
1,000 days. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's how long Russia's war in Ukraine has lasted. And another bombing's left 12 Ukrainians dead as Russia's leader also signs a new nuclear doctrine today, allowing Vladimir Putin to consider using nuclear weapons if a nuclear power, like the U.S. or some of our NATO allies, are involved in an attack using conventional weapons. This 2 days after President Biden authorized Ukraine's use of long-range American missiles to fire deeper into Russia. And Ukraine's leader is asking Europe for more help.
President Volodymyr Zelensky is calling for unity to help his forces defeat those of Russia's Vladimir Putin. Speaking remotely to the European Parliament, President Zelensky praised his partners in the West for their support.
Together we have accomplished much, but we must not fear doing even more.
He warned the current contingent of 10,000 North Korean soldiers helping Moscow could grow to 100,000.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. That war's been a topic at the summit of G20 countries in Brazil, where President Biden will soon discuss sustainable development and energy, while President-elect Trump has a new cabinet pick nominating another Fox host, former Congressman Sean Duffy, to be transportation secretary, as the president-elect gets pushback from Democrats on a plan to declare a national emergency before a mass deportation of immigrants here illegally, using military assets. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker says
the idea of calling out, the Army into the domestic confines of the United States seems uncalled for.
We expect a court filing today in a Trump legal case in New York City.
Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg's office is expected to tell Judge Juan Merchan how it wishes to proceed. Former and now President-elect Trump was found guilty earlier this year of falsifying business records to cover a payment to adult film actress Stormy Daniels. The defense continues to say the case is politically motivated.
That's Colonel Scott. America's listening.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
So this new dose is, nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Hurricane season is soon over at the end of November. Though that doesn't mean there can't be more storms. And Congress is being asked to approve $100 billion in more relief money.
President Biden says emergency disaster relief is urgently needed for areas still recovering from Hurricanes Helene and Milton. Writing the request, the House Speaker Mike Johnson.
We're going to make sure we deliver for the hurricane victims and the people that have suffered from that.
Johnson says lawmakers will evaluate the near $100 billion request. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says.
Homes need to be rebuilt. Schools need to be reopened. Farmers need to help recover their losses from ruined crops.
Congress is working out details on a year-end spending bill needed to avoid a government shutdown on December 20th. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
But hanging over that disaster relief request, a House hearing today questioning the head of FEMA, Deanne Criswell, over claims of anti-Trump bias within FEMA in Florida, avoiding helping storm victims who were Trump supporters. On Wall Street, stock futures are falling after that Russian nuclear report the day after the Dow went down 55 points, but the Nasdaq gained 111. On Monday Night Football, the Cowboys got clobbered.
Houston got off to a quick start with a pair of first-quarter touchdowns by Joe Mixon. The first score was a 45-yard run to cap the opening drive. Mixon finished with 20 carries for 109 yards and 3 TDs. Dallas got within 7 points in the second quarter. Cooper Rush found Kevontae Turpin for a 64-yard TD, but the Texans held Dallas scoreless in the second half. Houston also recorded its first defensive touchdown of the season. Derek Barnett returned a fumble 28 yards to the end zone in the fourth quarter. Houston has a 2-game lead over the Colts in the AFC South. Dallas has lost 5 in a row. Bob Mortale, Fox News.
In baseball, 2 pitchers voted Rookies of the Year. Pittsburgh Pirates young ace Paul Skeens won the National League Award. Luis Gil of the New York Yankees won the AL Rookie of the Year. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
As the deer pants for the water, so my soul longs after you. You alone are my heart's desire, and I long to worship you.
Welcome to Searching the Scriptures. Searching the Scriptures is a cooperative effort of Churches of Christ in Lawrence County, Tennessee. If you have questions that you would like to hear addressed on this program, please email them to leomachurchoffice@gmail.com, and we will see that those questions get to the person who is recording. Now it's time for the program. Hope you enjoy.
To worship you.
What is the first thing that comes to your mind when you think of God? Do you think of His power? He did create the world and everything in it, the universe and every planet, every star. Do you think of God's wrath? Yes, He does say that vengeance belongs to Him. Do you think of God's love? The Bible says that God is love. What do you think of when you think of God?
Hello, I'm Larry Murdoch. I preach for the Gandy Church of Christ. Welcome to today's edition of Searching the Scriptures.
Have you ever considered that God is a master of restraint? The Bible word for this idea is the word forbearance. Forbearance is a word that is seldom used to describe God, but yet God forbears. That is, God exercises restraint. That's right. God has a long history of forbearance. No sooner had the people of Israel marched out of Egyptian slavery than they erected an idol made of gold in the shape of a calf. They hoped the idol would lead them back to Egypt. God was angry, but God forbore. He did not destroy them, but led them across the wilderness toward the promised land, the land of Canaan. On their journey, God miraculously fed them and miraculously gave them a river of water for their families, their animals. God gave them an opportunity to better themselves and the lives of their children in the land of Canaan. However, in this same historical event, we also see the end of God's forbearance with the Canaanites. That's right. You see, God's forbearance, God's restraint, can finally come to an end. When God's forbearance ends, it is always at the right time. The people of Israel experienced the forbearance of God in giving them the land of Canaan. But God was at an end of forbearing with the idolatrous Canaanites, just as God, centuries before, finally gave up on the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah and destroyed them. God gave up on the idolatrous Canaanites and rooted them out of Canaan. And so we see God's forbearance and the end of His restraint in the same historical event. Well, throughout the Bible history of Israel, we see God restraining Himself for a while, but the people would so sin that God's forbearance would finally end. For instance, after Joshua and his generation died, the Bible says that there arose another generation after them who did not know the Lord or the work that he had done for Israel. And the people of Israel did what was evil in the sight of the Lord and served the Baals. And they abandoned the Lord, the God of their fathers, who had brought them up out of the land of Egypt. They went after other gods from among the gods of the peoples who were around them, and they bowed down to them, and they provoked the Lord to anger. This is Judges 2, verses 10 to 12. When God is provoked to anger, his forbearance soon comes to an end. Well, we all rejoice in the fact that God is forbearing, but do we dare to take his forbearance for granted? Do you think that you can live in sin and God will not become angry? God alone knows hearts. He knows our motives. When a person sins against God, but yet has a pure heart, God forbears and gives the person an opportunity to change, to repent. God has done this many, many times. Remember the old prophet Jonah? Jonah received a commission from God to travel to Nineveh, the ancient capital of Assyria, north of modern-day Baghdad. God told Jonah to announce to Nineveh their coming destruction. Jonah was afraid to go to Assyria, and so he went in the opposite direction, and he caught a ship to Tarshish on the Mediterranean Sea. He was running away from his duty to God. God did not turn loose of Jonah, however. A storm arose that was sinking the ship. The sailors believed Jonah to be the reason for the storm, and when they hurled the runaway prophet into the sea ceased from its raging. Jonah 1, verse 15. A large fish swallowed the prophet, but Jonah did not die. Later, Jonah wrote that he prayed while in the fish's belly, and then he said, I am driven away from your sight, yet I shall again look upon your holy temple. The waters closed in over me to take my life. The deep surrounded me. Weeds were wrapped about my head at the root of the mountains. I went down to the land whose bars closed upon me forever. Yet you brought up my life from the pit, O Lord, my God. When my life was fainting away, I remembered the Lord, and my prayer came to you into your holy temple. Those who pay regard to vain idols forsake their hope of steadfast love. But I, with the voice of thanksgiving, will sacrifice to you. What I have vowed, I will pay. Salvation belongs to the Lord. Jonah 2, 4-9. The fish then spit Jonah upon the beach, and the prophet was saved from drowning. Jonah spoke of God's steadfast love in his prayer. That is God's forbearance. Through Jonah, God announced to the people of Nineveh that destruction was coming upon them in 40 days. And the people of Nineveh believed God. They called for a fast and put on sackcloth, from the greatest of them to the least of them. The word reached the king of Nineveh, and he arose from his throne, removed his robe, covered himself with sackcloth, and sat in ashes. And he issued a proclamation and published throughout Nineveh, by the decree of the king and his nobles, let neither man nor beast, herd nor flock, taste anything. Let them not feed or drink water, but let man and beast be covered with sackcloth, and let them call out mightily to God. Let everyone turn from his evil way and from the violence that is in his hands. Who knows? God may turn and relent, and turn from his fierce anger, so that we may not perish. The record says, when God saw what they did, how they turned from their evil way, God relented of the disaster that he had said that he would do to them, and he did it not. Jonah 3, 5-10. Here is God's forbearance on display in ancient Nineveh.
Look, I
First,
continue
to
to
the
hear the
runaway
gaslighting
prophet,
from
and
the
then
left,
to the people
frankly,
of
even
Nineveh.
from this network,
In the belly
pushing
of the
lies
fish,
about
Jonah
what's
had
going on
called
across
it
America.
God's
President Trump has a
steadfast
clear
love.
mandate. He
God
wants
knew
prayer
the
back
hearts
in
of
school.
those
He wants
Assyrians.
radical
He
leftism out of the
knew they
classroom.
would
Wants our kids to be
repent if
patriotic.
given a chance.
Want parents back in charge with
And
school
so
choice.
God
I'm not going to take the
sent them a
bait on what you
preacher.
said about gaslighting
And
from
that
this
was the
network on this.
preacher's
I'm asking you a
job,
specific
to
question.
give
Where
the
is your
people
authority
an
specifically
opportunity
coming
to
from?
follow their
I
heart,
appreciate you
a
pushing
heart
that
of
left-wing narrative here,
repentance.
but here's the reality.
But
The
dare we
left-wing
take
narrative.
God's
I'm literally talking
steadfast
about a
love for
petition
granted
that
and
parents
continue
have
to
signed that's
sin?
gotten more than
What if the
14,000
Ninevites
signatures
had
that have
continued to
raised this
sin,
issue?
refusing to
Religious
change the
liberty.
course of their
Look,
lives?
CNN doesn't have to
Well,
like it.
destruction would have been
Left-wing
their
activists
lot.
don't have to
The
like
I'm
fierce
it.
just
wrath
talking
of
about
God would have
facts. It's
fallen
not my
upon them.
opinion.
Document.
There will
The
come a
Bible
time,
is a
friends, when
historical
God
document.
will
You
no
can't rewrite
longer
history,
forbear.
okay? And everyone who signed that
Consider
list,
the
everybody
case of
suing me,
Ananias and
they're the
Sapphira
same
in the
people
New
that want
Testament.
gender, queer,
After the
and
Church of
flamer in the
Christ was
classroom under the
established in
guise
the
of...
city of
Not necessarily
Jerusalem,
true.
the people were
you are
repenting
painting
and
everyone
coming
with
to
a broad
Christ
brush.
for forgiveness and hope. The number of the disciples began to multiply rapidly, and this rapid expansion of the church caused some problems for those who had come to Jerusalem for the feast of Pentecost. They had come from long distances, but they had obeyed the gospel of Christ while in the city and were added by the Lord himself to the church. There was not enough money for these people to continue in Jerusalem learning from the apostles. And so the local brethren began to take up collections so that these people could eat. The Bible says that there was not a needy person among them, for as many as were owners of lands or houses sold them and brought the proceeds of what was sold and laid it at the apostles' feet. And it was distributed to each as any had need. Acts 4, 34 and 35. Well, a man by the name of Barnabas sold some of his property, and that seemed to serve as an example to others. Ananias and his wife Sapphira also sold a piece of property. However, they decided to keep some of the money and give the rest of it to the work of the church, but they wanted the church to think that they had given the whole amount to the church. When Ananias came to lay the money at the apostles' feet, Peter said to him, Ananias, why has Satan filled your heart to lie to the Holy Spirit and to keep back for yourself part of the proceeds of the land? While it remained unsold, did it not remain your own? And even after it was sold, was it not at your disposal? Why is it that you have contrived this deed in your heart? You have not lied to men, but to God. When Ananias heard these words, he fell down and breathed his last. And great fear came upon all who heard of it. The young men rose and wrapped him up, carried him out, and buried him. Acts 5, 3-6. After about 3 hours, Sapphira, his wife, came in to Peter, not knowing what had happened to her husband. And Peter said to her, Tell me whether you sold the land for so much. And she said, Yes, for so much. But Peter said to her, How is it that you have agreed together to test the Spirit of the Lord? Behold, the feet of those who have buried your husband are at the door, and they will carry you out. Immediately she fell down at his feet and breathed her last. When the young men came in, they found her dead, and they carried her out and buried her beside her husband. Acts 5, 8-10. Friends, God restrains his anger, but do not test him. God is forbearing, but do not think that you can deceive him. Someone has written, Our great danger is not that we fail to recognize God's kindness and forbearance. The danger is that we may think we can wink at injustice, embrace immorality, and dull the sharp edge of the sword of God's word that God has committed to us, and to think that we can get away with that. God will not be mocked, friends. God does forbear with the one who has a good heart, but he also brings his forbearance to an end when the time comes for his wrath to fall. Friends, don't test God's forbearance. You may wish to view our website at gandychurchofchrist.com, or another website is voiceoftruth.us. You can listen to messages such as this at voiceoftruth.us. Thank you for listening today.
Stay Start your day with Jeff Hood and the Wake Up Show. Weekdays on The Legend, WDXE.
Dear God, please bless America and help my friends and me to do our very best and keep our country clean and free. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic on which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, friends. Get up, get your feet on the floor, grab your coffee, and join us for the Wake Up Show with Jeff Hood, brought to you by Keller Williams Hood Company, professional real estate services.
And now, here's that man with helpful hints for everyone in the land, Mr. Know-It-All.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Good morning to you. Jeff Hood here on the Wake Up Show. If I could get my strings straightened out here. We are up and at 'em and ready for it. It is 6:20. On this Tuesday, November 19th, as November rolls on in a big way. Yep, it is. Kind of dampish out there. We've had some showers around. That wasn't raining on me when I came in, but everything was wet. We'll get the weather checked here in just a bit. But we say good morning to you as we get another day started. Excuse me. Let's check the temperature out there. It feels pretty good, really. It feels crisp and nice out there. 64 degrees. And there is some moisture in the air and in around. And I guess we had some rain overnight here and there. All the streets were wet, I'll put it that way. And it looks like it had been raining, but it wasn't raining on me coming in. It may be some showers around here and there, so be careful out and about. And we're glad to be here. It is 6:21 now. I've got my coffee. In fact, I think I had a cup on the way in and kind of refilled my cup when I got here, and we're all good and ready to go. Stopped in and visited the sister station on the way in, got their trading post done, and we'll do ours after a while, as we always do. It is the Wake Up Show. We do what we do here. Let's see. What did we do last night? May had a Thanksgiving gathering with some of her friends, and I had to take her to that. So I was back and forth a little bit. Daniel helped put up more auction signs for another sale we've got, some yesterday, and in between doing schoolwork and what have you. So just a busy time for us, and the kids were working on the Christmas barn for another weekend of that, and I tried to stay out of the way. That's what I did. I didn't even watch the football. There was a football game on last night, I guess, Monday Night Football. I didn't even watch. I didn't even do that. But anyway, glad to be here again. We're going to start another day, and it is Tuesday. So let's see, the 8 o'clock hour today, Bill Adams ought to be in here after a while with Rent Right and First Class Charter, and we're looking forward to visiting with him. And I may talk about this again, but I'll remind you of the Lights of Love tour that we're doing and co-hosting along with First Class Charter, and we're looking forward to a great trip. We're going to have such a good time, and that is December the 10th. It's a Tuesday evening, and you are invited. You and your family, your friends, gather up a group if you want to, and it's $40 per seat, and you will get to ride on a luxury coach, motor coach from First Class Charter, down to Huntsville. We'll leave Lawrenceburg at 3 o'clock. And arrive in Huntsville around 4:30ish at the Bridge Street Shopping Center and Mall area down there. It is gorgeous, and there's lots to do down there. We'll have a couple hours or more there, and then at 7 thereabouts, we will reload on the motor coaches and go over to Toyota Field. It's a new area there, and look at all the Christmas lights and come back home. We should be home 9 or 9:30, something like that. So it's a great evening with family and friends, and we're looking forward to it. And seats are limited, and we want you to jump in with us. Contact First Class Charter, or you can contact my office, and we'll help get you signed up. Well, our buddies called in this morning. You're up and at 'em, I guess.
Oh, I've already burned one breakfast and eaten another. What happened to me? I've got three things that I'll hang up. There was somebody on there that did the disclaimers. I want to say his name was Mean Joe or something. I haven't heard him in a few weeks.
Yeah, he's kind of taking some time off, but he's around.
Well, second thing was I was in the Advocate the other day. You know, they've moved to Buffalo Road. It's a very small place, but it's just right there when you turn right off. But they had a sign in the window that a book about Jimmy Moore.
Uh-huh.
I think it's $20 cash. I thought I heard y'all talking about that one time.
Yes.
And then I just thought I'd mention that. I don't know if it goes to charity or if it goes to a family or what. And the third thing, let me see, what was the third thing? Oh, I sent this thing to my brother about the discussion about the square. He sent me a whole list of things, and several I hadn't thought about, and I was going to throw one out if anybody thinks it was the Bootery, and I think it was run by the Lindsays there on the square on the corner by what's Hollins today.
Yeah, Bootery was
But
right
anyway,
there.
just throw that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I do think Jimmy Moore's got they finished the book he was writing and got it published, and I haven't seen one yet, but it may be available. I'll have to. I'd like to have one. I think it would be quite interesting. I knew Jimmy, and as a lot of you did, and quite a talented man, an interesting man, interesting life, and so that book would be good. I'm sure. I am sure. Yeah, and the Bootery was there on the corner of the square where Weathers Brothers Music is now. I do remember that. There's a post here from Lawrence County Trivia. Have you ever heard of hog killing weather? On this day in 1879, hog killing weather was here. I'll have to read this story. It's kind of lengthy. We'll see what that's about. But they got what got my attention is they've got this great picture of an old hearth with a fire burning and some bacon in a skillet. My goodness, that makes you want to go home right there, for sure. Well, what are we going to do this morning? How about this one? Let's get started. It is 6:26. Good morning to you, everybody.
I thought love was only true in fairy tales, and for someone else, but not for me. Our love was out to get me. That's the way it seemed. Disappointment haunted all my dreams. Then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm in love. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. I thought love was more or less a given thing. Seems the more I gave, the less I got. What's the use in trying? And all you get is pain. When I needed sunshine, I got rain. Oh, then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm in love. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. Love was out to get me. No, that's the way it seemed. Disappointment haunted all my dreams. Oh, then I saw her face. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm in love. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. Yes, I saw her face. Now
Much cooler air on the way. I'm Zach Wright with the latest forecast for this Tuesday. Showers and possibly a thunderstorm with a high near 70, rain chance near 80%. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 48. Wednesday, sunny with a high near 58. Wednesday night, mostly clear with a low near 35. And for Thursday, sunny with a high near 52. For the latest weather, news, sports, and more, check us out online 24/7 at radio7media.com.
Talking to myself and feeling old. Sometimes I'd like to quit. Nothing ever seems to fit. Hanging around, nothing to do but frown. Rainy days and Mondays always get me down. What I've got they used to call the blues. Nothing is really wrong. Feeling like I don't belong. Walking around some kind of lonely cloud. Rainy days and Mondays always get me down. Funny, but it seems I always wind up here with you. Nice to know somebody loves me. Funny, but it seems that it's the only thing to do. Run and find the one who loves me. What I feel is come and gone before. No need to talk it out. We know what it's all about. Hanging around, nothing to do but frown. Rainy days and Mondays always get me it's the only thing to do. Run and find the one who loves me. What I feel has come and gone before. No need to talk it out. We know what it's all about. Hanging around, nothing to do but frown. Rainy days, Mondays always get me down. Hanging around, nothing to do but frown. Rainy days, Mondays always get me down. Your love is lifting me higher than I've ever been lifted before. Your love is lifting me higher than I've ever been lifted before. So keep it up, quench my desire, and I'll be at your side forevermore. Now once I was downhearted. Disappointment was my closest friend. But you came, he soon departed, and he never showed his face again. I'm so glad I finally found you. You're that one in a million men. When you wrap your loving arms around me, I can stand up and face the world again. Your love is lifting me higher than I've ever been lifted before. So keep it up, quench my desire, and I'll be at your side forevermore. Know your love is lifting me higher than I've ever been lifted before. So keep it
Sunshine, go away today. I don't feel much like dancing. Some man's gone, he's tried to run my life. He don't know what he's asking. When he tells me I better get in line, I can't hear what he's saying. I grow up, I'm gonna make it mine. These ain't dues I've been paying. Well, how much does it cost? I'll buy it. The time is all we've lost. I'll try it. And he can't even run his own life. I'll be damned if you run mine. Sunshine, sunshine, go away today. I don't feel much like dancing. Some man's gone, he's tried to run my life. You don't know what he's asking. Working starts to make me wonder where the fruits of what I do are going. He says in love and war all is fair, but he's got cards he ain't showing. How much does it cost? I'll buy it. The time is all we've lost. I'll try it. And he can't even run his own life. I'll be damned if you run mine. Sunshine, sunshine, come on back another day. I promise you I'll be singing. This old world, she's gonna turn around. Brand new bells will be ringing.
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you. Pardon the way that I stare. There's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak. There are no words left to speak. But if you feel like I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you. Just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you.
You know, Storing Lee Furniture is not just some huge chain store, but we do have a 144,000 square foot showroom right here in Leoma, Tennessee. The Story family has worked together in the business for over 50 years now, and a familiar face is here to help you with whatever you need. That's what being a part of the community right here in the Tennessee Valley means. And if you have an issue, we're right here to take care of it. And don't forget free delivery. We invite you to come see us. We're Storing Lee Furniture.
No matter where you're going in life, Marathon wants to help you get there and even further. Their high-quality fuels prioritize endurance to help your vehicle run longer and more efficiently. So, where do you want Marathon's fuel to take you? You could go stargazing outside the city, cheer on your home team at an away game, or just pick a direction and go. You don't have to decide now. You can think about it on your way to fuel up at Marathon. Marathon, quality fuel for a quality life.
Much cooler air on the way. I'm Zach Wright with the latest forecast for this Tuesday. Showers and possibly a thunderstorm with a high near 70, rain chance near 80%. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 48. Wednesday, sunny with a high near 58. Wednesday night, mostly clear with a low near 35. And for Thursday, sunny with a high near 52. For the latest weather, news, sports, and more, check us out online 24/7 at radio7media.com.
I must have been through about 1
My tears feel like rain. Ain't that a shame? You're the one to blame. You broke my heart when you said we'll part. Ain't that a shame? My tears feel like rain. Ain't that a shame? You're the one to blame. Oh well, goodbye. Although I'll cry, ain't that a shame? My tears feel like rain. Ain't that a shame? You're the one to blame. You made me cry when you said goodbye. Ain't that a shame? My tears feel like rain. Ain't that a shame? You're the one to blame. Oh well, goodbye. Although I'll cry, ain't that a shame? My tears feel like rain. Ain't that a shame? You're the one to blame.
And we know that tune. It's time to visit Lanny Hurst Motors. Lanny, Barry, Shelby, all of them say y'all come to Lanny Hurst Motors, and why not? There's always something great to choose from on the lot, service checked out, ready for the road, and ready for you at Lanny Hurst Motors. You'll save thousands over new, and you'll have a great car too. A great vehicle for you at Lanny Hurst Motors. Pre-owned vehicles that are just right. And check this out. Their website. That's what you want to do. LannyHurstMotors.com. That's right. You can see all the inventory any time of the day or night right there on the website. Of course, visit their Facebook page too. You'll see pictures and information there. Lanny Hurst Motors on Facebook. You'll find it. Here's a 2017 Buick Encore. That is a super nice little low-mile SUV. That's a nice one right there. Runs and drives like a new one. 2017 Buick Encore. You can't go wrong with that popular vehicle. A Ford Explorer too. You can't go wrong with that one. Here's a 2022 Ford Explorer Limited Package. One owner. Great on miles. Factory warranty, heated leather, and loaded up. That's a nice one. A Chevy Trailblazer there for you. Heated seats, one owner, navigation, low miles, factory warranty on that 22 Chevy Trailblazer. And a 2020 Chevy Traverse is on the lot. It's a local trade. All-wheel drive, that's a nice one. And I like these Jeep Gladiators. Had several over the past several weeks, and here's another one, 2023 Jeep Gladiator Overland Cold Weather Package. And that's coming, by the way. Heated leather and loaded up, one owner, factory warranty. And there's more to choose from at Lanny Hurst Motors. And, of course, they love to trade. Bring your trade in. They'll trade with you right. You'll be so glad you did. And you'll make a friend. If you don't already have a friend there, I know you do. Go by and see them and tell them I sent you from the Wake Up Show. You know why. Well, you get that great deal every day. We are creeping up on 7 o'clock already. Can you believe it? The morning has coasted by, and we are getting ready for the 7 o'clock hour. Local news coming your way at 7. After that, the Trading Post. Trading Post and Bible Trivia will continue for the week, and later on we'll get our Word of the Day. of course, our verse and all that stuff. Been listening to a message this morning about the sovereignty of God. Amen and amen. Well, it is almost 6, 58, something like that right there. Pretty close. News is next. Stick around for all the rest of the Wake Up Show.
Sitting in a tiny table in a ritzy restaurant. She was staring at her coffee cup. He was trying to keep his courage up by applying booze. Talk was small when they talked at all. They both knew what they wanted. There was no need to talk about it. They were old enough to scope it out and keep it loose. She said, "You don't look like my type, but I guess you'll do." Third-rate romance, low-rent rendezvous. He said, "I'll even tell you that I love you if you want me to." Third-rate romance, low-rent rendezvous. And they left the bar, they got in his car and they drove away. He drove to the family inn. She didn't even have to pretend she didn't know what for. Then he went to the desk and made his request while she waited outside. And he came back with the key. And she said, "Give it to me and I'll unlock the door." She kept saying, "I've never really done this kind of thing before."
Wi-Fi backup. Comcast.
Wi-Fi's up. Power on. Get Wi-Fi backup for your business or get started in romance. $800 holiday bonus. Call today.
And he said, "Yes, I have.
There are new concerns that
Only
the
a
league could be cracking
time
down on them. The USA Today reporter says that right after he talked to Raiders tight end Brock Bowers about his Trump touchdown dance, the team abruptly ended his post-game availability. Joining us now, Brett Favre, NFL Hall of Fame quarterback. Brett, fantastic to see you. I don't know how you follow Hulk Hogan, man, but you're going to have to figure it out, Brett. Why do you believe the NFL players are doing the little dance? What's going on there?
I think people.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications. Serving Lawrence County since 1951. This is WDXE News.
Landslide.
40 for WLX. I'm Lonnie
really
a Lawrenceburg home was lost during a
put where I
Monday
think
afternoon fire.
everyone's
Members of the
perspective is
Lawrenceburg Fire
on this
Department
country,
were called to the Petty Street property around 1:15
right to the
Monday
forefront.
afternoon
I mean, we-
on a report of a large fire
we're in desperate
consuming the
need
residence.
of President
Crews
Trump
arrived within minutes to
take back
find the
over
property fully
and get
engulfed
this
in
country
flames.
back where it needs to
Two
be.
explosions
We
were
were
heard as
definitely going
firefighters
the wrong
worked to control
direction.
the
And I
fire.
think our youth,
No major injuries were
and I say
reported.
youth,
Crossroads Fire
NFL
Department
players,
and Lawrence
college
County
players,
EMS
high school
assisted
players,
at the scene. The cause of the
see
fire
it.
is under
You know, when I was
investigation. Tennessee's 2024-25
30
statewide
years
gun
old,
hunting season for
I
deer
never thought
opens
about
Saturday,
politics.
November
It was never
23rd.
an issue.
The
There was
season
never
traditionally opens each year on
focus on
Saturday prior to
politics
Thanksgiving. During
like
gun
it
season,
was
sportsmen
this
may
year.
also use
And
muzzle loaders or
I think people just saw it for
the
what
state
it
bag
was,
limit
that we
for
were in
antlered
desperate
bucks
need of
is
help.
2. No more than
And
one
that
antler
that
deer may
helped
be
us,
taken per
President
day,
Trump.
not to exceed 2
Brett, don't
for
you
the
also
season.
think
In
that some
units
of this
1,
is
2, and
almost
3,
an
there is
athlete's
an antlerless
competitive
bag
spirit?
limit of
like when
3
you're
per day
counted out,
and a
you're
limit of
injured,
2
no one
at
thinks you
risk
can
for
come
this
back
season
again,
in
and
units
you
4,
throw the
5,
perfect
and 6.
pass,
The bag
or you
limit
go
may
for the
only
perfect
be
pattern,
exceeded as
and you
part
catch
of
the
the
perfect
Earn-a-Buck
ball,
program,
and
or
again,
as
no one
replacement
thought you could
buck
do
in
it,
a
but you do it.
CWD
That
positive county.
as someone who
Anyone
played
born
some
on or
college
after
sports,
January 1st,
that's to me what I
1969
see.
is required
That
to
connection
carry
between
proof
the
of
athlete and him.
satisfactory
Maybe that's
completion
overblown.
of a hunter education
Well, Lauren,
class or be in
you're
possession
right.
of the apprentice hunter education permit,
I don't think a lot of
along
people
with
gave
any other
President Trump a
required
chance of
license.
winning.
While hunting
I know
on
I
species
did.
in
I
Tennessee,
was very
hunter
hopeful that
education
he would
can be completed
that he would
online
win,
for free,
like
along with
most of
in-person
us.
options
But you just didn't
offered
really
by
know.
TWRA.
Based on what's
The
happened in the
statewide deer
past,
hunting season will
you really
continue
didn't
through
know.
January
And so,
5th, 2025.
again, when I woke up
The
that
second
morning,
young sports
and I'm sure a lot of
hunt
people
is
felt the
January
same way,
11th and 12th.
it was like,
The Lawrence
you have
County
got
Board
to
of
be kidding.
Education will meet Thursday night at 5
Not
p.m.
only
at the
did
Board
he
of
win,
Education
he
building on
just
Spring Road.
dominated.
Among the items
And
to be
I just-
discussed are the
I just think
approval
that,
of the budget calendar for 2025-26 school year.
we,
Installation
as I
of
said, we
new
were in
heat and
desperate
air
need
units
of.
at
Do you
JC
think, Brett,
Bonnet and other maintenance-related projects. The Lawrenceburg Elk Lodge will officially offer a donation of some 18 life vacs to each of the county schools, including the private institutions. The life vacs are devices to maybe replace the Heimlich maneuver whenever a child or adult becomes choked when eating. The complete agenda can be seen at the board's website. The next meeting is scheduled for January 23rd of next year.
Are you looking for a hometown financial partner who views you as more than a number or a dollar sign? Do you want access to the latest banking technology without losing a personal touch? Look no further than Employee Resources Credit Union. At ERCU, we strive to deliver the best banking experience possible. We offer benefits such as free checking accounts, a full range of online services, fewer and lower fees, and competitive rates. Call or stop by your local ERCU branch or visit us online at www.ercu.org. Member NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
The United States Marine Corps Reserve Toys for Tots program is helping make the holiday season brighter for children in need, and Lawrence County residents can join the effort by donating new unwrapped toys at local drop-off locations, including WLX at 1212 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg. The community can ensure every child experiences the magic of Christmas. Toys for Tots collects and distributes toys each year to less fortunate children, delivering not just gifts, but a message of hope. Donations will be accepted through December, and every contribution helps make a difference. For more information on how to give or get involved, visit the Toy for Tots website. Let's make this holiday season special for all. Starting today, multiple locations in Lawrenceburg are opening their doors to collect shoebox gifts for Operation Christmas Child, a global project by Samaritan's Purse. These shoeboxes filled with toys, school supplies, and personal care items are designed to bring joy and hope to children in need around the world. The citywide effort, running through Monday, November 25th, is part of a larger national collection initiative. Local donations will be contributed to Samaritan's Purse's 2024 goal of delivering shoebox gifts to 12 million children worldwide, spreading love and compassion to millions of boys and girls. For more details on drop-off locations, packing guides, or to arrange interviews, contact local organizers or visit the Samaritan's Purse website. Join the effort today and help make a difference in a child's life this Christmas season. Taking a look at our community events, Loretta Sacred Heart Catholic School has open enrollment for this current school year, accepting students for pre-K ages 3 to 4, kindergarten, and first grade. Contact Loretta Sacred Heart School at 853-4388 for more information and a school tour. The 12th annual Tommy Hill Memorial Coon Hunt will be November 23rd at Barnesville Baptist Church. Registration begins at 4 p.m. with a fee of $20 per person. Hunt deadline is 9 p.m. There will be concessions available and an auction at the conclusion of the hunt. 39th Annual Tennessee Country Christmas will be Saturday, November 30th at 6 p.m. in Rotary Park Gym 3. Proceeds benefit the 35th Annual Spirit of Santa program, sponsored by Lawrenceburg Parks and Recreation. Donations of canned foods, new children's clothing, and toys will be accepted. Admission is free. There will be concessions, auction, and entertainment provided throughout the night. Hope Botanical Gardens' annual Christmas in the Garden is gearing up to get their trees decorated for visitors to enjoy the Christmas season. Any individuals, groups, and or businesses who would like to support Decorate a Tree, call 931-271-5423 to get full details. Be sure to call and reserve your tree before December 2nd. Henryville Fire Department has Boston butts for sale. Reach out to a fireman or message us to order. Cost is $40 and pickup will be November 25th, 26th, and 27th. All proceeds go to support the fire department. Christmas concert with the Isabel family at Lawrenceburg Bible Truth Ministries, located at 302 North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg, Friday, November 29th at 7 p.m. Doors open at 6 p.m. Admission is free, and the love offering will be received. Free community Thanksgiving meal delivered to your home by Leoma Baptist Church members. You can sign up by calling the church office at 852-2904, Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. until 4:30 p.m. All meal requests must be made by Sunday, November 24th. Absolute Motivational event will be held on Saturday, November 23rd at Keystone Resort in Loretta at 11 a.m. This event is to raising awareness and support for veterans and amputees. For more information, call Diane Russell at 931-853-3303.
The mission at Neal Funeral Home is service with compassion, dedication, and respect for all people in their time of need. Whether you select a modest service or custom ceremony to celebrate the life of your loved one, you can be sure Neal Funeral Home is ready to assist you in your time of need. For 3 generations, the professional and caring staff at Neal Funeral Home has been carrying out the personal wishes of families in the community, the people who are our neighbors and friends. As Lawrenceburg's only family-owned and operated funeral home establishment, proud of the quality service, experience, and personal attention they devote to every family.
In other local news, Belinda K. Pigg, 52 of West Point, passed away Wednesday, November 13th. She is survived by her son, Dustin Pigg, daughter, Chandra Gracie Elizabeth Pigg, mother, Juanita Kilburn, and sister, Amanda Richer, 3 grandchildren, and several nieces and nephews. A memorial service for Belinda K. Pigg will be held at a later date. Neal Funeral Home is in charge of arrangements. Troy Harrison Hamner, 93 of Killen, passed away November 16th at Lardell Christian Nursing Home. He was a retired special agent in charge of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, a member of the Cattlemen's Association, and a member of the Church of Christ Faith. Survivors include sons Philip Hamner and wife Kathy, and Scott Hamner and wife Allison, daughter Amanda Hamner and husband Jay, 8 grandchildren, 10 great-grandchildren. Visitation will be Saturday, November 23rd from 10 a.m. until 12 noon at North Carolina Church of Christ. Green Hill Funeral Home is assisting the family. Jerry Lynn Hayes, 73 of Huntsville, passed away Tuesday, November 12th at his home. He was born in Blount County, Alabama. Visitation will be 11 a.m. until 12 p.m. Saturday, December the 7th at Coroner and Funeral Home, with memorial service to follow at 12 noon. Survivors include his daughter, Rainey Hayes of Huntsville, sons Lynn Hayes of Huntsville, William Walther of Hazel Green, brother Clayton Hayes of Georgia, 1 granddaughter, several aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, and family friends. Coroner and Funeral Home in charge of those arrangements. Billy Glenn Brazier, 74 of Killen, passed away November the 14th at his home. He was a preacher and a member of the Iron City Church of Christ. Survivors include his wife, Vicki Wallace Brazier, son Jonathan Brazier, daughter Anna Brazier, brother Gary Brazier and wife Joyce, several nieces and nephews, along with a brother-in-law, Shorty Britton and Kevin Wallace. Visitation will be held on Tuesday, November 19th from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. at the Atlas Church of Christ. The funeral service will follow at 1 p.m. at the church. Burial will be at the Atlas Cemetery. Green Hill Funeral Home in charge of all arrangements. Gene Bassham, 78 of Leoma, passed away on Friday, November 15th at his home in Leoma. Gene worked for many years as a general contractor. He is survived by his wife of 48 years, Frida Bassham, son Keith Bassham, daughter Carol Dickey and husband Donald, 6 grandchildren, 2 great-grandchildren, and niece and nephew. Visitation will be held at Pettis Turnbull Funeral Home on Tuesday, November 19th from 5. Visitation will be held at Pettis Turnbull Funeral Home on Tuesday, November 19th from 5 until 8. Burial will be held privately by the family at Centerpoint Baptist Cemetery. Pettis Turnbull Funeral Home in charge of all arrangements. Thomas Jr. Fowler, 86, of St. Joseph, passed away November 16th at home after a sudden illness. He was a native of Lawrence County and a machinist. Graveside services will be held at St. Joseph Cemetery on Wednesday, November 20th at 1:30. Burial will follow in St. Joseph Cemetery. Visitation will be from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. Wednesday, November the 20th at Loretta Memorial Chapel. Survivors include his wife, Jean Smith Fowler of St. Joseph, daughters, Rita Jane Hayslip of St. Joseph, Barbara Alzana of Florence, brothers, William Bruce Fowler of Arizona, and Kenneth Fowler of St. Joseph. 5 grandchildren, 1 great-granddaughter. Loretta Memorial Chapel is in charge. Justin B. Jones passed away Saturday, November 16th at Murray Regional Hospital. He was a native of Giles County. He retired from Timken Fafner after working for 42 years and was later employed with Home Depot. A visitation will be held on Wednesday, November the 20th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Bennett May and Pierce Funeral Home and Crematory. The funeral service will follow at 2 in the chapel of Bennett May and Pierce Funeral Home and Crematory. The burial will follow in Giles Memory Gardens. He is survived by his wife of 30 years, Belinda Riggins Jones of Pulaski, son Cameron Jones of Nashville, 3 sisters, Teresa Jones, Kathy Wiley, and Paula Kirk, all of Pulaski, 1 niece and 3 nephews. Evelyn Loretta Smith of Lawrenceburg passed away Saturday, November 16th at her home. She was a native of Middlesboro, Kentucky, retired from Murray, Ohio, and of the Pentecostal faith. She is survived by 4 daughters, Karen McCullough of Estill Springs, Debbie Leith of Lawrenceburg, Lisa Nanaber of Canby, Indiana, and Cheryl McKee of Murfreesboro. 9 grandchildren, 18 great-grandchildren, and 1 great-great-grandchild. Arrangements are being handled by Neal Funeral Home. The family will receive friends from 12 noon to 2 p.m. Friday, November the 22nd at Neal Funeral Home. Funeral services will be conducted at Neal Funeral Home at 2 p.m. Friday. Burial will follow in the Lawrence County Memorial Gardens.
Much cooler air on the way. I'm Zach Wright with the latest forecast for this Tuesday. Showers and possibly a thunderstorm with a high near 70, rain chance near 80%. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 48. Wednesday, sunny with a high near 58. Wednesday night, mostly clear with a low near 35. And for Thursday, sunny with a high near 52. For the latest weather, news, sports, and more, check us out online 24/7 at radio7media.com.
In Numbers 22, the Moabite king Balak sent dignitaries to ask Balaam the prophet to come and curse Israel. The prophet informed the envoys that God would not allow him to return with them and do such a thing. Balak sent another group with the message, "Let nothing hinder you from coming to me, for I will surely do you great honor." The world still offers Balak's advice. It encourages us to throw off our restraints and exercise our freedom. Reject inhibition and live life to the fullest. That's the path to pleasure, honor, and fulfillment. Why hold back? But there is a hindrance to such a view. Balak might say, "Let nothing hinder," but what is such advice compared with God's command? Balak could give gold, but God could provide so much more. The world may tempt you to live as you see fit, but don't be persuaded by such empty talk. Modern promises are as empty as Balak's was long ago. If you want meaning and fulfillment, find it by serving God. For Springer Road Church of Christ, this is Nate Bibbins wishing you a closer walk with the Master.
Democrats push back on mass deportations. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
I will not tolerate actions that harm Arizonans, that harm our communities.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs and other leaders on the left oppose President-elect Trump's plan that includes declaring a national emergency and using military assets to remove some immigrants here illegally. Trump's appointed border czar, Tom Homan, reacted to the Democrats, telling Fox this morning,
"Are you telling me
that you don't want public safety threats out of your communities. That is your number one responsibility, to protect your community. So smarten up and work with us.
President-elect Trump has picked someone else from Fox for his cabinet, nominating Sean Duffy to be his transportation secretary. Duffy is also a former congressman from Wisconsin. This is the 1,000th day of Russia's war in Ukraine.
Putin is focused on winning this war. He will not stop on his own.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky addressing European Parliament this morning, asking for more support. Days after President Biden authorized Ukraine's use of American long-range missiles to fire deeper into Russia, and the Russians claim that Ukraine has launched 6 of those today, prompting Russian leader Vladimir Putin to up the nuclear ante.
Now, Russia's nuclear doctrine states it could consider using nuclear weapons in the face of a conventional assault supported by a nuclear power. The updated doctrine also says aggression against Russia by a state that's part of a coalition would be considered aggression by the entire coalition. That could be seen as a reference to NATO.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. There is fallout in Hong Kong from China's crackdown on a democracy movement. 45 activists and ex-lawmakers sent to prison under a law that China forced upon Hong Kong. A homeless man with a criminal record and mental health issues is in custody, suspected in 3 deadly stabbings, appearing to pick people randomly. The first was a construction worker, the second a man fishing in the East River, the third a woman attacked on a sidewalk. America's listening to Fox News.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
So this new dose is... nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Pennsylvania's Supreme Court has again sided with the Republican who unseated Democratic Senator Bob Casey, though Casey has not conceded yet as a recount looms.
RNC Committee Chair Michael Whatley reacts to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court's decision, telling Fox Business's Larry Kudlow.
Average recounts generally tend to flip about 300, 400, 500 votes. So we're not going to see this overturned.
Republican Dave McCormick leads the Senate race with over 17,000 votes inside a half-a-point margin, triggering a statewide recount. McCormick and the RNC asking the court to bar counties, including Bucks, from counting undated or misdated mail-in ballots, citing state law requiring a written-in date. The court agreeing. Casey's campaign accuses the GOP of working to throw out provisional ballots cast by eligible Pennsylvania voters, calling it wrong and vowing to fight it. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Now, that seat in Pennsylvania would give Republicans 53 as they take control of the Senate in the next Congress. The GOP will also maintain their majority in the House, where a bill passed with a lot of support from Democrats.
The Senator Elizabeth Dole 21st Century Veterans Health Care and Benefits Improvement Act passing the House with just 9 no votes. Named after the former Republican senator from North Carolina, the Dole Act makes changes geared at fixing issues with housing, increased mental health care access, and coverage for those seeking alternatives to nursing home care. It also includes increased access to scholarships and reforms education assistance tools. One of the bill's authors saying, quote, "Veterans deserve the best care and a VA that works for them. The bill still needs to pass the Senate." On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
On Wall Street, stocks could drop at the opening bell. Dow futures down more than 200 points. On Monday Night Football, a blowout. Houston beat Dallas 34-10. The Cowboys' 5th straight loss. The Texans extend their lead in the AFC South Division. I'm Dave Anthony. This is Fox News.
All right, there it is. It's time for Trading Post. If you have items you'd like to buy, sell, trade, lost or found, give away, well, this is your show. It's the Trading Post. All you got to do is give us a call. 766-9393 is the number. 766-9393. We'll put you and your items on the air. And I do have a small stack of mail, and we'll get to that here in just a second or two, okay? And what time is it? It is 7:22, thereabouts. And looking to see the temperature at the moment. 64 degrees, cloudy, it says. A little chance of rain out there, knocking about. And so be careful out and about if you're out this morning. But pleasant temperature, I will say. We'll take that. Colder temperatures on the way, sounds like. Overnight temperatures are going to drop down into the 30s over the next several days. And highs in the 50s. So how about that? Lines are open. 766-9393 is the number. I missed this one yesterday. They sent me a text message, and I didn't see it until it was too late for me to put on the air, but I've got it in the mail now. So here's a 53-foot dry box storage trailer, it says. Asking $2,500 or best offer, 931-242-4333. That's 242-4333 for the 25-foot dry box storage trailer right there. This one's been in the mail a few times now, but I'll give it one more shot. It's a power wheelchair for sale. It's a 300-pound capacity, and they're asking $300. The number to call is 931-231-5614. 231-5614 is the number. And I've got those mud grip tires, 4 mud grip tires for sale. They're asking $100. If you're interested, call 931-629-2326. 629-2326. And the lines are open. 766-9393 is the number. Been a quiet morning this morning. I'll see what we can celebrate today. There are a few things. National Blow the Bagpipes Day. You know, I think when they're done and done well for a little bit, I like to hear the bagpipes. But it's like that hair stuff, a little dab of do ya. International Men's Day. Well, isn't it Men's Day every day? The women think so. Equal Opportunity Day. Well, that fixes it. That just fixes everything. Okay. Equal Opportunity Day. So it's Men's Day, but it's Equal Opportunity Day. We'll take it. All right, let's get our first phone call up here this morning. Hey, good morning. You're on Trading Post.
Good morning. I've got a 2006 Ford F-150 for sale. I've got a table and 4 chairs, refrigerator and stove, and a few 17-inch tires. I believe there's 4, a whole set of them. The size is, I want to say 235, 55, 17.
All righty.
And 931-231-6525.
231-6525. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
All right. Very good this morning. Let's see. Now, I don't know why we want this one or why anybody would want this one, but it says it's Have a Bad Day Day. Well, I don't think so. We're going to have a good day. Sorry. Let's have a good day. National Camp Day. I guess if you want to camp. There's camping and then there's camping. My idea of camping is a really nice hotel room somewhere. National Carbonated Beverage with Caffeine Day. Like a good sundrop. Entrepreneurs Day. I like to think I'm a little bit of an entrepreneur. Oh, it's Play Monopoly Day. We used to play Monopoly a lot when I was a kid. It's hard to, we used to, now I guess it was all right because we all did it. We found ways to cheat playing Monopoly. But there are big-time Monopoly tournaments and have been for years. I never did get that serious about it. But when we were kids, man, we played Monopoly for hours. Let's see, what else? World Toilet Day. Where would we be without a toilet? I guess in an outhouse. And good morning, you're on WDXE with us.
I was thinking about what you were talking about, how you like to play Monopoly. There was also something called Scrabble and just a lot of those different word games. And, they found now, I thought about that lady that comes in from the senior center about things they do. In some countries, even, they're using some of those games because it's eye-hand coordination. It's therapy.
A lot of benefit.
But I got to thinking, too, people used to play horseshoes, boys did in particular, and then there was something about a knife. I was trying to think of what that was called, where they stood somewhere and they threw a knife and they tried to stretch. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think I do. And
that may be older than you are.
No.
But another one is cricket. I think they call that in England. I forget what it is, but it was those little wire things, and you have a ball, and you try. It's kind of like golf, but it's bigger, and you try to get the balls to go through that wire.
Now that I don't know, but now cricket's a different sport.
Well, cricket. But anyway, I just thought that was interesting. But another thing is I'm thinking about some things I might need next year and things I could use now. But if people have anything stored they're thinking about getting rid of or whatever, they might be surprised how much they've got that's good that could bring in money. And if they don't need it, give it to a charity.
Yeah, absolutely. See it all the time. Thank you. Yeah, very, very good. Lady's got a lot of good ideas. And let's see, it is, speaking of board game, now Scrabble, of course, my wife is very, very good at Scrabble. She's very good with words and spelling, and she's played a lot of Scrabble. I'm terrible at it. I'm the kind of Scrabble player that'll study and study and study and then spell cat. That's anyway. What is that? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Some kind of a drink. No, I can't pronounce that. I don't know what that is. I won't even try. Anyway, the lines are open, by the way. We're about out of time on the Trading Post. We had a couple of calls, and we read our mail, a couple of them that have been in here a while, so there we go. I guess we're done with Trading Post. Bible Trivia is coming up next. You want to hang around for that? It is 7:30. Well, it is time for Bible Trivia. And, of course, Bible Trivia is brought to you in part by our friends at the Thousand Hills Cowboy Church. With 2 locations here in the county, they have a main campus in Etheridge, Tennessee. Always a lot of activities up there, too, and you can find out more at thousandhillscowboychurch.com. They have a South Campus down in St. Joe. Again, visit their website, thousandhillscowboychurch.com. They meet on Sunday mornings at 10 a.m. and invite you to come out and worship with them. Also, my services with Keller Williams Hood Company, and we're still growing and still leaping. We're located right across from Duncan's Market there in that shopping center. I used to say right behind that pretty ice machine. And of course, we got our own Dollar General store right next door. Check our website out at hoodcompanyhome.com, hoodcompanyhome.com. And Hood and Hester Realty and Auction Company helping bring you Bible Trivia. And we got another great auction this Saturday, November 23rd. Saturday, November 23rd, 2-story New England-style home with a full basement, tools, appliances, furniture, and household goods, selling for Miss Dorothy D. Booth. She is moving to be closer with family. Wonderful lady and wonderful family that asked us to do this sale. The location is 2286 Grandview Drive. That is in Executive Estates, just east of town. This is a beautiful home and a really nice lot. Got a wooded backyard, huge, big deck overlooking that wooded back lot, and just a pretty home. Got a circle drive in front, and again, it's a 2-story New England-style home, and lots of personal property. There's a Husqvarna riding mower, tiller, Honda push mower. There is refrigerators. There's appliances. There's furnishings. There's Blue Willow. There's Carnival glass. Too much to mention. Many collectibles and a whole house full. It will be selling for Miss Dorothy D. Booth this coming Saturday. Hey, if you'd like to see the house ahead of time, we were showing it yesterday, as a matter of fact, and was out there for a little bit. And if you'd like to know more, give us a call at Hood and Hester Realty and Auction Company, 244-7555, 244-7555, and we help bring you Bible trivia. Yesterday's qualifier was Jewel Johnson. Jewel Johnson qualified yesterday. The phone number, if you want to play Bible trivia with us, 766-9393, 766-9393. It is 7:33 and time for the Bible trivia question for the day. When the Israelites were under Pharaoh's rule, what country were they in? When the Israelites were under Pharaoh's rule, what country were they in? 766-9393 is the number. 766-9393 is the number. Give us a call. If you know, what country were they in when they were under Pharaoh's rule? All right, we have a caller. How you doing this morning?
Good.
Good. Well, good. Tell me, what country were they in when they were under Pharaoh?
Egypt.
Egypt is right. Yes, it was Egypt. What name would you like me to put down?
Hunter Shelton.
Hunter. And what was the last name?
Shelton.
Shelton. Okay. Hunter Shelton. Well, I have Hunter Shelton qualified, and you be listening for the giveaway on Friday, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Hey, how about that? A young player there that knew. It is 7:35 this morning. And let me find the book of verses. We'll try to find the book of verses. Ooh. What category we want to look at today? I think I've done that one. I've done that one. How about brotherly love? But as touching brotherly love, ye need not that I write unto you, for ye yourselves are taught of God to love one another. Amen. How about that? Amen. He that loveth his brother abideth in the light, and there is none occasion of stumbling in him. That's 1 John 20. The first one was 1 Thessalonians 4:9. 1 Thessalonians 4:9. Beloved, let us love one another, for love is of God, and everyone that loveth is born of God and knoweth God. He that loveth not knoweth not God, for God is love. 1 John 4. That's familiar, isn't it? It is. All right. There you go. Good verses for today. Good verses for the day. All right. Well, that concludes that little segment right there, and it is 7:36 this morning. 7:36. And what can we play this morning? Let me get myself organized here. The 8 o'clock hour is coming up. We're going to see what we can do with that.
Picking up the pieces of my sweet shattered dream. I wonder how the old folks are tonight. innocent, and I'll be damned if I recall her face. She left me not knowing what to do. Carefree highway, let me slip away on you. Carefree highway, you've seen better days, the morning after blues, from my head down to my shoes. Carefree highway, let me slip away on you. Turning back the pages to the times I love best, I wonder if she'll ever do the same. Now the thing that I call living is just being satisfied with knowing I got no one left to blame. Carefree highway, I got to see you, my old flame. Carefree highway, you've seen better days, the morning after blues, from my head down to my shoes. Carefree highway, let me slip away on you. Searching through the fragments of my dream-shattered sleep, I wonder if the years have closed her mind. I guess it must be wanderlust or trying to get free from the good old faithful feeling we once knew. Carefree highway, let me slip away on you. Carefree highway, you've seen the better days, the morning after blues, from my head down to my shoes. Carefree highway, let me slip away on you. Let me slip away on you. Carefree highway, I got to see you, my old flame. Carefree highway, you've seen better days, the morning after blues, from my head down to my shoes. Carefree highway, let me slip away on you. Just the same as you did last time I touched you. And here I am, close to getting tangled up inside the thought of you. Do you love him as much as I love her? And will that love be strong when old feelings start to stir? So strange, playing hide and seek with hearts and always hurting. And we're the fools, standing close enough to touch those burning memories.
It takes a little time sometimes to get your feet back on the ground. It takes a little time sometimes to get the Titanic turned back around. It takes a little time sometimes, but baby, you're not going down. It takes more than you got right now. Give it time. Sometimes in the mirror looking back at me, you can't fix this pain with money. You can't rush a weary soul. You can't sweep it onto the rug now, honey. But it don't take a lot to know. It takes a little time sometimes to get your feet back on the ground. It takes a little time sometimes to get the Titanic turned back around. It don't take a lot to know. It takes a little time sometimes to get your feet back on the ground. It takes a little time sometimes to turn the Titanic around. It takes a little time sometimes, but baby, you're not going down. You got things to think of now.
You know, Storing Lee Furniture is not just some huge chain store, but we do have a 144,000 square foot showroom right here in Leoma, Tennessee. The Story family has worked together in the business for over 50 years now, and a familiar face is here to help you with whatever you need. That's what being a part of the community right here in the Tennessee Valley means. And if you have an issue, we're right here to take care of it. And don't forget free delivery. We invite you to come see us. We're Storing Lee Furniture.
Get ready for another incredible WLX Country Cafe with Dave Wilbert, straight from the Music Row charts. Dave's new single, Christian County Homecoming Queen, is out now and climbing the charts.
Christian County Homecoming Queen.
Enjoy lunch and fantastic music, all while supporting a worthy cause. A portion of the proceeds will benefit X-Care's disaster relief. Don't miss Dave Wilbert at WLX Cafe on November 21st, promptly at 12 noon after the local news. The WLX Cafe is located in the back of the radio station on North Locust Avenue in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Tickets are $5 each for general admission, or you can reserve a table for 6 with prime seating for $50. The purchase tickets, stop by WLX or call 931-762-6200. Brought to you by Bud Light and Vulco Automotive.
Much cooler air on the way. I'm Zach Wright with the latest forecast for this Tuesday. Showers and possibly a thunderstorm with a high near 70, rain chance near 80%. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low near 48. Wednesday, sunny with a high near 58. Wednesday night, mostly clear with a low near 35. And for Thursday, sunny with a high near 52. For the latest weather, news, sports, and more, check us out online 24/7 at radio7media.com.
Oh, yes, indeed. Mr. Box, Mr. Radio himself is in here.
I'm here.
Yes, indeed. It's time for the world's greatest radio segment. Everybody's been waiting for it. I mean, my phone's rang all morning.
Yeah.
When are you going to do the word of the day? Right now. Go ahead.
Now. Word of the day is brought to you by the Lawrence County Public Library. Whether they know it or not. Come on, come on.
Sound
to
like
the
a
circus.
Circus announcer there. This is a circus. Oh, my goodness. Well, today's word is not an unfamiliar word.
Is it not?
We've used this word. If you've ever had an argument, you might have used this word.
Oh, okay.
The word is M-O-O-T. It is moot.
Well, what's that got to do with an argument?
Moot. You know what moot is?
Did you hear that cow moot?
This cow that can't talk plain. Moot.
Yeah. Moot.
I said when I saw that word, I knew exactly what you were going to say. Moot typically describes something that is no longer important or worth discussing. It can also describe something that is argued about but not possible for people to prove, like a moot point. Well, it's a moot point.
Like Washington.
It's a useless point.
Like Washington, D.C.
Yeah. Did you see where Ukraine has sent a long-range missile toward Russia? Did you see this deal?
I didn't see it, but I've been hearing about it.
It just was on the news line right there.
Yeah.
And, of course, it appears that the current administration is just itching for us to get in a war.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't understand it.
I don't either. It's crazy.
It's above my pay grade, I guess.
Way above mine.
But anyway, I think I know most anything and everything anyway.
Yeah.
You would attest to that, right?
If you don't believe me, ask him.
That's right. Our quotes for today. Wise sayings often fall on barren ground, but a kind word is never thrown away.
Oh.
That's a pretty good little saying.
That's a good little saying.
That's a pretty good little thing. Arthur Helps.
Huh.
That's his name.
Arthur Helps.
Never have heard of the last name Helps.
I hadn't either.
How about that? Maybe that was a made-up name.
I don't know.
Our funny quote of the day, I like, comes from Rita Rudner.
Oh, my goodness. Got to be a good one.
She says, I wonder if dogs think... this tickles me to read. I wonder if dogs think poodles are members of a weird religious cult.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
Poodle dogs. Look, nothing against poodle dog lovers, the people that like poodle dogs, but they're not high on my list of favorite breeds.
Well,
nothing, and they're smart dogs.
Oh yeah,
they're very smart.
Oh yeah.
They're among the smartest of the dog breed animals.
Yeah.
According to people who're supposed to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they're not my favorite dogs. But I remember growing up, I had a distant cousin who had a poodle.
Mm-hmm.
Little white poodle, best I remember. And they kept it in the house. And that was foreign to me. My dad never would allow us to have a dog in the house. That just, and I've grown up that way, and I'm still that way.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing against people that want to have them. nothing at all. It's just we never did, and so that was ingrained in me. We don't have a dog in the house.
Yeah.
So anyway, I have outside dogs. Anyway, my distant cousin was talking about his little dog, and he loved that little dog. But somehow in their playing and ruckusing, the little dog bit him.
Mm.
He said, so I bit him back.
Well,
I was like, you did what? He said, yeah. He bit me, so I bit him back. I said, how'd that work out for you? Well, he didn't do it again, he said.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm not biting the dog.
Well, let's do something different this morning.
What are we going to do?
He was talking about Dave Wilbert coming to the Country Cafe Thursday.
Yeah, is that this Thursday?
This coming Thursday,
Okay.
the 21st. It's going to be a 12 o'clock show. Lunch will be served along with the concert. Let's give a pair of tickets away to that.
Ooh, how are we going to do it?
Well, which caller do you want?
It don't matter.
It don't matter to me.
Let's do the third caller.
Third caller wins a pair of tickets to see Dave Wilbert, get a free lunch this coming Thursday, the 21st.
766-9393. Pair of tickets to the Country Cafe this Thursday at noon, right?
Yeah, and this guy is really good. He's climbing the Music Row chart with his new song, Christian Homecoming Queen, and it's going to be a great show.
All right. Well, here's caller. Hey, you're number one. You're number one. All right. Got two more. What are we doing?
I need something right with.
Something to write with. Here we go. All right.
Now, come on, folks. Now, this is going to be a good.
All right, you're number two. You're number two. 766-9393. The next caller will get a pair of tickets to go see this concert and be fed lunch at noon right here. All right, and let's get to us on the phone. Hey, good morning. You're our number 33 caller. Are you there?
All right.
All right. What name are you going to put on the tickets?
Yeah. Let me turn the radio off. David Aaron.
David Aaron. David Aaron, we'll have a pair of tickets for you.
All right.
Does he need to come here, or you just have his name on the list? Or?
We'll have his name on. You have your name on the list, David, and just come the day of the show and tell them you won tickets, and they'll give you your tickets to get in.
Just come at noon on to the Country Cafe, which is behind the station here, and
noon tomorrow.
Noon Thursday. Noon Thursday.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, how about that?
That's as easy as it is.
You know, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't realize it was this Thursday that you were doing that.
Yeah.
So how about that?
So there we go.
Hey, that's usually fun and entertaining.
Yeah.
And it's how much is it? $5
a person.
$5 per person. Well, you can't beat that. You get a lunch.
Get a lunch with that.
And entertainment.
And entertainment. Part of the proceeds will be going to the X Cares Foundation that helps people in disasters here in the county, and help a great cause, have a good meal, and listen to some good music.
Speaking of disasters, there was a home that burnt pretty much completely destroyed yesterday on Pettis Street here in town.
Yep.
And want to remember those folks. I don't know the name, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
They lost pretty much, it looks like
everything.
everything.
They said it was a total loss.
Yeah,
it was fully engulfed when they got there.
I had a listing for a property for sale on Pettis Street, and I happen to know that my owners, they're back now, but they were on their way back from being out of town.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I heard the alert, it kind of alarmed me. I was like, okay, I need to find out where this is, because all it said was Pettis Street. And but anyway, so I kind of investigated. I went by there too after the fact. And I didn't go there while the emergency was going on, but anyway, I did see the damage, and it's pretty much, it is a total loss.
Yep.
And so we remember those folks. Sure enough, tragic when that happens.
It is.
7:58 this morning, and by the way, the Rent Right Hour and First Class Charter Hour is coming up.
Bill Adams is
on
in the kitchen waiting.
He's on his way back. We're going to have him in here a little bit, and I've got an idea. I'm going to spring an idea on him. I don't know if it'll work or not, but we'll see.
That's scary.
I got an idea that we might do a trivia challenge between me and him, and maybe get help from the radio audience too. We'll see what happens.
Now you stepping in on Keith Durham's
Well,
glory.
we can. I mean, we still do it with him.
Well, but that's not fair. He come up with it. And
All is fair in love and radio.
Well,
all is fair in love and radio.
Nope.
It is. It is. What are you going to do today, buddy?
I don't know.
The life is wild for you these days, isn't it, buddy?
Life is this last couple of.
I noticed you did the news yesterday.
Yep, I had to do the news yesterday.
You may be doing it again today.
And well, we'll see.
We did a good job.
Well, thank you.
Holding the radio station together.
Well, I'm trying to.
You're doing a good job.
I'm trying to.
You're doing a good job. With all the chaos sometimes that is here, it's crazy.
You know, people think it's just a lay-back, easy job, but if you really get into it as far as production and programming and all that, there's a lot more to it than just sitting here and talking on the radio.
There's a lot, yeah. But hey, we've got good help too.
Oh yeah,
we got good help, especially Mr. Lonnie Box. He is on top of it all the time. It is 8 o'clock, kids. We're going to take the 8 o'clock break, the Fox News break, and we'll be back, good Lord willing, with Mr. Bill Adams, the First Class Charter Hour,
yes.
and Rent Right for sure. And they got a lot of stuff going on. Plus, we're going to have some fun for the next hour, so stick around with us.
This is WDXE, W287AA, and W237FD Lawrenceburg. Broadcast services of Prospect Communications.
War rages in Ukraine for the 1,000th day. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is asking European leaders in their parliament today for even more military help.
We have succeeded not only in preventing Putin from taking Ukraine, but also in defending the freedom of all European nations.
Now, as Russian leader Vladimir Putin's war continues, another missile strike in Ukraine has killed 12 more people, while Fox's Jonathan Savage reports.
The Ukrainian military claims it hit a Russian weapons stash 70 miles beyond its border. The Ukrainian media and the Russian Defense Ministry both say U.S.-supplied ATACMS missiles were deployed. Over the weekend, President Biden decided to allow Ukraine to use them on targets deep inside Russia. A new Kremlin policy allows Russia to use nuclear weapons if an enemy backed by a nuclear power uses conventional weapons against it.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage again. Democrats are speaking out against President-elect Trump's mass deportation plan of immigrants here illegally. Some governors plan to resist, but Trump-appointed border czar Tom Homan tells Fox they have to smarten up and work with him to make communities safer.
We're going to focus on public safety threats and national security threats first. And fugitives, those who cross the border legally, had great due process at great taxpayer expense, were ordered removed by an immigration judge and didn't leave. They're also a priority.
We expect an update today on the Trump legal case in New York City, where the president-elect was convicted of falsifying business records to keep an alleged affair quiet before the 2016 election. Now, prosecutors have to file their plan by today on how to proceed with sentencing. And if the Supreme Court's immunity ruling for former presidents affects the convictions, he calls it political persecution. Also in New York City, a homeless man in custody suspected in 3 stabbing deaths.
We have 3 innocent New Yorkers.
Mayor Eric Adams says all 3 were stabbed to death, and they appear to be chosen at random. America's listening to Fox News.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
So this new dose is, well, nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
House Republicans are putting FEMA under scrutiny today in 2 hearings probing hurricane disaster response and relief. The first one's an hour from now. The second one in the afternoon will put FEMA's leader on the hot seat over alleged anti-Trump bias.
The Oversight Committee in the U.S. House of Representatives is expecting to hear testimony today from FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell. The committee's Republican leaders want to question her now that a fired supervisor admits she directed her team in hurricane-stricken Florida to avoid registering victims from homes displaying Trump campaign signage. That same former supervisor told a podcaster that was the culture at FEMA and that others were engaging in the same practice. Florida is now suing FEMA and that former supervisor. Eben Brown, Fox News.
The trial is back underway this morning in Georgia, where an immigrant in the U.S. illegally, Jose Ibarra, is charged with murdering nursing student Laken Riley while she was out jogging in February.
Some of the most striking testimony from yesterday included a jail phone call between Ibarra and his wife. And his wife lives in New York and was begging Ibarra to tell the truth over the phone. That call was translated from Spanish to English. Listen.
She said that she thinks it's crazy that they don't have anyone else's DNA, they only have his. And she says she doesn't understand how someone can see someone dying and not call 911.
Now, the prosecution says that they plan to rest their case today, and the defense says that their testimony will only last about a half a day. We'll likely hear some closing arguments, and then it's up to the judge to decide Ibarra's fate.
That's Fox's Madison Scarpino outside the court in Athens, Georgia. A sell-off is brewing on Wall Street. Dow futures are down more than 400 points ahead of the opening bell this hour. On Monday Night Football, Dallas got blown out at home. The Houston Texans beat the Cowboys 34-10. That's Dallas's 5th straight loss. I'm Dave Anthony. This is Fox News.
Lawrence County depends on WDXE News. On the air since 1951. This is The Legend. 105.3, 95.3. WDXE.
WDXE, that's us. It's time for Mr. Bill Adams and the Rent Right and First Class Charter Hour. Mr. Bill, how are you, buddy?
Doing great. How are you this morning?
Doing good. We and I were, well, let's see. We got a lot going on. You got a lot of irons in the fire, buddy.
Christmas time,
Yeah.
Thanksgiving time. We're right here at holidays, so
yeah. I was thinking
there's a lot of things going on.
Thinking about you coming in this morning and some of the things that I know of. Of course, the Hustler lawnmowers. You couldn't get a better gift than that, by the way, for your dad or your or your husband.
Oh, I know.
Get a nice new
That's
Hustler.
a big hint, isn't it? Yeah, it's fabulous getting yellow paint for Christmas.
That's right. But something else that you familiarized me with is that little Hustler converter.
Yes.
The little converter.
Yes. It's
power generator converter.
Yeah.
I want you to talk about that because the difference in a regular generator and how this one works.
How it generates power.
Yeah.
And inverter and a generator, it works on basically the same principle. But the inverter is cleaner power. If you're running laptops or any type of electronic equipment, and they really are very quiet, got a little Honda engine in them, and fantastic for tailgate parties or camping adventures, and just really handy. And as you know, they're lightweight.
Yeah, I got familiar with that just this past week. Was looking at it with you, and I'm just like, that's amazing. You can just pick them up like a big lunchbox.
Yeah, lunchbox or suitcase size,
and put it on your back of your truck or wherever, and you've got power.
Yeah, we have a lot of folks like to tailgate at the college ball games.
Oh yeah,
and you walk through the tailgate areas, and you'll see several of these set up, and maybe behind the tent or behind the van.
Well, I'm mentioning it because the holidays are coming up, Christmas time's coming up, and what a fantastic gift that would be for a family.
It would,
or something like that. I mean, you got a few of them.
We do. The brand name on them's Hustler. They have I think a 2-year warranty on that unit. So just come by and take a look. We got them on display right there in our showroom at Rent Right.
I'm amazed at how quiet they are.
It's super quiet. Yeah, you could almost. They're fantastic for horse trailers also. If you're doing running a fan or a small AC unit or heat unit, instead of having the big built-in unit, you can just set these outside
So there's a lot of uses.
There really is.
That's neat. That's neat.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other things there at the shop there for gift ideas and too. That's why I was thinking about it because, the holidays are here.
They are. It's time to think. Miss Jim Ann was working on Christmas gift ideas this morning.
Yeah.
And so, keep that in mind. Come by and see us and just shop. Other thing, Jeff, I want to remind everybody, we're a FedEx drop-off center.
Oh, yeah.
And we have a special young lady that works for us part-time, Miss May Hood.
Yeah.
And she's our expert on FedEx shipping. And we do ground and express. You can drop off with us. We can create labels for you. We sell boxes. So just keep us in mind. We're right here in Lawrenceburg on Buffalo Road.
Fantastic. I was looking at your website. You got a good website. You can check out Rent Right. Pretty easy. What is it? The website address is, what is it?
RentRightEquipment.com.
RentRightEquipment.com.
Yep.
That's right.
Just check it out.
And so there's a lot of things right there for you. Those battery operated power tools though are fantastic.
Yeah.
Those are all great gifts too. You can't go wrong with that.
They sure are. 2 brands there, DeWalt. And also Cress. It's an imported tool that comes to us, and very, very good quality. So just come by and try them. We were even known to let folks demo those. So come by and give us a shout.
A handy spot there on Buffalo Road, Rent Right, and of course the FedEx drop off. Good stuff. And one other big deal is First Class Charter.
First Class Charter is big, yeah.
And we've got something we want to share with you guys, the Lights of Love Tour. Why don't you talk about that for just a minute?
Lights of Love, we started that years ago, and the focus was a charity or needs in Lawrence County, Lawrenceburg. And so we've had several different opportunities through the years to contribute the funds that are collected from the Lights of Love for different charities and events. And so this year, Jeff, what is it going to be?
Well, we're going to be, all the proceeds are going to go to God's Storehouse here in town. They make a tremendous, they do a really good work. And there are a lot of people involved, a lot of churches involved that support and help God's Storehouse. But it's a never-ending need, really. And so the tour this time will be on December the 10th. It's a Tuesday evening. We're going to leave Lawrenceburg 3 o'clock. We'll leave from the Senior Center. Someone asked me if it was a senior trip, and it's not.
It's not.
It's not necessarily. It's an anybody and everybody trip. We just happen to be leaving from the Senior Center because there's parking there and a good
big parking lot,
good place to go, and everybody seems to know where it is.
Yeah.
So it's a good place to park and leave your vehicles, and you can board the First Class Charter motor coach.
That's right.
And it is a luxury motor coach at that, by the way. So it's a great ride with a lot of your friends and family. We'll leave 3 p.m. on December the 10th. We'll go to Huntsville to Bridge Street. If you haven't been to Bridge Street, you will love it. It's a big outdoor shopping area, and it'll be decorated up for Christmas, no doubt. There's plenty of places to eat and shop and have some fun. You'll have free time there, so we'll have a good time. We'll board back on the I almost said it.
I know. I got my wallet open.
We'll get back on the motor coach and take the tour of lights at Toyota Field. And you might want to tell a little about that. I'm not familiar with it, but you are.
It's a lot of fun. Bridge Street's fun. I want to thank Hood and Hester Realty also for helping us first class sponsor this. So thank you.
It's fun. We're going to be a good time.
Yeah, Toyota Field is the professional baseball stadium there in Huntsville, Alabama. And what they do is they take their parking area all the way around the stadium, and they turn it into just a wonderland of lights. There's probably 1 million lights or so.
Oh, wow.
On it, and it's a drive-through tour, and we'll set the radio dial, and you'll listen to Christmas music and look at the different Christmas scenes, dancing lights, and so forth.
Wow.
It'll last 45 minutes, 50 minutes to drive through. And,
really?
Yep. They've got a Christmas shop inside the stadium. We'll be visiting that. So it'll be a lot of fun.
That's fantastic. And the good thing is we'll be back home that evening in time to go to bed.
Yes. you might even get to watch Hogan's Heroes.
That's right.
So, or Carol Burnett. Right?
Well, you have to sign up. Seating can be limited, and it's beginning to fill up. We may have to take 2 buses. We'll see.
You owe me $1.
Two motor coaches.
That's right. Dollar bill.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I love trooping you up. It's a good way to pay for coffee in the mornings.
But there is limited seating. It's $40 per seat, and all $40, every dime of it, is going to God's Storehouse here in town.
That's right.
And also, if you want to, this is not a requirement, but if you have coats in new condition, slightly used coats, you can bring those with you, and we'll have a way to store those and make sure those go to God's Storehouse as well.
Yeah,
right?
God's Storehouse, Jeff, is doing a really good job. They're picking up the pace.
Yeah.
They have more volunteers helping there. You and I were privileged, last week or two, to have a brief tour of their new facility that they're putting together.
That's right.
Very well organized with food, with clothing, meeting needs of our community. Folks that are in need there. So we want to make sure, as churches, as civic organizations, that we're supporting God's Storehouse.
Yeah, we do. We do. Yep. And appreciate you guys being willing to do that with us and have some good time.
It's fun.
A good time, I know. It is 8:15, and of course, it's the Rent Right and First Class Charter Hour. And I think I've got all the cameras working and all that kind of stuff. You got a big week. Things happening.
Yeah, we do.
Elsewhere?
First Class Charter, we're busy, and we got a lot of military going on, a lot of ball tournaments taking place right now. So we're on the road, doing a lot of traveling by motor coach.
Yeah. All right. Well, good deal. Well, let's see if we can take a phone call. We've got a lady here, a friend who's always got lots of good ideas. Hey, good morning. How are you?
Fine. I have a question, and I may have gotten on the wrong website. Is your charter company related to others that connect the Northeast? Because I found one that said that they had a shuttle service, and I thought something like that would work really well from Lawrenceburg, because one of the challenges people have had coming here, and I had them over the last 20 years, was if you get a rental car at the airport in Nashville, you have to return it back there. You can get a rental car here to get to Nashville, but like a friend of mine had. Another situation is you don't have that with Huntsville. Now, Huntsville I've flown out of, which is a lot easier than Nashville, but getting a shuttle service anywhere down there except maybe Birmingham, and I know a lot of colleges use that for the international students. Like there's one that runs from Nashville to Chattanooga, but they stop at Sewanee to get the students, and to get them from airport to airport. I just wanted to throw that out as an idea, and whether or not you offer this service, because I know sometimes there can be competition with taxis and other modes of transportation in other states. Maybe a little bit too complex for today, but that was just an issue I've run into, and I think other people have.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I can speak to that, Jeff.
Okay.
That is it's called RTR. We're not involved with RTR at this moment. It's a partnership with the state and the feds, and also private motor coach industries, and they come together when there's need. Of course, with anything, when there has to be fed studies that go on. And the number one thing that I can throw out that would really propel the interest is, just like she did, was ask, and also your state legislators. There is a need. There's some connections that need to be made from airport to airport, and in our triangle of Memphis, Huntsville, Nashville, there is a need. And she's, like she said, talking about Chattanooga and even Knoxville. There are some routes that are in place. There needs to be more, and
that's interesting.
To make it affordable and keep the rates down, it's got to be a fed, state, and also private industry coordination to make all that happen. It's very complex, but it's very much needed.
Well, I was thinking too, this may be kind of out of the picture in what you're talking about. I'm not really familiar with what you're talking about. But what about the the Uber type deal and those kind of drivers that can of course it costs money to do it.
Yeah,
it'll cost you to do it, but you can be driven.
Sure. Yeah,
and that's kind of filled some of that void.
It has. Uber, Uber's gonna Uber where it's profitable.
Right.
It would be hard for a Uber driver to come all the way to Lawrenceburg and make any money.
Right.
And then back to Nashville. They do it, but it's tough to make a living at it. The other scenario, you've heard of Greyhound.
Oh yeah.
And now Greyhound has a similar setup. But
is Greyhound still in existence?
They're still in existence. They've been sold out like 5 times, but bankrupt once or twice. But they're still around, and they still operate nationwide on a limited basis. But what this caller is talking about is very proactive in transportation needs right now. Yeah.
We don't have a scheduled bus stop in.
$2. Thank you.
Hang on. It's okay to call a Greyhound bus a bus, isn't it?
Okay. All right. I'll give you that one. Okay, that's fun. That's fair.
Okay. All right. Well.
Yeah, we do not. The closest one that we have is Nashville and Huntsville.
Okay.
They do stop off in Athens, Alabama. But what we're talking about is very specific to certain routes, and they would stop.
Okay.
There was at one time a route from Florence, Alabama, stopped in Lawrenceburg, Columbia, all the way to Nashville. So you've got to ask for these things, and the best place to ask is your legislators, your state senator, your Congress people, and request that. So,
interesting.
Yep, it's very good.
Interesting. Well, that's something I hadn't thought about that. Really.
Yeah, that's the type thing we keep up with those things. We know where people are, and we know the needs. But the motor coach industry is a really small industry. There's not many players in it, so. There's only 1,900 of us in the United States.
Really?
So
that is remarkable, really.
Before COVID, there was 3,400, and so.
Oh wow! COVID did a number on the.
COVID did a number, but the strong survive, right?
Yeah. Well, she may want to talk about it some more.
Okay.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Fine. I wanted to share an experience, and I'll try to be brief. I decided to fly out of Florence, and this was about 6 or 7 years ago, and take a little small private jet. And I could park there and get to Atlanta, and then I took one of those shuttle services to Athens, Georgia, and stayed at UGA Hotel. And coming back, it weren't going. There weren't many people, but coming back, it was awful. It was like I was just jammed. I just had to get off. I had a panic attack because there were so many people on this little plane. And it cost me $500 over budget because I ended up in a hotel for 2 days in Atlanta trying to make arrangements. And you know how it is if you make an arrangement in one day for a flight out another day. Then I had to get back to Florence, but they only went to Huntsville. So at Huntsville, I had to hire some kind of something to get my car in Florence, Alabama, to get to Lawrenceburg.
Oh, wow.
And so what I'm saying with college students, and actually it could even affect, if you're justifying it, getting to jury duty. I was subpoenaed to jury duty, and I'm at the age I could have gotten off just because of my age, but I decided to put on their transportation that I would have to pay $25 an hour for somebody at Summit at Home because I don't drive in the dark, and you had to be there by 7:30 in the morning, and in the winter it's dark. But the point I'm making is the local transit system, SCATS, they can only get you there. They can't get you there by 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah. Okay.
If you rely on public transportation. So I just wanted to throw that out. There might be some arguments out there if they ever decide to do the shuttle services as to just convenience for people, and it might actually save them money, a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah, again, thank you, ma'am. We need to. Your Congress people need to know what's needed, and Congress, Senate, and we're talking about state folks, Kip Capley and those guys, and Clay Doggett. They need to know what's going on, and then your local officials would hear about it also. It's much needed. I don't think people want transportation for free. I think what people need is transportation, for elderly or youngsters that's safe and reliable. So we get it. Sure do.
Interesting. I hadn't thought about all that.
Yeah, it's good.
And
Good question.
When you need it, it's a different story. Mm-hmm. What is it? Necessity is the mother of invention.
Isn't that good? Did you come up with that?
No, I did not. Well, maybe I did. Maybe Bill, I had thought as we progress through this hour, we're trying to some degree, we got to wing it a little bit.
Do we?
We got to wing it a little bit. And I have in my possession stacks of trivia questions. And we play this sometimes we play trivia a lot of times in the mornings with Keith and Kevin when they come in on Thursday morning.
Are these the same cards?
No. He comes up with his own stuff. But I had this box of cards that I had bought a while back.
Is that a hint box?
Yes.
Okay.
See, and there are different generations. And I've got the boomer generations, of which you and I are supposed to be the tail end part in the boomer generation.
We are, aren't we?
Yeah, we're right at the end of the boomer generation.
Not the greatest generation.
Not
but
the greatest. And I even have greatest generation cards.
I can't make those.
We could do those maybe.
Yeah.
So I thought, as just for some fun, and we'll have some people, if they want to chime in and help us, if we don't know the answer to one, maybe people can call in or something like that, if you feel up to it.
I'll try.
We need to figure out something to give away, too.
We can do that.
What can we give away?
You want to give away a free trip to the Lights of Love?
Ooh.
I'll pay for it.
That's a good idea.
You want to do that?
Yeah. One seat.
One seat.
On the Lights of Love tour.
Yeah.
And I don't know how we'll do it yet. We'll figure it out. Let's do this.
But you got to call in, right?
Yeah, if you call in, if we can't get an answer between me and you, if we can't get an answer and somebody calls in and has the answer.
All right.
Now, this only counts on questions that me or you can't answer.
Okay.
You get it? So you've got a stack and I've got a stack.
Right. Can I pick through these?
Yeah, just pick them at random, whatever you want to. You ask me one and I'll ask you one, and we'll keep score.
Okay. All right.
So Bill and yours truly. So you're going to ask me first, or you want me to ask you first?
Either way, go ahead.
All right, here we go. Let's see what we got. This is a song. Okay. From what woman did the Beach Boys ask for help in their 1965 #1 hit?
Black-Hearted Woman. I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
I
saw the Beach Boy.
Help me.
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
I can't see that far.
Help me, Rhonda.
Rhonda, okay.
Help me, Rhonda. So you got to
Rhonda.
tune in.
Okay.
I'm going to give you that.
Yeah.
Got to tune in on the questions.
Okay.
All right. Help me, Rhonda.
All right. Is it my turn?
Yeah.
All right. You a sports guy?
Somewhat.
All right. What about boxing?
I used to really keep up with
All
boxing.
right. You probably know this one. 1980, who did Sugar Ray Leonard, you remember him?
Yeah.
Defeat in his first professional fight?
Oh, in his first fight?
Yeah. His first professional fight.
His first in 1980.
Yeah, I remember this. Everybody tuned in.
Marvin Hagler.
No, it's a different weight. Hagler was heavyweight. All right.
I don't remember.
Roberto Duran.
Oh, yeah.
You remember him?
Yeah, Roberto Duran. He's the one that quit.
Yeah. Yeah.
No moss.
He didn't want no more Sugar
He was
Ray.
like, no moss.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm tired of this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Okay.
I
Great.
forgot about that.
All right. So you need to.
So now we're nothing. Actually, I gave you one, so there you go. I'll give you that one.
How's that?
Let's see. I don't like that question. Let's get another one. I don't like that one either. Let's do this one. What beverage first marketed itself, you'll know this, as the Uncola in 1973?
Uncola.
The Uncola. It was all over TV. What beverage?
We didn't have a TV in 73.
It's a soft drink. The Uncola. What was the Uncola?
Sprite.
It's still around.
It's either Sprite or 7-Up.
I'll give it to you. 7-Up.
Yeah.
7-Up. The Uncola.
Yeah.
Well,
did y'all have a color TV?
No, not till late.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I ever saw a color TV.
Yeah. Were you the remote on?
Oh yeah,
all 3 channels.
You know, Mom and Dad, I don't remember them really watching a lot of TV.
No.
We did, kids. I mean, we watched TV, but Mom and Dad weren't that much into TV.
Yeah, Gunsmoke or.
Now my grandpa, my Papa White, my mother's dad, he didn't want to miss Gunsmoke.
No, we watched Gunsmoke.
You got to watch Gunsmoke.
Yeah.
And Bonanza was big.
Yeah, Bonanza
was big. And you know what else was big was on Sunday nights.
Sunday night.
Disney.
Yeah, wasn't that fun?
You remember The Wonderful World of Disney?
5:30 or 6 o'clock.
Yeah, Disney would come on. It was a big deal.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
All right, here's a tough one.
All right.
It's about Ford cars.
Okay.
Name of the type of horse in the 1970s that the car was named after.
Was a Mustang.
It was called a Pinto.
Oh, a Pinto.
Pinto.
I forgot about the Pinto. We even had one.
I know it. You know, it was classified as a lemon.
Yes.
Yeah, but they lasted pretty good, didn't they?
They did. Teresa, in high school, when we started dating, she had a Pinto, and that's what she drove.
Yeah.
And she had a little part-time job.
Yeah.
And then that's what she was driving when we were dating.
Yeah.
And we had it even after we married.
Yeah.
Drove that car.
Yeah.
It was orange and white. A little orange and white Pinto.
I might remember seeing her around town in that.
Yeah. It's a cool little car.
Yeah, it's great.
Do you remember they had that deal about them blowing up?
Well,
hitting the rear end and blowing up?
I wasn't gonna. It was a negative statement on here, but the gas tanks would rupture and flame up.
That's what they're
known for.
That's what they were known for. Yeah.
I wasn't going to give that info.
Well, I want to tell you a story about that though, because this truly did happen. You know that the news had come out about that the doggone Pintos, if they were hitting the back end, could blow up. And we were together. I was driving and coming back from Loretta years ago. This was when it was still a 2-lane highway.
Oh yeah.
And they were resurfacing the road. And we had to stop. There was a line of traffic in front of us. They had stopped the traffic, and we're letting one lane around at a time. And we were headed north, coming back to town, and so we had to stop. There was a motorcycle in front of us. I'll never will forget this. There was a motorcycle in front of us, and then a line of cars. Well, I heard this screeching and squalling, and I looked up, and there was a car trying to stop coming behind us. It was almost sideways and trying to get its brakes on. It was moving on pretty good. And it hit us in the back end pretty hard. Hard enough that I almost hit the motorcycle in front of us, okay? It hit us twice. It hit bam and then bam again.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, it jarred us up pretty good. And the front end of their car was smashed plumb in, and radiator smoke was coming out of it. Well, they all bailed out of, there was a carload of what I'll call no accounts, okay? They didn't come and check on us. They didn't ask us nothing. They jumped out and started fanning and hollering, and, it was like 4 or 5 younger guys, and they were just running around that car. They appeared to be from a foreign country.
All right.
You understand? So, oops, sorry. My phone's talking. So I was like, man, I got out. I asked Teresa if she was all right. We were okay. And I got out. And Bill, the front end of their car, I'm telling you, was smashed in. I couldn't find a scratch on that Pinto. I'm talking about nothing.
Wow.
Not one thing. I mean, there wasn't a dent. There wasn't a scratch. There wasn't nothing. Now, I know that sounds like a lie, but I'm telling you, there was nothing on
Tough car.
Nothing on that Pinto was even scratched.
Well, let me ask you this.
And those people, they never did even ask us if we were all right. Nothing. I got in the car and left them. We just said, well, they ain't asking about us, and we ain't hurt, so we're gone.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I seems like I remember a bulletin that came out on the Pinto that said, don't fill up the tank completely. Might be dangerous. You know, if you just kept a few gallons in there instead of filling the tank all the way up, it was safer. Is that truth?
I don't know, but back then we never did have enough money to fill it up all the way.
No, you just put $2 in. That's the way we used to do it.
You get a couple of dollars worth of gas, and that was it.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh my gosh!
You ready for another one?
Is it my turn or yours?
It's your turn. I'm sorry.
Let's see. What Washington publication released in 1971 would go on to rock the political world? And you've heard of this.
Washington Post?
Well, see, I would have thought the same thing. I would have thought a newspaper, but that's not what they're referring to.
Okay.
The Pentagon Papers.
Oh, I remember that.
The Pentagon Papers.
Yeah.
How about that?
That had to do with Watergate.
Me and you're not as smart as I thought we were so far.
I don't know. We have to be taught.
Yeah, I guess so.
You ready?
Yeah.
John Glenn.
I remember John Glenn.
Remember John Glenn?
Yeah.
The astronaut?
Yes.
He mixed a drink in space. Okay? I'm going to give you a hint. It was orange.
It was Tang.
Tang. You got it right.
It was Tang. I'm going to give myself a point on that.
Congratulations.
I remember Tang. That was a big deal.
Yeah.
Did you ever have Tang?
Well, we tried it, and Mother said it was too expensive.
It wasn't all that good, really.
It was not that good. So
best I remember, I didn't think it was all that good.
We went back to Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid was better.
Yeah. What color did y'all drink?
Kool-Aid?
Yeah.
Oh, grape Kool-Aid.
Grape
and cherry.
Okay.
Yeah. Grape Kool-Aid was probably the most popular.
Do kids still do Kool-Aid? Do y'all mix Kool-Aid for your children?
No, not that I know of. No.
Yeah.
It's still around though, I guess.
Yeah. Did y'all make Kool-Aid popsicles?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't that fun?
Yeah. We had the little. Did y'all have the little freezer things?
Yeah. Yeah. Square or the long ones? Which ones did y'all have?
I don't remember the square ones.
The square ones were kind of like an ice cube.
Okay.
And then of course the long ones that looked like a popsicle.
Yeah. The ones we had were kind of. They looked more of a little rounded popsicle, small popsicle.
Okay.
Best I remember.
All right.
Tupperware made the things.
Yeah,
there was the little Tupperware things. That's what they were.
Yeah, yeah, they were great.
One of the most famous movie characters of all time. Who did James Caan play in The Godfather? The movie The Godfather. You remember James Caan?
I do. What was his name?
He was. I'll give you a hint. He was the oldest son. Of course, he was killed in the first movie.
Yeah. Was his name Raphael?
No, it was Sonny.
Sonny.
They called him Sonny.
All right.
Sonny Corleone.
Okay.
I have watched those movies a lot.
Yeah.
I know those movies pretty well. Interesting.
All right. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. In classic TV series, Steve McGarrett, his sidekick, said to his sidekick, "Book 'em, Dano." What movie was that?
Book 'em, Dano. Book 'em, Dano. Hawaii Five-0.
You're right. You're rolling, man.
How about that? Hawaii Five-0. I remember that. Book 'em, Dano. That was from that.
Congratulations there. You're doing great.
You should know this.
Yeah, I should.
What 5 digits were first introduced in 1963 to help with mail delivery?
The zip code.
There you go. You did it, see?
63.
Yep, 1963.
Okay.
I would have thought it had been before then.
Yeah.
I would have thought zip code's been around longer than that. But anyway, maybe they hadn't.
Yeah, that's great.
Maybe they hadn't.
That's good. 2-1. All right.
You got 3.
There's no way you can have 3.
I got you 3-2 so far.
Oh, okay. You're not being fair. All right, here we go. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
What movie is the number 2 highest grossing film in the 70s following Star Wars? All right, I'm going to give you a hint. It's a bird. It's a plane.
Oh, my gosh.
It's a man in spandex.
The very first Superman movie, I guess.
Superman. What year?
Superman. Oh, gosh. I remember when it came out because everybody was really talking about how realistic it was, that you'd really think it could fly and all that. I remember talking about the special effects were supposed to be so good.
78.
78.
Yeah, you got it right.
About that. Well, you gave me some good hints.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd know that one. I'm going to try to find something you might know. All right. What was Chemical Bank the first to introduce at one of the Rockville Center, New York branches in September 2nd, 1969? Now every bank has one of these.
ATM?
Yep, that's it. See, there you go.
That was 69.
Yeah, 69, an ATM.
Right. When did credit cards come out?
Oh, Lord, I don't know. That'd be a good trivia question.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I don't either. I don't remember having them as a kid.
Well, no, they wouldn't turn us loose with a credit card. Well, now, there were credit cards, I think, back when you and I were
there was probably
still at home.
Fuel cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember something about a fuel card. But you know, in those days, gas stations, just charge it. I remember Jimmy.
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, she'd pull in, charge it.
Yep. Yeah, there was a time even in my lifetime when you could charge your gas account.
Yeah. All right, this is a fun one. I watch this show every night.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, you can get some really good information off this show. Okay.
All right.
Colonel Klink's Sergeant at Arms, who knows nothing.
Who knows nothing.
He might have been your hero. He might not have been your hero, but he was Hogan's hero.
Yeah.
What was his name?
Colonel Klink?
No, the sergeant.
Oh, the sergeant. Oh, Lord. See, I never did watch that show.
It's still on.
It is still on, but I never really got into watching that show much.
Yeah. He's kind of big.
Bilko.
Huh?
Sergeant Bilko.
No, Sergeant.
Hang on. Hey, good morning. How are you?
Was it Sergeant Schultz?
Schultz, that's
Sergeant Schultz.
Congratulations.
You know what? She's our very first jump in.
That's it.
Would you like a seat on the bus?
Oh, $2.
No, thank you.
Do what?
Give it to somebody. I couldn't go, so give it to somebody else. Thank you, though.
All right, thank you.
I just couldn't resist throwing out the answer. Is that all right?
I want anybody and everybody who wants to play just to jump in and play. We'll figure something out. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sergeant Schultz.
I know nothing.
I know nothing. I remember watching little bits and pieces of it, but I never did get into it much. Though it's associated with a different town, what event happened in Bethel, New York in August of 1969? This was a huge event.
World's Fair?
Oh, no. A rock and roll event.
The Stones? Rolling Stones?
No. Woodstock.
Oh, Woodstock. I thought it was in the South.
Woodstock. Hang on a second. Hey, oops. I gave the answer too quick.
I thought Woodstock was down.
No, this was Bethel, New York in August of 1969.
Okay.
Woodstock.
All right.
How about that?
Yeah. Okay. Did you go?
No. I would have been 8 years old.
Yeah.
I would have been about, 8 years old.
Yeah. All right. You ready?
Yes, I got strangled. Yes.
Okay. Let's try this one.
Okay.
Earning him $15 million. It was in 1975. Gary Dahl came up with which unlikely fad? You remember the fads? You know, fads are still around today.
Oh yeah.
Okay. There's a hint. It sits, it stays, it plays dead, which shouldn't be taken for granted.
It's the pet rock.
Pet rock.
Yeah,
You
it's
got
the
it.
pet rock.
I know it.
I remember that. That was pretty good.
I thought it was so silly.
Yeah, but it made him a mint probably.
$15 million.
Unbelievable. The pet rock.
Yeah.
You know, I remember this, and it's so. And do you remember when bottled water first started?
I thought that was so silly.
I did too.
That it would.
I thought you got to be kidding me.
That water would bring more than gasoline. Right.
When they first started bottling water, I mean, very first, I was like, "That's the dumbest thing ever. Who's going to buy a bottle of water?"
I drink it every day. I'll drink bottled water every day.
Yeah.
And so
yeah,
it's crazy. But you know, you look at the liquid content, it brings more than gasoline.
Yep.
You think about it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And here we are still doing it.
It's not going away.
In honor of the city where it occurred, what nickname was given to the October 1st, 1975 boxing match between Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier?
Oktoberfest.
No. You remember? You'll remember that. In honor of the city where it occurred, what was the nickname of the event? The 75 boxing match between Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier.
Oh, I saw it. I don't remember.
I bet somebody knows.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, good morning. You calling to help us?
Was that Thriller in Manila?
Thriller in Manila.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
That's right. That's right.
That's so good.
The Thriller in Manila. Well, hey, do you want a seat on the trip?
No, I'll just go ahead and give it to somebody else.
Okay,
Thank
sounds
you.
good. All right, we're getting good help there. The Thriller in Manila.
That's right.
Howard Cosell used to.
Howard Cosell.
Oh my gosh, I used to love to listen to him.
Yeah. Were you a Ali fan or a Frazier fan?
Gosh, now let's see, that was 1971, so I was 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know enough to be one or the other at 10 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I remember being a big deal,
Mm-hmm.
and I liked Muhammad Ali.
Mm-hmm.
He changed, whether you like him or not, he changed boxing.
Oh, he sure did.
He made a dent in the boxing world.
Yeah, everybody had to pick it up. Marvin Hagler and you know, my favorite was Mike Tyson.
Really?
Later on.
Well, he was a force to be reckoned with, no doubt. But my favorite boxer really of all time was Sugar Ray Leonard.
Sugar Ray, yeah, who's fun.
He was fun, entertaining, fast. Oh my gosh, he was so fast. And that fight that he had between him and Marvin Hagler, where he makes a comeback, he was actually losing that fight and come back and won it. That was a great fight. Great fight. Did you watch the Mike Tyson fight the other night?
I don't watch old timers.
Well, it was disappointing, I think.
Yeah.
I think it did accomplish everything they wanted it to.
Well, put some money in the bank.
They put some money in the bank big time.
Yeah, Netflix did.
Yeah, and so did they. I think.
Yeah.
I think Mike made $20 million on that.
Yeah, he needed the money. So,
jeez.
Yeah.
$20 million. You know, I think I'd box for $20 million at least.
Well, I don't think anybody would want to come watch me and you box.
No. Well, it wouldn't last very long.
I don't think they would tune in.
It wouldn't last very long with me.
Yeah.
I'd be like, you remember, I saw it just the other day. Jerry Lewis, the comedian, Jerry Lewis. I don't know what movie it's from, but there's a scene where he's boxing in a boxing ring. It's one of the funniest as far as physical comedies. It is just hilarious. You can look that up. I don't know what movie it's from, but he's in the boxing ring with a real boxer, and he puts on a show. It's funny.
Here's one.
All right.
You probably know this one.
Hang on a second. Hey, good morning. You're on WDXE with us.
Hey, this is Jerry Bronner.
Hey, Jerry.
Hey, he was with Rocky Marciano in that.
That's right. That's right. It was Rocky Marciano, the boxer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marciano was my favorite to watch. My dad always talked about how good of a boxer he was.
Yep.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yep.
I probably remember that because he was probably a kid then, wasn't he, back in the 50s and 30s and 40s?
Who's that?
Bill Adams probably remembers him, don't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
I wasn't even a blink in the 40s.
Yeah, you need to come back here and bring us something to eat, buddy. See ya.
I can bring you something. What do you want?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
All right, buddy.
Thank you, Jerry. That's good. That's good. Yeah,
Who formed? Here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
Who formed the Silver Bullet Band?
Oh, Bob Seger.
Bob Seger. There's no reason for me to read the rest of this.
Bob Seger.
Yeah. Bob Seger. His friend, my friend Bob, was really looking forward to seeing the band once. He kept saying, "Bob's eager. Bob's eager."
Bob's eager.
Laughing hysterically, he told me to shut up. And of course, it was a kind of a pun, you know.
Oh yeah.
Bob Seger, right?
One of Teresa's favorite songs is "Turn the Page."
Oh yeah.
Anyway, he does that. What famous singer of Blue Bayou dated California Governor Jerry Brown in the 70s? You ought to know it just from the song.
Oh,
Blue Bayou.
Yeah.
She was all of our heartthrob.
Yeah, I can't call her name. I'd see her face. I can't call her name.
I bet somebody knows.
Yeah.
I bet somebody knows. Hey, good morning. How are you? Are you there? Hello.
Crystal Gale.
Not Crystal Gale. That's a good guess. Not Crystal Gale. Hey, good morning. How are you?
Linda Ronstadt.
Linda Ronstadt.
Yeah, that's right.
Linda Ronstadt.
Yep.
Hey, we've got.
And I still don't need the ticket.
Okay. Well, have fun playing with us anyway. Okay.
I am. I enjoy this.
All right. Well,
Thank
good.
you.
Good. Very good. I like trivia questions. I think they're fun. Is it your turn or mine?
Go ahead. I think it's my turn.
It is. You go ahead.
Whose version of Me and Bobby McGee was released after her death in '71?
I actually know that. I know the answer to that song. I mean, I know the answer.
Okay.
I absolutely do know the answer to that.
Okay.
But I was going to see if anybody wanted to answer it for us.
Yep. Queen of psychedelic soul.
Oh, yeah. It had a raspy voice. Me and Bobby McGee.
Yeah. She took a piece of my heart with her.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Well, nobody's called. Well, maybe they are. Let's see. Let's see if somebody knows. I bet they know. Do you know?
Janis Joplin.
Janis Joplin.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Janis Joplin. Hey, would you like to go on the trip?
No, can I give it to Jeff?
Yeah, give it to me.
All right, it's yours.
Thank you, buddy.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to go on the trip anyway.
It's been interesting, Jeff, to Jimmy Ann's from Muscle Shoals, Alabama, the music that has come out of the Shoals area. And
oh, my gosh, yeah.
The next question I'm going to ask is going to be one of them that recorded down there. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. I don't know if you'll know this, but you'll know it, but you won't know it. How about this? Sung by the Ron Hicklin Singers. The theme song to what 70s TV series was called Suicide is Painless? The show's setting was in Korea.
MASH.
There you go.
I had no idea who wrote it. If I get home early, I watch.
Yeah, MASH.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Have you watched them all?
I have watched, I guess, most of them.
Yeah, they had the final episode on last week.
Oh, really?
Have you seen it?
I have, but I don't remember a lot about it, but I have.
Yeah, it's fabulous.
I remember my mom getting so aggravated at the show when, not Colonel Parker, what was the first one? That wore the fishing hat with the lures on it.
Yep.
What was his name?
Yep. I can't call it.
Anyway, when he left the show, of course, they left on a helicopter. And that was going to be, everybody said their goodbyes, this, that, and the other, but the helicopter crashed and killed him in the show. And it made my mother so mad that they did that. I remember that. She said they should have not done it. Really, I remember. That's the memory that sticks out to me.
Yeah. One of the thoughts was that the show actually, I'm going to refute this statement. It made fun of of that war era, and but the way I see it, it was comic relief for that time.
Well, they mixed comedy in with some reality of war.
Yeah. And I think it was good for us.
It was And of course, there was a lot of it that was angled to protest the war. And the other thing was, I think too, it was really somewhat of a protest of Vietnam, but they didn't want to do Vietnam because it was too close to Vietnam, so they made it to Korea. I'd heard that told anyway. It is interesting. But we all enjoyed that watching.
What was Houlihan's nickname?
Hot Lips.
Hot Lips.
Yes, it was Hot Lips. Who was your favorite character?
Radar.
Radar's everybody. Seems to be everybody's.
Yeah.
But
Radar.
you know who I liked on the show, and of course he came in the later versions of the show was Charles Emerson Winchester.
Oh yeah, he was a pain.
But he was entertaining. It was always tickled to me to watch him.
Yeah.
Charles Emerson. First of all, I don't sweat. I perspire.
Yeah.
Second of all, I don't perspire.
That's right.
He wrote home and told him to send him some deodorant or something. He said, "I'm beginning to offend myself."
That's so funny. Yeah. Of course, Klinger, he was
Oh,
trying
my
to
gosh.
he was trying to get out of the war.
Trying to get out.
Wearing high heels.
The Day the Music Died is the subject of what classic song from 1971?
American Pie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How can you forget that?
Yeah, who sung it?
It doesn't tell me, and I don't think I can name the name.
Yeah.
Who sung that song?
Yeah. In those days there was a lot of one-hit wonders.
Oh yeah.
And
oh yeah.
What's I like to listen to go ahead.
I bet they'll know. Hey, who sung that song?
Don McLean.
Don McLean.
Don McLean. Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought of that, but yeah, thank you, man.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the group the Wheelberries?
The Wheelberries.
Wheelberries. And
the traveling Wheelberries?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was and I have no idea why I know this, but it was, and I can't call the members, but one of their first two songs was just they got in a room and started playing, and it all fit, and that's how it became.
Well, wasn't that Tom Petty?
Yeah.
And was it one of the Beatles?
I think so.
And then
yeah,
Bob Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
He was part of them, I think. Well, they had a room full of talent to start with. They were all their own individual stars. They became the Traveling Wilburys.
Roy Orbison. Led the way.
That's right.
And George Harrison.
Yeah.
Tom Petty.
Yeah.
Jeff Lynne.
And him, I'm not sure.
And Bob Dylan.
Okay.
Yeah. And it was a jam session, the way I understand it, just to have fun, and it worked.
Yeah.
Everybody loved it. So.
Do you remember Hall & Oates?
Yeah.
I forget which one of them is, the blonde-headed one.
Mm-hmm.
He has a show that's been recent, where he's his in-house studio, and he has guests that come in and they play. It's good. They do some. It's fun to watch. It's good stuff.
You ready?
Yep.
All right. 1967.
Okay.
Aretha Franklin. Spelled out a title song. What were the letters?
Respect.
Okay.
Yeah, that I did know that.
You know where that was recorded?
That was the Shoals.
In the Shoals.
Yeah, with the Swampers.
Yeah, I would encourage. It's right here in our backyard.
Yeah.
If you're interested in music, which
yeah,
I'm limited on what I understand, but it's become really fascinating of the talent that's come out of the Shoals area. And what I've learned, Jeff, the way it started was out of poverty, and men and women would sit around and play, and out of just passing time. It was a relief time.
Yeah.
Well, it turned into a way to make a few dollars, and then somebody, and Jimmy Ann can come up with it, and we can dig into the history. Somebody may want to call in and speak to it. But they recognized that it was a really unique sound that was coming out of that part of the world. And so here we go.
There's a tremendous amount of famous people.
Still is some
crack out some great music
down that part.
There's a documentary out.
It's a fabulous documentary.
Really good.
Yep.
I've seen it. In fact, I think I've watched it about twice. It's really, really good. Well, we're running close on time. Let's remind folks about the Lights of Love tour. Of course, this hour has been brought to you by our good friends Bill and Jimmy Ann Adams at Rent Right and First Class Charter. Don't forget your Christmas shopping at Rent Right. I'm telling you.
Come out and see us.
I'm telling you, there's great gifts for Dad.
Check it out.
There, or anybody really.
Yep.
Come check all that stuff out. Let's take a phone call just a second. Hey, good morning. How are you? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Nobody there. And, of course, we'll remind everybody again to sign up for the Lights of Love Tour, which is coming up on Tuesday night, December the 10th. Going to be a fun evening. We'll leave Lawrenceburg at 3 and get back by bedtime, and we'll go down to Huntsville and shop around, put us in the Christmas spirit.
Yeah. You don't even have to call. You can click on our website, firstclasscharter.net.
That's right.
And reserve Lights of Love. It'll be on the front page. Click, reserve, and you're ready to go.
If you can't do it that way, give them a call at 762-5778.
Yeah.
Or we'll help you at my office get signed up, 762-5816.
Yep, that's good. Thank you.
Let's get another phone call. Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. I just want to tell Bill, I tried to call last week and y'all never did answer the phone, how much I love his mother and daddy. They was a blessing to our community.
Yeah. Hey,
and how is your mama?
She's Miss Kobeck said how much she loved you, Mom and Dad.
Oh, I appreciate it. Mother's doing great. Thank you, Miss Kobeck. Ask her if Miss Kobeck wants to go on the trip.
You want to go on the trip with us?
No, I do not. Thank you anyway. I'm not able.
All right.
Sounds like a wonderful trip.
Hey, by the way,
you know how much I love your mom and daddy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And by the way, the reason we didn't answer last week because it was a recorded show last week. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. Sometimes she may think I'm not answering her, but it's recorded, so we weren't here. Mr. Bill, thanks for being here, buddy.
Thank you, Jeff.
We got to scoot on out of here. We'll do it again next week, okay?
Yes, sir.
See you, man.
Again, issue a nuclear threat.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has formalized a change he ordered just a few weeks ago. Now, Russia's nuclear doctrine states it could consider using nuclear weapons in the